Hokage hundreds of millions of rewards. Chapter 421-440. Chapter 421_Jazzy Secret. Political victim. Little devil, I didn't expect you to even know this. To Zhao Du's astonishment, Tokiyu said lightly. If you want people to know nothing, you must do it yourself. The last time I was on a mission in Taki country, I had contact with the ninjas in Taki Hidden Village. I heard in the chat that there was a huge turmoil in Takian village, more than 60 years ago, and all the high-level people in the village died. Also, it is said that something was lost, too. But since everyone who knew the secret art of resentment has died, it is impossible to determine what was lost. Kakashi and the others were slightly surprised after hearing what Tokiyu said. That there was such a secret behind the assassination of the first Hokage, even though it didn't happen to them Konoha, but they could take a lesson from it. Orochimaru is the best example. After some shock, Kokaku, too, will question again. Little devil. You said yourself that you can't be sure what you lost, then you are sure that what you lost is from earth resentment. Have you seen this technique? How did you know that this technique I performed was ground resentment? Also, how did you determine that the person who assassinated the original Hokage is mine? As for Zhao Du's doubts, Shiyu is happy to answer them. Anyway, he's going to die later, so let the latter be a clear ghost, it's a dead end. This is Shiyu's last gift to him. At this moment, it's not because of the angle, even Kakashi and Shikamaru are very curious. These 60 years of Jazzy secrets. How did Shiyu learn about Zhao Du? As a senior of Taki Hidden Village, you should know what the psychic beast of your Taki Hidden Village first Taki Shadow is. Spiritual beast. Zhao. After talking about it, a big red Yuhi snake appeared in my mind, and its appearance was the same as the red snake Shinkiba that Shiyu saw in Raichi Cave. The only difference is that the latter was not one-eyed at that time. Shiyu had stayed at Raichi Cave for 3 days. That is to ask Shinkiba how his right eye is blind. Shinkiba has obvious scars on his right eye. Obviously not born blind, there must be some story in it. I don't know if I don't ask, but when I ask it, it leads to the first-generation Takikage. As a first-generation Takikage, it is impossible for you not to know Red Snake Shinkiba. It is precisely because the corners are so good that after the death of the first generation of Takikage, he will be secretly given the task of assassinating the first generation of Hokage. But unfortunately open black lens bracket Hashirama close black lens bracket is too strong. He is not an opponent at all. The original mission failed and he returned to the village. That's all, but the problem is that he lost the protection of the first generation Takikage, and those high-level leaders wanted him to bear the guilt and give him a severe punishment. The so-called severe punishment here is death. Exclamation mark. It's like Neji, father of Hyuga Hazashi. Likewise, sacrifices must be made for the village. Your own ninja village is not as strong as others, and when your identity is exposed, you always have to give others an explanation. Otherwise, their village must go to war with Konoha. After all, the assassination of Hokage is no small matter. Hyuga family was wronged, who made the Kumogakure village stronger than the Konoha hidden village. In addition, Hyuga family are all in Konoha. Survive, their clan must give Kumogakure village an explanation. This, sacrifices must be made. Hence, Hyuga Hazashi. For his brother, Hyuga Hiyashi. To die. And the reason why open black lens bracket Kumogakure village close black lens bracket is so tough is the open black lens bracket blood limit close black lens bracket of open black lens bracket Hyuga clan close black lens bracket. Originally they took Hinata but they killed Kumogakure for the rescue. So, Konoha has to give a statement. Because, Konoha and Kumogakure. After so many years of fighting, it has reached the point where high-end combat power is insufficient, and cannon fodder combat power is low. At that time, the Ren Jinchuriki column force had not grown up, so that, Kumogakure. They have the guts to give Konoha. Pressure. If they don't give an explanation, they will throw Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column force, into the battlefield. Therefore, Hokage cannot be counted on. A series of people shot, and Hyuga Hazashi took the initiative to die. 1. You can prevent Byakugan from leaking. 2. You can let him ask main clan to control himself. 3. You can let Neji. There is still a place in the family. Therefore, he is undoubtedly a political victim. But the corner, all different, he is a war orphan. No relatives, no family, the only instructor and 2 teammates died in the battle. This is one of the reasons why he would accept the assassination of open black lens bracket Hashirama close black lens bracket. But he did not think of the village in order to avoid an Konoha war and decide to sacrifice him alone. Hashirama is known to the entire ninja world, so this task was originally a life and death mission. Is willing to carry out this dangerous task for the sake of the village. However, in the end, he has to become a victim of politics. Zhao, he is unwilling to accept such a fate. He has no scruples when he is alone. That's why the latter's turmoil comes. Chapter 422 The first Takikage. Fight again. As a teammate of first-generation Takikage, it's impossible not to know Red Snake Shinkiba. As soon as Shiyu said these words, Zhao Du's expression suddenly froze. What he didn't expect was that Tokyu not only knew that he was a teammate of first-generation Takikage but also knew what the latter's psychic beast was. Although these are not secrets, this information has been 60, 70, 607 years away from now. Now, I am afraid that few people know this information. If he said this from the mouth of the older generation of Takian village then he would not have much, but now it was spit out from the mouth of Tokyu, which cannot make him astonished and astonished. Corner. They also raise their doubts. Little devil, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with the question I asked you, right? How could it not matter? Shiyu responded with a sound, and then said, if it wasn't for Shinkiba, how would I know these old things? Have you seen open black lens bracket Shinkiba close black lens bracket? Corner. Rarely got excited, because this Shinkiba used to be the psychic beast of first-generation Takikage. Naturally. It is through Shinkiba that I know these secrets. For example, you were once a teammate of first-generation Takikage, Taki Hidden Village, has the secret technique of Earth Resentment, etc. Although I have never seen the secret technique of Earth Resentment, from your name, your ninja village, and the fact that you have 555 hearts, it is enough for me to deduce your true face. Hearing this, Zhao, all the doubts in Du's heart were solved. If Shiyu has really seen Shinkiba, then it is possible for him to know these things. But the premise of all this is that he has actually seen Shinkiba, otherwise, Shiyu is just fooling around. The angle at this time was completely aroused by Shiyu's curiosity. Look. How can you prove that you have seen Shinkiba? It's from open black lens bracket Raichi cave close black lens bracket. Also, right. Am blind, right. Shiyu casually threw out 2 things, and most of the doubts in his eyes disappeared instantly. If someone knows that the psychic beast of first Takikage is Shinkiba, then the origin of the latter is definitely unknown. Moreover, Shinkiba was indeed injured and blinded in his right eye when first-generation Takikage died in battle. Only 4 people know about this. That is open black lens bracket first-generation Takikage close black lens bracket, his instructor and another teammate, but all 3 of them died in that battle. So, now the only one who knows about this matter is him. If Shiyu has not seen Shinkiba, then it is absolutely impossible for him to know about this matter. This moment. Everyone undoubtedly understood the ins and outs of the whole thing, and Shiyu didn't want to spend any more time. Okay, that's it for the chat. Now it's time to send you on your way. Hearing Shiyu's domineering words, Zhao Du and Fitu's eyes suddenly froze. Because this sentence is usually used by them on others, but now they are hearing it in the mouths of others. The exchange of roles made them very unhappy. At this point, Hidan was the first to shout. "Little devil, be careful to flash your tongue when you talk big. I've decided to make your first ordinary evil god's wrath." As soon as Hidan's voice fell, Zhao Du's voice followed. "Shizui, right. I have to admit that your strength is very strong. If you continue to grow, it will be absolutely fine to surpass me. But now you want to destroy us, it's probably not enough." Hee. Shiyu smiled lightly, and then said, "Whether it's enough, you'll know later." As Shiyu's words sounded, the battle started once again. Chapter 423 Then weapons, right. Hit it straight. Whether it's enough, you'll know later. Hearing Shiyu's words, the impatient Hidan took the lead. Without any unnecessary nonsense, he directly waved the bloody March scythe in his hand and slashed at Shiyu and the others. At this time, Hidan's idea is very simple, he can hit Shiyu best with this blow. If not, it is acceptable to hit other people. Anyway, his current thinking is, curse to death. One is one. See you. Kakashi and the others immediately entered a fighting state, but Tokiyu's face did not show the slightest wave. Next second. Stopped abruptly in midair before it could reach Shiyu and the others. That moment. Everyone thought it was a Hidan thing, not as long as the chain of the bloody March scythe. But soon this possibility was ruled out by them. Although Hidan was impatient and irritable, his brain was fine. Logically speaking, used one's own weapon for so long, there is no reason to make such a mistake. And it is indeed the case, this scene is indeed not Hidan's fault. Because they have seen clearly that the chain tied to the bloody March scythe is not completely straightened at the moment, that is to say, all this is due to external forces. Just when everyone was surprised, Hidan was also surprised. What's going on? No wonder Hidan was so stunned, because he has never used the bloody March scythe to lose control of this weapon. At this moment, the first possibility that came to his mind was the messenger of the evil god. Exclamation mark. Because this weapon is sent by the latter, the purpose is to let him better spread the Cthulhu religion outside. Just when everyone didn't know why, Shiyu's voice sounded slowly. "It's better than a weapon, isn't it?" Voice fell, Shiyu's thoughts would follow. Next second. Everyone saw that the ground began to shake slightly, and then the grains of sand continued to gather in the air. Just a few breaths, a huge hammer appeared in everyone's field of vision. No doubt that this is open black lens bracket Jiden, magnet style clear sky hammer close black lens bracket. Seeing this, Kakashi, Shikamaru and others finally understand what happened to the strange scene just now. Master Shiyu has open black lens bracket Jiden, magnet style close black lens bracket, so chakra in this special property has magnetism. In this way, it can affect some iron products. This trick Shiyu used in the interrupted Chunin exam 3 years ago, so everyone present knew about it. Asuma and the others showed such a startled look when Shiyu showed the ice shield earlier. Those who want to have Bloodstain's boundary are either gifted or gifted by God and devote themselves to a good family. Ordinary ninjas want to have one kind of luxury, but Shiyu actually has 2 kinds. Can this not shock them? 2 kinds make them so amazed. If you let them know that Shiyu has almost all the Bloodstain limit master, I don't know what kind of expression they will show when they see this scene. Zhao Du and Hidan are both shocked. Obviously, they also felt a special chakra flowing in Shiyu at this time. Hidan may not be able to guess it for a while, but the knowledgeable angle, everyone quickly knows the answer. This is open black lens bracket Jiden, magnet style close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Hidan was also shocked. What another kind of bloodstain boundary. At this moment, the two finally understood what happened to the previous bloody March scythe, strangely stuck in the air. At the same time, the eyes they looked at Shiyu changed again, because the two knew that they seemed to underestimate the young man in front of them. Chapter 424 _ The final word. The limit of everything. Amidst everyone's astonishment, the clear sky hammer above the sky had already fallen towards the position of Hidan and the angle. Seeing this, the two of them were also shocked. However, when he was about to dodge, he found that his body was not obeying his orders again. They were not frightened, they were restrained. Although this Jiden magnet-style clear sky hammer is infinitely powerful, if there is no brain hammer, it is impossible to hit 100%. Therefore, Shiyu secretly used the shadow imitation technique when he used this move. With Shiyu's strength, controlling Hidan and Zhao, both of them are no problem. I have to say that Shiyu's two tricks work together quite well, especially when the enemy is unprepared. On the bright side, use clear sky hammer to attract the enemy's attention, and secretly use shadow imitation. This is the so-called Mingshu Plank Road, Dark Chinkang. Exclamation mark. The problem, though, is that not every ninja can do this. It is too difficult to perform one ninjutsu at the same time as another ninjutsu. Don't make two seals first, you also need to use two hearts. And if the hand seal is not fast enough, it is easy to be found. That's why at the moment Kokaku, Duo and Hidan looked shocked, while Shikamaru, Asuma and the others looked at Tokyo with admiration. Only Kakashi, Naruto, and Yamato, who knew Akatsuki's talent in pervert, were relatively calm, apparently they were used to it. Oops, we got hit again. As Hidan's voice fell, the incomparably huge clear sky hammer suddenly smashed down under the terrified eyes of the two of them. Boom! A loud bang followed, and the whole person trembled for it. That moment, the sky rises from the ground, and one side of the world is directly annihilated. Shikamaru and the others who watched this scene were all stunned, and four subconscious flashes flashed in their minds. Words. Is it over? Reason why they are not sure is because they know that both of them are very human. Even if they were hammered in the front, it would not necessarily fall. At this time, their eyes were fixed on the place shrouded in smoke and dust, and they wanted to know the answer as soon as possible. After the smoke and dust in the sky completely dissipated, the incomparably huge clear sky hammer also appeared again. Just that part of the hammer has penetrated thousands of inches into the ground. There is another weapon on the side of the hammer, and the size of the latter is completely incomparable with the clear sky hammer. This weapon is Hidan's bloody March scythe. Under everyone's nervous eyes, Shiyu dispersed the magnetic attribute chakra. Immediately after, the incomparably huge clear sky hammer slowly dissipated, and the deep pit that was blocked was gradually exposed to everyone's sight. Next second, the two figures caught everyone's eyes, but the result was unsatisfactory. Because at this time, neither Hidan nor Zhao died because of this. Although Shiyu's clear sky hammer is unparalleled in power, it is not fatal to the immortal spell. However, that kind of severe pain is inevitable. At this time, Hidan's whole body is embedded in a deep pit, and a heart-piercing pain appears on his face. Du's situation is similar to Hidan, but he is not as embarrassed as Hidan. Because of his body, possessing the open black lens bracket Doden, Earth-style, soil grass close black lens bracket, which strengthens the body, the open black lens bracket escape technique close black lens bracket, forcibly resisted the fall of the open black lens bracket clear sky hammer close black lens bracket. Although the resistance is resisted, it is estimated that it is not enough. Although his escape technique can sink all physical attacks, everything is not absolute. This is reality, not a game. In the game, invincibility is invincible because of setting problems. But reality is different, everything has a limit. As long as you break this limit, you will be hurt. Chapter 425 _ Curse Blood Formation. The Danger of Kakashi. Cough cough. Although it wouldn't be, Hidan finally coughed out a mouthful of blood at this time. Wiped off the remaining blood from the corner of his mouth, and with a move of Hidan's palm, the bloody March scythe returned to his hand again. At this time, he looked at Shiyu with a little more fear, obviously the latter's power was beyond his imagination. This move, the Clear Sky Hammer, was undoubtedly a slap in the face by Shiyu. Seeing that Hidan was about to attack again, Zhao also reminded him loudly. Hidan, be careful. This kid is not as simple as we thought, and his strength is estimated to be no weaker than those Jinchuriki column strength we captured in the past. At this moment, I was as proud as a horn. I had to give Shiyu a positive evaluation. Also, watch your feet, don't get caught by his shadow again. I know. The violent expression on Hidan's face when the voice fell, he was very unhappy after being hit a few times. Swish. With a sound of breaking through the air, Hidan's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Seeing this, Shiyu glanced at Kakashi subconsciously. Aware of Tokiyu's gaze, Kakashi greeted him without any unnecessary nonsense. As if the two had already made plans, they didn't need to communicate at all. And it is. When Hidan and Zhao were both hammered into the ground by Shiyu had a plan with everyone. Otherwise, Kakashi would not be the only one going up to meet the enemy at this moment. Clang, 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 clang. Bloody March Scythe and Kunai are rumored to have a confrontation, and the two seem to be on a par with each other in physical skills. But Hidan has an advantage, and that is his weapon. Kakashi, I'm here to help you. Asuma's voice fell, and he rushed out, followed by Gangzitai and Kamizuki Izumo. Yet at this moment, Kakashi was scratched by Hidan's bloody March Scythe. There seems to be nothing wrong with all this, but it's actually a conspiracy. Asuma's words are a code, and what he did to help is to make the show more realistic. There are a group of people on their side, so they can't stand by and watch the play. Hidan and Zhao, although they have high self-esteem, they are not stupid. If they see any clues, Shiyu's plan will be in vain. Seeing this scene, Shikamaru shouted. Not good. Kakashi, sensei, don't let that guy complete the cursed blood formation. This moment. Everyone's eyes fell on Hidan, but at this time the latter laughed. Ha ha ha. Copy ninja, right, let's start with you. Between the words, the cursed blood formation under Hidan's feet has already been outlined, and even the body is black and white. Obviously, cursed death division with blood has been successfully launched. After a short confrontation with Shiyu and others just now, Hidan knows that this time his opponent is not as good as the last time. Naturally, he couldn't help but play slowly. He wanted to seize the time to kill. Otherwise, once controlled by that shadow imitation technique, everything will fall short. If Kakashi can be wiped out first, the situation will definitely be very favorable for them. Also therefore, at the moment corner, they also came to Hidan to protect him and complete the final, curse-killing ceremony. Hidan, move faster. Hidan nodded, and immediately took out the curse spear. At the same time, Kakashi, Yamato, Asuma and others have also rushed up to stop Hidan from performing the ceremony. Everything is played very realistically, without any flaws. Chapter 426 Kakuzu is overcast. Compound ninjutsu reappears. Although Asuma and Kakashi rushed to Hidan quickly, it was still too late. Kai, with a faint voice, the spell spear in Hidan's hand pierced into his chest without any suspense. Nothing else, Kakashi will be attacked like him in the next second. However, an unexpected scene appeared. Kakashi, who stopped, didn't vomit blood as Hidan imagined, and was still intact. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Kakashi didn't have the slightest worry on his face, instead he showed a playful gesture. Not only Kakashi, but also Shikamaru and others. Just when Hidan looked puzzled, the corner guarding in front of him finally couldn't help the stinging pain in his heart. PFF'd. A mouthful of blood was spit out directly, and the latter half knelt on the ground. Is that my blood? Nice. Shiyu responded to Zhao, all of a sudden, and then said, we already know your companion's ability, and we originally wanted to use this to make him kill you. But what I didn't expect is that you have 5 lives. However, there should be only 3 left now. When did you get my blood? Corner, the body of the capital, spit out the last doubt with difficulty. When I used Reikiri to pierce your heart earlier, I took some by the way. Kakashi, who was speaking, was also a little fortunate. He had just pierced the corner. Two's chest and arms were stained with a lot of the latter's blood. Originally, he thought that this thing would be useless, but after learning about Kokaku-do's ability, he used it rationally. In fact, Shikamaru and his party of 4 had this plan originally, so after Tokiyu proposed a plan just now, they knew it all at once. So it is. Jiao, Duo spit out 4 words, and immediately fell to the ground. Seeing this, Hidan said angrily. Damn. You dare to count on me. I'm going to lay down all of you Matsuri. If Hidan hadn't known that he still had 3 lives, he would have thought of quitting at this moment. First, his conjuration. The secret has been known to Shiyu and others. Secondly, the opponent has already mastered to deal with the undead body. Once Jiao is killed in battle, he will definitely not be the opponent of Shiyu's 8 people. Even if the opponent couldn't kill him in the first place, it would be hard to say after being defeated and captured. First, roasting on the fire for several days and nights will turn it into ashes. Second, directly use strong corrosive agents to melt into a pool of liquid. These 2 methods of death are undoubtedly the most painful. Immortality spell, those who are disobedient are all killed in this way. Traitors, of course, have to use torture. It is obviously impossible to release the immortal curse, such an easy way to die. After all, they use this to set an example. After Hidan's shout fell, 2 other mask puppet monsters already attacked the crowd. This moment, they simultaneously cast their respective escape techniques. Open black lens bracket Kaden, fire style, fire hard close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Futon, wind style, suppression close black lens bracket. The 2 open black lens bracket escape techniques close black lens bracket seem to be unrelated to each other, but open black lens bracket Kaden, fire style, close black lens bracket is blessed by open black lens bracket Futon, wind style close black lens bracket. The power is even more amazing. Strong, wind. Able to blow away the flame. But the appropriate wind. But it can fuel the flame. This is compound ninjutsu, which is the same as Shiyuan, Toad Bunta. The Toad Oil Fire Bomb cast is the same. Jiao, this move is called Compound Ninja Flame Wind Wave. Once this move is used, a large sea of fire suddenly appears, and the range is wider than Shiyu's previous Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation. Outperform. Obviously, this move has been infinitely close to level. In other words, this technique has reached the threshold of level. Jiao, all that can do is to combine the ninjutsu of these 2 attributes with each other, but it is the open black lens bracket nature transformation close black lens bracket of the 2 types of chakra cannot be combined. If he can do this, he will be able to master blood stain limit. Jiao, neither can, but Shiyu can. Fei Lu reminds you. There are 3 things to study when reading. Chapter 247_Mud Wall. Hurricane Water Vortex. With the corner. After all of them displayed compound ninja flame wind turbulence, a large sea of fire swept away. The range is so large that it can't be avoided at all. That's why. Kakashi and Yamato glanced at each other and performed ninjutsu with a tacit understanding. Open black lens bracket Sweden, water style, water formation wall close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Doden, earth style, rampart of flowing soil close black lens bracket. Immediately in front of Shiyu and others, an incomparably spacious water wall appeared. And the earth wall is wrapped. Next moment. The same 666 words were spit out from the mouths of Kakashi and Yamato. Open black lens bracket compound ninja mud wall close black lens bracket. This is obviously not the first time the 2 of them have used this compound ninjutsu. It is absolutely impossible to be so skilled and tacit. Compound ninjutsu. Not difficult, but requires proper cooperation. As long as either party's ninjutsu is not well controlled, they will fight against each other. Fire. And wind. So, earth. And water. The same is true. Wind. Big, easy to put, flame. Blow away, water. Too much, it's not mud, it's muddy swamp. Anything can only be perfectly presented if it happens to be good. Both Kakashi and Yamato know very well that just relying on any kind of escape technique of their own masters will not be able to play in the corner. Toto's fire wind turbulence. Not strong enough. Open black lens bracket Sweden water style close black lens bracket can't stop this. Open black lens bracket fire wind turbulence close black lens bracket. Not strong enough. Open black lens bracket Doden earth style close black lens bracket also can't stop it. But if the two are combined, that's another story. Therefore, they cooperated to use the mud wall technique. Exclamation mark. Zhao. The reason why the fire wind and waves of the capital has become so strong is also because of mutual cooperation. Because he is controlled by one person, he can cooperate more perfectly. There is no suspense, and the roaring sea of fire is directly on the mud wall. Above. Boom, 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 z. In addition to the sound of violent collision, there is also the follow-up sound of water and fire. There are both the sound of flames being extinguished and the sound of water being evaporated. Ring. The wisps of smoke rose continuously, with different colors. There are mists from which moisture is evaporated, as well as various colors of smoke formed by burning broken wood, waste plastics, metal particles and other substances. However, this mud wall can only block the flames, and cannot make this sea of flames extinguished. Although you can wait for a while, Shiyu obviously doesn't want to wait any longer. To this, Shiyu said to Naruto. Naruto, do you remember another trick I called you? Naruto nodded, and then said, what do I need to do? Show that trick, and then throw it into the sea of fire. Although Naruto didn't know what Tokiyu wanted to do, he still did. When Shiyu taught Naruto to practice open black lens bracket futon wind style Rasenshuriken close black lens bracket, he first taught him a trick to be afraid of open black lens bracket futon wind style Rasengan close black lens bracket. This move is different from the ordinary open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket. It can be thrown. Because open black lens bracket futon wind style Rasenshuriken close black lens bracket has such a characteristic, Shishiyu asked Naruto to use this move first. Master in normal state a long-range attack method. Because Naruto is not good at hand seal, all kinds of escape are too difficult for him. This is also the reason why he has been practicing with Jiraiya for 2 years, but he has not even learned one kind of escape technique. Not that Jiraiya didn't teach, but he didn't have this talent. That's why he focused on studying open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket. He would not have mastered the two derivative ninjutsu, Big Ball Rasengan, and Super Big Ball Rasengan, within 2 years. The essence of these two kinds of ninjutsu and Rasengan is the same, the control of chakra is not the same level. When Naruto threw open black lens bracket futon wind style Rasengan close black lens bracket to the sea of fire, Tokiyu also performed a kind of ninjutsu. Open black lens bracket Sweden water style breaks 5, rush close black lens bracket. Immediately after, a hurricane water vortex appeared in the sea of fire. Undoubtedly, it is a kind of compound ninjutsu used by Tokiyu and Naruto. This trick is called hurricane water vortex art. Sometimes you, the pervert, is in charge. Even if he and Naruto have not practiced in advance, they can use it perfectly. Chapter 428 Blazing Wind. Shikuden, Scorch Style, Fire Dance Whirlwind. With the hurricane vortex appeared, and the large sea of blazing fire was extinguished in an instant. Seeing that his attack was broken, Zhao, Do's eyes became more solemn. But he didn't seem to want to give Shiyu and others a chance to breathe, and saw that he let two masked puppet monsters back to himself. Next second, a powerful attack struck again, which was also a kind of compound ninjutsu. Although it is still a combination of open black lens bracket Kaden, fire style close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket futon, wind style close black lens bracket, the effect released is completely different. It was a large-scale sea of fire before, but now it is indeed a Jinchuriki column of flames. Flame-light Jinchuriki column is wrapped in a spiral-shaped whirlwind, which is undoubtedly caused by the change of the wind attribute. Seen that this compound ninjutsu is mainly based on futon, wind style, and Kaden, fire style, is supplemented. Through the air, a slight sonic boom was heard. This is the second kind of composite ninja technique, burst wind, of Master Zhao Du. It can be seen from this that he himself has deep attainments for this type of chakra. But unfortunately, he has never been able to completely integrate the two attributes. If he can do it, he will be the bloodstain boundary that master ninjas dream of. Although the current angle, even though he can't do it, he is getting closer and closer to this day. Now he has fully grasped the wind with fire nature transformation of two kinds of chakras. He believed that within a few years, he would definitely blend the two attributes of chakras nature transformation perfectly. Time, master bloodstain boundary, will not be a dream. Others rely on talent, luck, but he relies on hard work. If talent is not enough, time will come together. A ninja with good talent, as long as he is given enough time, master will open black lens bracket blood limit close black lens bracket. It is possible. The problem is, people's life is limited. Moreover, even if you are a master, you cannot avoid the possibility of being killed by others. Orochimaru is a living example. And today, I am afraid to add two more. Seeing the corners, Kakashi and Asuma are ready to attack again. But at this moment, Shiyu was one step ahead of them and directly greeted them. I saw that Shiyu was holding fire in his right hand. Left palm, wind. And then suddenly put his hands together under the stunned eyes of everyone. Pop. With a crisp sound, the chakran time of the two attributes merged together. Immediately after, a low drink was spit out from Shiyu's mouth. Open black lens bracket Shikuden, scorch style, fire dance whirlwind close black lens bracket. Defend. As the last word came out of Shiyu's mouth, countless red flames instantly wrapped Shiyu's whole body. The flames revolved continuously around Shiyu, forming a big ball. And at the moment when the big ball was formed, the horn, all the flame-light Jinchuriki column with rotating wind blades had arrived. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly sounded, and the two flames collided. Suddenly, countless flames burst out. To everyone's astonishment, the flame-light Jinchuriki column with a wind blade couldn't break through the red Yuhi flame cage. In just a few short breaths, it was exhausted. But this was not what surprised them the most. They were surprised by the result of the sputtering flames falling on the surrounding flowers and trees. That touched the flames withered in an instant, as if the water in the body had been evaporated in half in an instant. If it's just flowers and plants, that's all, but even the towering giant trees around it are a bit scary. It was just a small flame, and it lost its vitality in an instant. If this flame fell on the human body, what would be the consequences? It was horrifying to think about it. At this moment, Kakashi, Shikamaru, and the others looked at Kokaku, two's eyes with deep fear. Hidan, who was standing behind him, was the same. Because, they all thought that the flames that sputtered were horns. Tashi's fire-wind turbulence scattered. But that's all they are, and even the corners have their own delusions. When did my trick have this effect? Did I just accidentally call the wind and fire's nature transformation incorporates? Chapter 429 Kakuzu's blood limit. Sunagakur, Pakura. Have I succeeded in putting the wind with fire nature transformation of the two chakras is a fusion of. This is Jiao, the most reasonable explanation that I can think of at the moment, because the chakra ability of the fire attribute Hefeng attribute cannot cause this effect. The only possibility is blood stain limit. Each ninjutsu blood stain limit has an ability that is independent of the 5 basic attributes, also called derivative ability. For example, open black lens bracket Mokuten, wood style closed black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Jiden, magnet style close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket ice shield close black lens bracket, and so on. They all have their own attribute abilities. Open black lens bracket Mokuten, wood style close black lens bracket has strong vitality. Open black lens bracket Jiden, magnet style close black lens bracket has a magnetic force, and ice shield has a very cold atmosphere. At this moment, everyone's thoughts are the same way. They all think that the phenomenon in front of them is caused by the ninjutsu of Kaku, too, but there is only one exception. That was Shiyu. As a party, he couldn't be more clear. However, I can't blame Kakashi and the others. Because they only noticed the horns just now. Toshi's flame light Jinchuriki column was blocked by Shiyu's defensive flames and dissipated, and at this moment, the flames around Shiyu's body were still swirling intact. After all, both of their ninjutsu skills are flames, so it's understandable that they didn't notice this detail for the first time. But in fact, what caused the vegetation to wither was that Tokyu defended the corner just now. When Todo attacked, a small part of the flames splattered around. After some surprise, Asuma was the first to speak. This ability, I seem to have seen it there. Open black lens bracket Sunagakure village close black lens bracket. Kakashi directly spit out 3 words, obviously knowing something. Among the crowd. The corners. All the immortals, Kakashi and Kakashi. Asuma is the oldest. Therefore, their knowledge and reading are better than others. Kakashi's reminder. Asuma spit out a name after thinking for a while. I remembered. Sunagakure village that. Pakura. Open black lens bracket Pakura close black lens bracket. Shikamaru muttered, and then asked, Asuma-sensei, could it be that Pakura can also have this ability? Asuma nodded, and then said, the latter has a ninjutsu that can instantly evaporate the moisture of any object, naturally including people. Pakura, the elite jonin of open black lens bracket Sunagakure village close black lens bracket. Although he is a beautiful ninja, he is a poor person. She and Hyuga Hazashi. They all became victims of politics. During the Fourth Ninja World War, Sunagakure village and Iwagakure village are in a tense situation because of conflict of interest, but the 4th generation Kazekage Rasa takes into account the fact that the strength of the village is faintly inferior to that of Iwagakure village. So, he doesn't want to go to war. Not only him, but many high-level officials in Sunagakure village hold this opinion. The overall strength of the 2 ninja villages, the tailed beast of Iwagakure village alone is 1 more than their Sunagakure village. Sunagakure village only the master has 1 tailed Shukaku and 1 tailed beast, while Iwagakure village has 2 4-tailed monkey king and 5-tailed Mawang. Really want to fight, this aspect is undoubtedly their disadvantage. It is also for this reason that 4th Kazekage was slandered by Orochimaru, and wanted to cooperate with them to deal with Konoha. After all, the original tailed beast distribution was the first generation of Hokage. Chapter 430 _ The belonging of the 9-tailed beast. Salary from the bottom of the pot. Open black lens bracket Senju Hashirama close black lens bracket leaves a tailed beast for open black lens bracket Konoha close black lens bracket, but it is the strongest open black lens bracket Kyubi, 9 tails close black lens bracket. Can be the same as the 5 ninja villages. One of the Sunagakure village only got a tailed beast. And, it's still open black lens bracket 1 tail close black lens bracket. Although it says, tail. The amount does not represent strength, but only the amount of chakra. But the other 3 ninja villages are all allocated to, only they, Sunagakure village, have 1. They were a little dissatisfied with this. That's why after open black lens bracket Senjuhashrama close black lens bracket died, open black lens bracket Sunagakure village close black lens bracket also felt sorry for open black lens bracket Konoha close black lens bracket. Can be heard from the dialogue when open black lens bracket Obunta close black lens bracket met open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket for the first time. They had fought before. But unfortunately, open black lens bracket fourth cage close black lens bracket does not know Orochimaru as a person. With him is tantamount to seeking skin from a tiger. For this reason, fourth cage paid the price of his life in a private meeting with Orochimaru. Fourth cage is indeed very strong, and he is the owner of Blood Stain Limit. When Orochimaru teamed up with Kimimaro to kill the latter, it took a lot of trouble. The reason why Orochimaru did this was obviously that he was afraid that fourth cage would not agree with his plan. Therefore, he came directly to a trick to draw money from the bottom of the pot. Kill it and replace it. In this way, the ninjas of Sunagakure village will definitely obey his orders. As for the reason why open black lens bracket Pakura close black lens bracket was abandoned by open black lens bracket fourth cage close black lens bracket, there is a natural reason for this. Open black lens bracket Pakura close black lens bracket is a party of open black lens bracket Sunagakure village main battle faction close black lens bracket, and she is the owner of open black lens bracket Bloodstains boundary close black lens bracket. Therefore, open black lens bracket Pakura close black lens bracket naturally became the target that open black lens bracket Iwagakure village close black lens bracket wanted to kill. Every open black lens bracket Bloodstain close black lens bracket has an indispensable power for a village, and can even be regarded as the mainstay Jinchuriki column. Therefore, the condition of Iwagakure village not to fight is Pakura. So, fourth generation Kazekage planned a conspiracy with other high-level officials of Sunagakure village. The bright side, he asked open black lens bracket Pakura close black lens bracket to go to open black lens bracket Kurigakure village close black lens bracket to perform a secret mission, but secretly, he sent open black lens bracket Sunagakure close black lens bracket in the village to disguise as a Kurigakure ninja. Assassinated her. Exist. Facing the possibility of the village being defeated or sacrificed, Pakura, fourth Kazekage Rasa, chose the latter. After some consternation, Hidan asked curiously. I said Zhao, I didn't expect you to hide such a hand. Hidan and Zhao, they have teamed up for a long time, but he has never seen the latter cast blood limit. In his opinion, it may be that those opponents are not worth his use. However, Kaku's answer made Hidan a little depressed. To be honest, I was surprised myself. I just used compound ninjutsu just now, but I didn't expect it to trigger such an effect. If nothing else, it should be that I just inadvertently merged the nature transformation of the two attributes of wind and fire perfectly. However, with this experience, as long as I spend some time and studied it carefully, I should be able to completely master the blood stain limit. The corner between the words, their faces are full of confidence and excitement, he can't wait to start trying now. But it's a pity that he has to get rid of the enemy in front of him now. Otherwise, he doesn't have the time at all. Moreover, in his eyes, Shiyu's 8 people have been sentenced to death because they knew his secret. Especially Shiyu, let him kill the most. He has a hunch. If you can't kill Shiyu today, the entire Akatsuki organization will probably be destroyed in the future because of the existence of the former. Kakashi, Shikamaru and the others were also relieved after hearing Toto's words. No way, this Chikuden, Scorch style, ability is too terrifying. If the corners all use this move continuously, their lives will be threatened at all times. Once they get caught in that kind of flame, even if they are lucky enough to survive, most of their vitality will be swallowed up. Just when everyone thought that the decay of the flowers, plants and trees was caused by the Chikuden, Scorch style, of the horn, 2's unintentional display, Tokyu's voice finally rang out. if you want to be a master, Shikuden, scorched style, it's your next life. Chapter 431 Extremely Steaming Murder. 3. Blood Limits. Kaku, do, if you want to be a master, Shikuden, scorched style, it's your next life. When Shiyu said these words, everyone's expressions were startled. Shiyu's words couldn't be more obvious, meaning that Kakuzu was doomed today. But obviously everyone didn't understand the second meaning of Shiyu's words. That is, this Shikuden, scorched style, is not a corner, it was accidentally merged. After reading the meaning of Shiyu's words, Zhao Du also responded. Little devil, I admit that your talent is indeed enchanting. However, there are quite a few demons in my hands over the past few decades. Today, I'll add you one more. In the corner, all eyes. Shiyu's talent is enough to pervert, but his strength doesn't seem to have reached a level that they can't obliterate. Shiyu smiled slightly. Looks like you don't quite understand what I mean. First, you are indeed going to die today. Second, do you really think that the reason why the flowers and trees withered just now is because of your ninjutsu? But when Shiyu's words fell, everyone's expressions suddenly froze. Like Shikamaru and Kakashi suddenly thought of something, and a look of shock appeared on their faces. Little devil, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? You'll find out later. Voice fell. Shiyu didn't have any unnecessary nonsense. With his thoughts and movements, the red-colored flames that revolved around him suddenly condensed into a dozen fist-sized fireballs at this moment. Open black lens bracket Shikuden, scorched style, fire dance whirlwind close black lens bracket as a defensive type of melee ninjutsu. This move is somewhat similar to open black lens bracket water prison technique close black lens bracket. However, it is aggressive. It hurts at the touch, and even kills it. Because the swirling flame can explode with the caster at the center, causing great damage. The last time Shiyu made a move at open black lens bracket Ryochi cave close black lens bracket Yakiorochi close black lens bracket, he used this ninjutsu. At this time, Shiyu condensed the dozen or so flames of light. Ball is obviously not fire dance whirlwind, but another kind of ninjutsu. He also used this ninjutsu once, that is, open black lens bracket Shikuden, scorched style, extremely steaming murder close black lens bracket. That was when Naruto and Sasuke went to open black lens bracket T country close black lens bracket to carry out the independent mission of the 3-person 3-team squad, and hit him at that time. Used to kill open black lens bracket green sunflower close black lens bracket. Immediately after, the dozen or so flaming fist-sized fireballs flew towards Hidan and the two of them quickly under the control of Shiyu. Ha, ha, ha. Seeing this scene, Yamato, Asuma and others also guessed something. Deep thinking horns. They all have serious expressions on their faces. If Shiyu hadn't lied, the attack in front of him would have been fatal. In this regard, Zhao, naturally, he is unwilling to be careless at all. Because he did not get any advantage from Shiyu in the previous attacks, he naturally did not dare to underestimate the latter's attack. Previously, Shiyu's shadow imitation technique was combined with the clear sky hammer. Even the trick almost cost them their lives. Fortunately, both he and Hidan have their own life-saving abilities. Thinking of this, Zhao Du once again displayed Doden, earth-style, rampart of flowing soil. Bang! Bang, bang. When a fireball landed on the earth wall, it would make a sizzling sound. Moreover, every time it will be accompanied by a wisp of mist rising. This may be the cause of the flame, or it may be caused by the unique ability of Shikuden, scorched style, but what is the reason? Everyone at this moment already has the answer. Boom. I saw that the earth wall hit by the fireball dried and cracked in an instant, and the earth on it began to fall off quickly. No doubt that this is caused by the evaporation of moisture. At this moment, an answer has emerged in everyone's mind, and this indisputable fact is undoubtedly the best proof. That is, the real reason that caused those flowers, plants and trees to wither. At this moment, they finally understood the second meaning of Shiyu's previous words. It turned out that it wasn't the horns. They all unintentionally displayed Shikuden, scorched style, but the blood-stain boundary that surrounded Shiyu. One person has 3 kinds of blood-stain limits. This is undoubtedly a miracle for them. Chapter 432_intimidating. Million times chakra. One person has 3 kinds of open black lens bracket blood-stain limit close black lens bracket. But this is just the corner. Tsukasa Shikamaru and others think, because in Kakashi and Yamato's cognition, there are 4. In addition to open black lens bracket Jiden, magnet style, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket ice shield close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Shikuden, scorched style close black lens bracket, Shiyu also has open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket hydraulic blood stain limit close black lens bracket. Master who knows all ninjutsu blood-stained limits, only Naruto is the only one, but he is in a fog now. Because at the moment he thought that the previous scene was caused by the unintentional fusion of the corners into Shikuden, scorched style. Seeing that more than a dozen fires were blocked by the rampart of flowing soil, cast by himself, Zhao also heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that once it was contaminated by any fireball. In mild cases, it is the price of 1 life. In severe cases, all 3 lives will be explained. See you. Shiyu was not too surprised. It seemed that this scene was what he expected. Next second, countless fireballs appeared all over his body, and the number was more than 10 times more than the previous one. 10 fireballs can be blocked, but what about 100? At this moment, Zhao, Du and Hidan are extremely shocked. Shiyu has continuously performed a variety of powerful ninjutsu. Why is there still such a condensed fireball at this moment? What a huge amount of chakra is needed to support it, not only them, but also Shikamaru and Asuma. The only one who is not very surprised is that Kakashi, Naruto and Yamato have 3. When teaching Naruto to practice, they knew that Tokiyu's chakra was unfathomable, and even Kakashi couldn't figure out an accurate amount. And it is indeed so. Shiyu has 3 kinds of chakra on his body, and his own chakra is 1,000,000 times. There are also the chakras of the 5 beasts from 1 tail to 5 tails, and the usual condensed sage art chakra. Such an astonishing amount is naturally beyond the range that Kakashi can calculate. No wonder Kokaku will be so surprised, because his chakra volume has already exceeded half. But Tokiyu seems to have not consumed a bit of chakra. Such an amazing chakra is definitely the only one in his life. You know, his own chakra is very enough. Plus he has 5. The heart, he has 4 times more chakra than others. But even so, there is still no comparison with Shiyu. The disparity between the two is like the stars and the bright moon. Or even the stars are not even the firefly. At this moment, Zhao, Du and Hidan's eyes on Shiyu changed again. From the initial shock to the fear later, it has now turned into a kind of fear. 3 kinds of blood stain limits, huge, chakra. They haven't even seen Shiyu's seal, as if the latter doesn't need a hand seal at all. This is what they have seen now, but they still don't know what means the 15 or 16-year-old boy has yet to use. Will there be more powerful ones, such as the 4th kind of blood stain? They know the secret of time like the back of their hands, but they knew nothing about Shiyu's limit. This is their undead duo. It was the first time they encountered such a situation, but they never thought it would be the last. No way. The moment Shiyu appeared, they had already been sentenced to death. Looking at the hundreds of flaming lights floating around Shiyu, Hidan and Zhao both had an ominous premonition in their hearts. Just when the thought arose in the hearts of the two of them, the hundreds of fireballs suddenly flew out under the control of Shiyu. Shoo, 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 the fireball crossed, leaving a trace visible to the naked eye. No doubt that it is caused by the evaporation of moisture in the air. Chapter 433_thousands. Finally started to panic. Boom, boom, boom. When a fireball with a 1 and a 1 falls on the rampart of flowing soil, even if it is a stone wall made of mud, it can withstand an attack of this scale. A short familiarity. All the water in the huge stone wall was evaporated, and then it was cracked in an instant. Boom, boom. The pieces of soil that fell were as stiff as stones, and the sound of hitting the ground was like a bell, accompanied by smoke and dust. And as that rampart of flowing soil was broken, Hidan and Coke, both were completely exposed in front of everyone. If the previous dozen or so fireballs could still be forcibly dodged by their own physical skills, but now facing hundreds of fireballs, they have no chance at all. Hidan, be careful yourself. Voice fell, and Zhao Du was using the black chakra tentacles to start blocking the flying fireballs. No way. Even open black lens bracket Doden, Earth style close black lens bracket can't stop it, let alone open black lens bracket Sweden, water style close black lens bracket. Therefore, they can only use this stupidest method. Seeing this, Hidan also used the bloody March scythe in his hand to shoot the fireballs away. Although he has immortality. But once caught by this fireball, if you touch it, it will turn into a mummified corpse. Even though he won't die, he must be extremely ugly. Moreover, it is estimated that he is suffering from a wave of severe pain. Obviously, this is not the result he wanted. Shikamaru and the others were also full of astonishment. They knew that Shiyu's talent was enchanting, but they didn't expect the latter's strength to have reached such a level. Master has 3 kinds of blood stain limit, the so-called undead duo. Into such a predicament. To be honest, they absolutely impossible. Even after knowing the 2 of them, the result will not change. After all, the strength of the 2 sides is there. It can be seen that Shiyu's strength has surpassed everyone present. Especially Gangziti and Kamizuki Izumo, they have been in contact with Shiyu a lot in the past 3 years. They never thought that it was only 3 years before they became ninjas, and Shiyu surpassed not only the 2 of them, but also the elite powerhouses like Asuma and Kakashi. That they haven't seen a genius. But someone like Shiyu is undoubtedly the first time they've seen it. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be pervert. Exclamation mark. Boom. When Hidan used open black lens bracket bloody March scythe close black lens bracket to slap the last minute fireball flying, he stuck it on the ground with one hand. He was sweating profusely and exhaled heavily. Call. Not only him, but also the unusually calm Coke, no exception. However, before they could catch their breath, Shiyu's next attack came again. Not bad. However, I see how many waves you can block. As Shiyu's words fell, everyone's eyes were full of shock. Because at this moment, countless fireballs appeared around Shiyu's body, but what was different from before was the number of fireballs at this time. The first wave was a dozen. The second wave was hundreds. But now the third wave is estimated to have thousands. This scene is undoubtedly stunned everyone. Such a huge number of fireballs, the chakra that needs to be consumed has exceeded their predictions. They knew that Shiyu's chakra amount was far beyond ordinary people, but what they didn't expect was that it exceeded so much. If it was timid before, then this moment is panic. Thousands of fireballs. How to block what to block to see nothing for the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 434 Life and Death Do Not Know. The Price of a Life. Just as Hidan and Kokaku were at a loss, the thousands of fireballs suspended behind Tokyo had already shot out. Boo, boo, boo. With the sound of breaking through the air, the entire battlefield boiled again. Originally, Kakashi, Shikamaru and others could still see Hidan and Kaku, both resisting the fireball, but this is not the case. Bang, 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 in their field of vision, except for the firelight in the sky. Either the withered and fallen tree, or the rising mist and smoke, the 2 of them could not be seen at all. If it wasn't for the 2 chakra fluctuations in it, Asuma and the others would have already died. Boom, 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 boom. The fireball is still there. The collision continues, and occasionally 2 figures can be seen dodging in the sea of fog. After a while, thousands of fireballs were shot out, and Shiyu was no longer condensed. He knew that this method could kill the undead duo. Don't waste too much time. At this moment, the eyes of Kakashi, Shikamaru and the others were firmly locked in the sea of fog that was slowly dissipating. At this moment, the atmosphere is extremely tense. Because from just now, there has been no movement inside. So, they didn't know Hidan and Kokaku. They were both alive and dead, and Naruto asked subconsciously. Kakashi, sensei, are those two dead? I don't know. Kakashi responded and immediately said, she used Shikuden, scorched style, but those two guys are not small. I don't dare to jump to conclusions until I see the corpse with my own eyes. Naturally, in his heart, he hoped that the two of them would burp, and in this case, their mission would be completed. But until the final confirmation, he will not relax at all. This is the mind that a ninja should have, not to mention that he is an experienced elite jonin. Among the crowd. In addition to Naruto, the idiot, Asuma and others also hold the same idea as Kakashi. Also therefore, everyone's eyes never left the sea of smoke and dust from beginning to end. They wanted to know the answer as soon as possible. After everyone waited for a while, the fog and smoke from the world finally dissipated completely. At this moment, everything inside is also exposed to the air. At this time, the place was a mess, the flowers and trees were withered, the surface of the earth was charred and cracked, and there was no moisture. A look of prosperity and decline, without a trace of anger. There is no doubt that all this is due to the ability of open black lens bracket Shikuden, scorched style close black lens bracket. Surprised Kakashi and others was that they didn't see Hidan and Kaku, in this dilapidated place. Just when they were puzzled, a sudden voice sounded. Boom! The source of the sound is a pile of withered and broken wood, and the sound is still there at this time, continuous. After a few dry and cracked coke woods were pushed away, a figure came into everyone's eyes. This person is none other than the undead duo. One of the corners, both. However, the latter at this time was looking extremely embarrassed, and his clothes were tattered. If Shiyu and the others didn't know the latter, they would have thought it was a beggar. But that's not the point is that a mask, attached to his body. Broken again. Zhao, although they all survived, the price is a life. As for how Hidan is still unclear. Chapter 435_Mummy is alive. Bloodstain eliminated. Just as everyone was searching for Hidan's trace, a figure appeared in the dead wood pile in another place. This figure an angle glanced at him, and his clothes were ragged. But the worst thing for the latter is that his body is no longer as flesh and blood as a normal person, but a shriveled skin and bones. Simply put, it is a mummified corpse. If it wasn't for the ninja forehead of Tanyan village hanging around his neck, and the bloody march scythe in his hand, it is estimated that everyone would not recognize him. As identity. This moving mummy is none other than Hidan. Seeing this scene, Naruto couldn't help but exclaimed. Damn it, that's not true. Although Kakashi and Shikamaru did not say anything, the expressions on their faces were the same as what Naruto said. A mummified corpse is still alive. If they didn't know that Shiyu had told them that Hidan contained the immortal curse, they would have been shocked. Hit with the immortal curse, as long as the body is immortal, the soul, imprisoned in it. It will never go away. This can be said to be an alternative immortality. But then again, Hidan is able to survive in this open black lens bracket Shikuden, scorched style extremely steaming murder close black lens bracket thanks to this spell. After Hidan glanced at the state of his body at the moment, a pair of eyes stared at the opposite Tokiyu. The sharp killing intent in his eyes seems to have condensed into reality. Now that he is neither human nor ghost, how will he promote their evil god religion to the world in the future? Ah, are you telling the world to join the cult of the evil gods? It will become like him. This undoubtedly shattered his beliefs, and all this was bestowed by Shiyu. How could he not hate? How could he not be angry? Little devil, you must die today. The hope of life has been dashed, and the anger in Hidan's heart has reached its peak. He did not retreat in the slightest. His thought at the moment was, either he died, or Shiyu died. When the voice fell, Hidan dragged his skinny body towards Shiyu. Feather rushed away suddenly. Although he is just a mummified corpse now, his speed has not dropped much, and he is still walking like flying. Seeing this, at this moment, Shiyu's mouth spit out an extremely domineering sentence. Hidan, you really thought I couldn't kill you? Then you'll have to wait until you catch me. In Hidan's view, someone without the master undead spell could kill him in a flip. The only way to catch him is to capture him and then destroy his body. Especially his head, because this undeath spell is a person's soul. Imprisoned in the brain, as long as the brain is not destroyed, it will not die. Whoosh, whoosh. Hidan, who was speaking, approached Shiyu in a few leaps. Next second, I saw him leap into the air, and the bloody March scythe in his hand suddenly swung out. He can use the particularity of the weapon to carry out mid to long range attacks, and there is absolutely no need to get close. After all, Tokiyu and Hidan's shadow imitation technique made him very jealous, and if he got close, he would be easily attacked. After suffering a few losses, he has learned to be smart. Not only that, there are 7 companions beside Shiyu. Especially Kakashi, Asuma and Yamato 3, they are all elite jonin who should not be underestimated. Shiyu didn't care at all about Hidan's attack. Kill you, why capture? Shiyu's eyes narrowed between the words, obviously he already had an idea in his heart. Although he previously said that if you want to kill Hidan, in addition to the master undeath spell it is cremation and corrosion. 2 ways. But these 2 methods are obviously more time-consuming. Moreover, the premise is undoubtedly to capture Hidan. Shiyu told Kakashi that although their 2 methods have this premise, everyone can do it. As for what he couldn't do, he naturally didn't tell me. Just like the bloodstain elimination that he is going to perform now. Please download the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 436 Jinten Particle Style, Split Detachment of the Primitive World Technique. Keke Mora. Kill you, why capture? For Shiyu's words, everyone who heard the words was stunned. Because before Shiyu Mingming told Hidan, the body of immortality. The secret, in the absence of master undead spell. The only way to kill it is to capture it alive. However, Shikamaru and the others are also stupid. And since Shiyu said that, then he must be the master who has other methods. A method that ordinary people can't learn. And the fact is, Shiyu does have a way to kill Hidan directly. This method is bloodstain elimination. Kakashi and Shikamaru must believe in Tokiyu, but Hidan and Kaku are not very convinced. Especially Hidan, who is the client. No one knows the undead curse better than him, and the only methods he knows are to unlock the spell, or use a cruel method to destroy the body of the practitioner. Of course, sealing is also a good method. However, this method cannot kill him. Therefore, Shiyu can only use the second method. And if you want to use destruction of the body, this kind of method, if you don't capture it, it is very difficult to do. This is one of the reasons why Hidan has survived to this day. Of propagating the evil gods to others at every turn, and holding ceremonies if he is not happy, I don't know how many times he would die. After all, his own strength is only the level of the elite jonin. That has been hit with the undead spell, the speed has been significantly improved. He was decapitated by Asuma at the beginning was because of the wind attribute change. Just when everyone was wondering what method Shiyu had, they saw Shiyu's hands clasped in front of his chest. When he separated slightly, a colored circular light group appeared in his eyes. I don't know what that white light is, but it is undoubtedly Master Tokiyu's ultimate move. At the same time, Hidan's waving bloody 3. Moon Scythe, it's already the facade of Shiyu's arrival, and the situation is not optimistic. If Shiyu didn't dodge again, his head would definitely bloom. Kakashi, Yamato and the others, because although they believed in Tokyu's strength, their hearts could not help but hang at the moment. At this time, Kakashi has already made complete preparations, and if Tokyu is too late to release his ultimate move, then he will use Kamui. Just when his emotions were mobilized to a high level, a low shout came from Shiyu's mouth. Open black lens bracket Jinten particle style, split detachment of the primitive world technique close black lens bracket. This kind of wind, fire, earth, ninjutsu is a fusion of 3 chakra attributes, named open black lens bracket Jinten particle style close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Jinten particle style, split detachment of the primitive world technique close black lens bracket. Form a deformable translucent enchantment in the hand and launch it to the opponent, which can separate the opponent into an atomic state and destroy it, and can produce a large-scale explosion. Moreover, the caster can change the shape of the enchantment according to their own preferences. The ninjutsu that combines the 2 types of chakra attributes is called open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei close black lens bracket, and the 3 types are called open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei close black lens bracket. As for the 4, 5, and 6, they never appear, but they must exist. Because, the 7 chakra attributes can be fused. Open black lens bracket Kekkei Mora close black lens bracket, which is a combination of fire, wind, earth, water, thunder, yin, and yang chakra nature transformation. So far, it is known that 6 EPUB sage Otsutsuki Hamura, and his younger brother Otsutsuki Hagoromo, have realized this level by their own strength. As for open black lens bracket Otsutsuki Kagaya close black lens bracket, she was born with open black lens bracket Kekkei Mora close black lens bracket constitution. As Shiyu's voice fell, the circular white light in his hand suddenly burst into a dazzling white light. The moment when the pale white light Jinchuriki column shot out, a shocking scene appeared. I saw the bloody March scythe that was about to fall on Shiyu's forehead. When it touched the circular white light Jinchuriki column, it melted at a destructive speed. Be precise, it turns into nothingness. Chapter 437_Ashes. 3 generations of Tsuchikage. With the dissolution of the bloody March scythe, the pale white light Jinchuriki column did not dissipate. Power is still there, and the speed seems to be a little faster. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Hidan, who was in midair, was already shrouded in it. There are no surprises. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Hidan's body, like his previous weapon, was rapidly turning into atoms invisible to the naked eye. At this moment, everyone's faces were full of astonishment. Needless to say, no one thought that Shiyu would master such a powerful ninjutsu. The moment he watched his body vanish into ashes, Hidan's eyes were filled with unbelievable color. How could this be? As Hidan's words fell, his body completely disappeared from everyone's sight, as if he had never appeared. No doubt that Hidan is dead. The body is destroyed. The imprisoned soul can be unsealed, and the effect of the immortal curse will no longer exist. Until his death, Hidan never thought that he would be buried in the hands of a genin, and the other party was only 15 or 16 years old. In addition to surprise, the last sentence was full of unwillingness. But what can I do? The fact that he was killed is a foregone conclusion. With the death of Hidan, the atmosphere in the field is still silent. Obviously, everyone has not recovered from this shock. Originally, Kakashi and others thought that killing Hidan would be no easy task, but who would have thought that in Tokyu's hands, it would become so easy. Zhao, that's how he thought about it, so he didn't worry about it just now. But who would have thought that this move would appear now? Just one move, Hidan was beaten to ashes, corpse. But the most shocking thing at this time was not the 4 of Asuma, Gangzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumo, nor Kakashi, Naruto and Yamato Trio 3. It's Zhao. All others don't know what trick Shiyu used just now, but he knows it well. Having lived for 90 years, his experience is naturally much higher than that of Kakashi and others. A person of the same era as 3rd generation Tsuchikagenoki, and it is reasonable to have seen this trick. This is also why he had a strange look on his face when he saw the pale white light group in Shiyu's hand before. Originally he just thought it was the same starting style. After all, that move belongs to the legendary Kekkei Genkei. This kind of ninjutsu is stronger than Kekkei Genkei. Looking at the entire ninja world, masters are absolutely rare. There is only one, third-generation Tsuchikage. But the result was a slap in the face. Tokiyu really mastered this kind of ninjutsu. And it is also open black lens bracket Jinten particle style close black lens bracket, which cannot make him stunned. When they were still immersed in shock, Kakashi and others finally recovered from it. After all, they don't know about Jinten particle style yet. They only know that split detachment of the primitive world technique is an extremely powerful ninjutsu, but they don't know that this is something that ordinary people can't achieve, blood continuing elimination. Kakashi-sensei, that guy Hidan should be dead by now. Naruto confirmed to Kakashi beside him, but his eyes never took his eyes off Tokiyu who was in front of him. If there is no accident, it should be dead. Asuma nodded in agreement with Kakashi's answer. That's right, that guy's breath is gone. After being confirmed by Kakashi and Asuma, Naruto shouted in surprise. Great. Naruto wasn't the only one who was happy at this moment. Shikamaru and the others also had a look of joy on their faces. Nonetheless, they are not as relaxed as Naruto, and there is still a bit of vigilance in their eyes. Because, there is still one enemy that has not been solved. Chapter 348 The fourth Kekkei Genkei. Blood is eliminated. After Naruto exclaimed, he also stepped forward. Shiyu, your move just now was so handsome. I think so too. Shiyu responded narcissistically, because he thought so too. When he first watched the animation, he was deeply shocked by this move. Also therefore, when his talent was strong enough, he spent a lot of time studying this trick. Due to the pervert level of this move, Shiyu is generally not easy to use. Other words, the rubbish he encountered before is not worthy of his use of this trick. If it weren't for this Jinten particle style that could perfectly restrain Hidan's undeath spell, Kakashi and others would not have the chance to see this trick today. Trick. Shiyu, what was that move called just now? Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi and Shikamaru who walked behind Tokiyu couldn't help but prick up their ears. Obviously, they are also very curious about Jinten particle style. However, before Shiyu could respond, he stood at the corner opposite them. They were the first to speak. If I'm not mistaken, that move should be Jinten particle style. Jiao. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions were stunned. Even Shiyu was no exception. He didn't think of the corners. Everyone knew this ninjutsu. But when he thought about it, Shiyu was relieved. Jiao, having lived for more than 90 years, he is naturally more informed than Kakashi and others. Moreover, the latter has mastered secret techniques such as earth resentment. Therefore, he often gets to know some ninjas with powerful escape technique. His purpose is very simple, to plunder the opponent so that he may be able to master ninjutsu after killing the opponent. As for the owner of open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei close black lens bracket, it can't be done. Because this kind of ninjutsu is not real. After comprehending it by yourself, let the chakra be fused after that nature transformation. Ninjutsu type and Kekkei Genkei, of demonic illusion type, are all the same, except Hitamitsu type. After all, it is ready-made. Kakashi, Danzo in open black lens bracket blue close black lens bracket of open black lens bracket Kurigakure village close black lens bracket are the best examples. Neither of them open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Byakugan close black lens bracket are their own. Because of this, they cannot fully utilize their abilities. Because, there is no blood in their body to control this power. That's why horns can use someone else's heart. The chakra that was made, but there is no reason for open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei close black lens bracket. This is also the reason why he looked envious after seeing Shiyu showing several kinds of open black lens bracket Kekkei Jinkei close black lens bracket. But what he never expected was that Shiyu would not only be able to Kekkei Jinkei, but also master a stronger level, blood continuation elimination. The words, Naruto, Shikamaru, Gangzitai and Kamizuki Izumo had a look of confusion on their faces. Obviously, they don't know what open black lens bracket Jinten particle style close black lens bracket is because this escape technique is not among the 5 basic attributes, so they subconsciously attribute it to open black lens bracket Kekkei Jinkei close black lens bracket. Especially Shikamaru and the others, the expressions on their faces were particularly astonished. If this open black lens bracket Jinten particle style close black lens bracket is really a kind of open black lens bracket Kekkei Jinkei close black lens bracket, then Tokiyu alone has 4 kinds of masters. This, Shikamaru asked involuntarily. Shiyu, is this Jinten particle style also a kind of blood limit? Yes and no. This time the answer is still not Tokiyu, but Kakashi standing beside Tokiyu. Naruto, Shikamaru and others don't know what Jinten particle style is, but as an elite Jonin, it's impossible for him not to know. Although he has never seen it, he has heard of it. Besides him, Asuma and Yamato have also heard about it. This is why when they both said the word Jinten particle style, in the corner just now, the three of them there was an unbelievable look on his face. Open black lens bracket Jinten particle style close black lens bracket, that is the ninjutsu that surpasses open black lens bracket Kekkei Jinkei close black lens bracket. Looking at the current ninja world, the ninjas of Master Blood G elimination are the only one they know. However, I am afraid to add another one today. This moment. The eyes of the 3 of them stared at Shiyu in front of them, and there was a deep inconceivable in their eyes. Chapter 439 What's on top of blood succession elimination? Yes, but not all. Hearing Kakashi's answer, Shikamaru and Naruto were a little stunned. Shikamaru, who is extremely intelligent, seems to have thought of something, and continues to ask. Teacher Asuma, is this open black lens bracket Jinten particle style split detachment of the primitive world technique close black lens bracket and unfinished open black lens bracket Kekkei Jinkei close black lens bracket? Because Shikamaru didn't know the existence of open black lens bracket Kekkei Jinkei close black lens bracket, he subconsciously believed that open black lens bracket Jinten particle style close black lens bracket is a technique between ordinary ninjutsu and open black lens bracket Kekkei Jinkei close black lens bracket. No, Jinten particle style is a ninjutsu that surpasses Kekkei Jinkei. When Asuma said this, everyone was shocked except for Kakashi and Yamato 3 who knew what happened to Akatsuki. Especially Naruto and Shikamaru. They have only been ninjas for 3 years. Therefore, the things that are known are naturally less. Relatively speaking, Gangzitai and Kamizuki Izumo, who have been ninjas for more than 10 years, seem to have thought of something. The 2 looked at each other for a while, and then uttered a word in unison. Could it be the legendary blood follower elimination? The words of the 2 were full of astonishment, which surprised them even more than when Hidan was killed by Tokiyu. Seen at the weight of the 4 words blood following elimination. Open black lens bracket blood follower elimination close black lens bracket. Naruto and Shikamaru murmured at the same time, with expressions of doubt on their faces. Among the people present, only the 2 of them had never heard the word. After all, there is only one master of ninjutsu in today's ninja world. Open black lens bracket bloodstains boundary close black lens bracket. Although it is rare, it is not impossible to see them. It is said that they are seen during the mission. There are only a few of them. Open black lens bracket Konoha close black lens bracket. Sasuke and Kakashi's blood eyes, Hyuga clan's Byakugan, Moonlight Hayate's through escape, etc. Therefore, they are already familiar with this concept. However, it is the first time they have heard of blood G elimination, because they have never seen the owner of blood G elimination. Not only them, but also Kakashi et al. If they hadn't been ninjas for many years and had a lot of knowledge, it would be impossible to know what blood succession elimination is. After some doubts, Naruto asked quickly. Kakashi-sensei, what is open black lens bracket blood G elimination close black lens bracket? Also, does it have anything to do with bloodstain boundary? Although Naruto was a little stunned, he was not stupid. Continuation elimination sounds similar to blood stain limit, and Asuma just said that Jinten particle style is a kind of ninjutsu that surpasses blood stain limit. For Naruto's doubts, Kakashi also briefly explained. Kekkei Genkei, you should know that it is the result of the fusion of the nature transformation of two chakra attributes. As for open black lens bracket blood succession elimination close black lens bracket, its formation is more difficult than open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei close black lens bracket. Because it needs to combine the three kinds of chakra attributes, nature transformation, the ninjutsu created by the latter is stronger than Kekkei Genkei. And Jinten particle style is a brand new escape technique created by the fusion of wind, earth, and fire, three chakra attributes, and it is also the only kind of blood elimination that exists in the ninja world so far. Hearing Kakashi's words, Shikamaru and Naruto were completely stunned. Open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei close black lens bracket is enough for pervert. They didn't expect that there is a stronger open black lens bracket blood continuation elimination close black lens bracket on top of this. They couldn't help but think of a possibility. Since the fusion of the two chakra attributes is open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei close black lens bracket, the three fusions are open black lens bracket blood succession elimination close black lens bracket. So 4 or 5. Chapter 440 Iwagakure Village. 2 generations of genius Tsuchikage. The fusion of the two chakra attributes is open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei close black lens bracket, and the three fusions are open black lens bracket blood succession elimination close black lens bracket. What are the 4 kinds and what are the 5 kinds? They are full of curiosity about this. After thinking about this, Naruto, who was very curious, continued to ask. Kakashi-sensei, what is the fusion of the 4 and 5 chakra attributes? Kakashi, who heard the words, was also stunned, obviously not expecting Naruto to ask such a question. However, he still answered simply. I don't know. This time it was Naruto and Shikamaru's turn to be puzzled. They didn't think that Kakashi didn't even know. Also therefore, Shikamaru couldn't help looking at Asuma, but the answer he got was the same. I don't know either. Seeing Naruto and Shikamaru looking like this, Yamato also explained. Naruto, Shikamaru. Actually, it's not that Kakashi and Asuma seniors don't know it, but that there is no ninjutsu that combines the 4 chakra attributes in today's world. It doesn't exist. Naruto and Shikamaru, who heard the words, were shocked, and obviously didn't think it was because of this. Yamato nodded, and continued. Senior Kakashi also said before that there is only one type of blood continuation elimination, that is formed by the fusion of 3 chakra attributes in today's ninja world. It's the Jinten particle style that Tokyu just cast. No one can do the fusion of the 3 chakra attributes, let alone surpass them. Hearing Yamato's words, Naruto and Shikamaru also nodded. But for some reason, everyone looked at Shiyu with the same meaning. In their view. Others can't, but Shiyu might be able to. Especially Kakashi, Naruto and Yamato 3, because they know how evil Tokiha really is. One can create by its own strength. Belong to the sage mode of human beings, the degree of pervert can be imagined. Just when they thought about it, Shikamaru's voice rang out. Asuma teacher. You just said that there is only one master in the ninja world today, blood G elimination, and it is also Jinten particle style. I don't know who this person is. When Shikamaru said this, Naruto, Genzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumo were all very curious. Because except for the 3 of them, everyone else knew about it. It's normal that you don't know. because this person is not from Konoha but from Iwagakure village, one of the 5 major countries. He is the current open black lens bracket Iwagakure village 3 generations of Tsuchikage close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 3 generations of Tsuchikage close black lens bracket. Shikamaru couldn't help but murmured, apparently not thinking that this strong man was from open black lens bracket Iwagakure village close black lens bracket. Asuma-sensei, then this Jinten particle style should be created by 3 generations of Hokage. It should be. Words. Asuma froze for a while, and then gave an uncertain answer. Although he knows that the master of 3rd generation Tsuchikage has Jinten particle style, he has never heard of whether this ninjutsu was created by the latter. The best ninjutsu is Hiraishin's art, but it is 2nd generation Hokage who created this art. And it was not the 3rd generation Tsuchikagenoki that created Jinten particle style, but the 2nd generation Tsuchikage Onoki. Open black lens bracket Onoki close black lens bracket is a disciple of open black lens bracket Wu close black lens bracket, and most of the body itself is from the latter. In addition to open black lens bracket Jinten particle style close black lens bracket, there are some powerful open black lens bracket Doden earth style close black lens bracket. For example, open black lens bracket Doden earth style lightweight rock technique close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Doden earth style super lightweight rock technique close black lens bracket, but open black lens bracket Onoki close black lens bracket's own talent is also good. Otherwise, you will not be able to learn open black lens bracket Jinten particle style close black lens bracket. Only then can the follow-up open black lens bracket Doden earth style super weighted boulder jutsu close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Jinten particle style detachment of the primitive world technique close black lens bracket. Hokage hundreds of millions of rewards. Chapter 441 to 460. Chapter 441 Atomic State. 5 Shadow Talks. Open black lens bracket Doden earth style super weighted boulder jutsu close black lens bracket. Needless to say, this technique is the opposite of open black lens bracket Doden earth style super lightweight rock technique close black lens bracket. As for open black lens bracket Jinten particle style detachment of the primitive world technique close black lens bracket, it is an upgraded version of open black lens bracket Jinten particle style split detachment of the primitive world technique close black lens bracket. When used, not only does the range of the spell expand, but its power also increases. Moreover, there is also a persistent effect. Ability and open black lens bracket split detachment of the primitive world technique close black lens bracket at a glance. Touching any object will cause any object to be decomposed into a molecular state. Because, molecules. It is a particle that cannot be seen by the naked eye. Therefore, in the eyes of others, people who have performed this technique seem to have turned into nothingness and vanished into ashes. But in fact, this is not the final version of open black lens bracket Jinten particle style close black lens bracket. Because, molecular state. Not a limit, it can also be divided into atomic states. 2nd generation Tsuchikage no only created and perfected this technique, but did not develop it to ultimate. As for open black lens bracket 3 generations Tsuchikagenoki close black lens bracket. Although he tried in this direction, but the result was still unsuccessful. Although he upgraded open black lens bracket Jinten particle style close black lens bracket, the upgrade is only its function, not its essence. And he wanta, but he doesn't have enough talent. Speaking of 2nd generation Tsuchikage no, he also has a ninjutsu that Onoki hasn't learned, or that he hasn't had time to learn a super practical ninjutsu technique. That is the splitting technique. This technique divides the body into 2 parts, and also divides the chakrapan in the body into 2 parts. Seems to be very similar to shadow clone technique, but there is an essential difference. That is, the split clones are all entities. Exclamation mark. This technique can play a significant role in combat and escape, especially the latter. Although this technique is against the sky, it also has a drawback. Due to the fact that his own chakra is shared, the guide has declined, so that Wu cannot use powerful ninjutsu in a split state. Open black lens bracket none close black lens bracket with infinite chakra after open black lens bracket impure world reincarnation close black lens bracket cannot use open black lens bracket Jinten, particle style close black lens bracket during the Fourth War of Ninja World. Using the shadow clone technique, although the pull is evenly divided, as long as the Tao is replenished, you can still use a powerful technique. The upper limit of chakra he can have is the same as his body. But the physical clone, that uses splitting technique. But it is different, he divided everything in the body into two. Moreover, it can only be used once. The reason is very simple, the cells in a human body are limited, and it is the limit to be able to separate half. If there was no ninjutsu blessing, he would have died long ago. Of course, as long as the body returns to normal after a long period of cultivation, it can be used again. However, say it again. This second-generation Tsuchikage no is indeed a bit capable, but he is the man who fought with Uchiha Madara. Open black lens bracket 5 kingdoms close black lens bracket in the early days of the founding of the country. Open black lens bracket no close black lens bracket once led his disciple open black lens bracket Onoki close black lens bracket to go to Konoha for diplomacy. As a result, he met Uchiha Madara, and Madara rejected the alliance between open black lens bracket Iwagakure close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Konoha close black lens bracket. Moreover, both Wu and Onoki were seriously injured. If it wasn't for the mercy of open black lens bracket Uchiha Madara close black lens bracket, I'm afraid they would have a chance to become the later open black lens bracket second generation Tsuchikage close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket third generation Tsuchikage close black lens bracket. This is the first time for open black lens bracket no close black lens bracket to go to open black lens bracket Konoha close black lens bracket, but did not see open black lens bracket original Hokage Senju Hashirama close black lens bracket. Later, in order to solve the problem of tailed beasts, open black lens bracket Senju Hashirama close black lens bracket invited open black lens bracket Tsuchikage Ishikawa, the first generation of Iwagakure village of the land of earth close black lens bracket and the four shadows of the other four countries. First Five Shadows Conference, unprecedented in history. History called Five Shadow Talks. During the period, open black lens bracket second Tsuchikage no close black lens bracket served as the guard of open black lens bracket first Tsuchikage Ishikawa close black lens bracket. This is the second time for the former to go to open black lens bracket Konoha close black lens bracket. In the meeting, open black lens bracket first Hokage Senju Hashirama close black lens bracket following the suggestion of his younger brother open black lens bracket Senju Tobarama close black lens bracket to exchange money for the tail beast. The 9 tailed beasts were evenly distributed to the 5 countries. Also therefore, 5 kingdoms the first peace agreement in the ninja world was concluded, and comprehensive peace was achieved on this land for the first time. But this peace has a time limit, and that is Hashirama's lifespan. Once Hashirama dies, all countries will have no scruples, which is also the root of the First Ninja War. Chapter 442 The second man admired by the ninja world. Soon after the First Ninja War broke out, open black lens bracket first generation Tsuchikage Shihei close black lens bracket passed away, and open black lens bracket Wu close black lens bracket succeeded open black lens bracket second generation Tsuchikage close black lens bracket. The era of the second generation Tsuchikage. Open black lens bracket Iwagakure village close black lens bracket relying on getting open black lens bracket 4 tails close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket 5 tails close black lens bracket, the defense of the village was consolidated. On the other hand, in order to expand the territory of the village, they also raised the idea of competing for the tailed beasts of other villages. Because of the death of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the peace agreement signed between the 5 kingdoms began to gradually disintegrate. The first-generation shadows of the remaining 4 kingdoms were replaced one after another because of death in battle, old age, or other reasons, and became the second-generation shadows. The news of the death of Senju Hashirama, the 4 shadows of the countries all turned their attention to Konoha. They took advantage of the fact that the Konoha was headless, and they scrambled to organize a large number of ninjas to invade Konoha, intending to take down the once most powerful ninja village in one fell swoop. However, they all ended up being defeated by the second-generation Hokage, also known as Senju Tobarama. In response, the disadvantaged Shikoku fled back to their respective ninja villages. After that, the endless battle in the ninja world gradually disappeared. The first time was because of open black lens bracket Senju Hashirama close black lens bracket, and the second time was because of open black lens bracket Senju Tobarama close black lens bracket. The latter's strength may not be as good as the latter, but open black lens bracket Senju Tobarama close black lens bracket S leadership and political skills are far superior to his brothers. Also therefore, they know that open black lens bracket Senju Tobarama close black lens bracket is not a fuel-efficient lamp. They will dispel the idea of aggression. This is open black lens bracket Senju Tobarama close black lens bracket with strength, force. Ushered in a 20-year period of peaceful development for the ninja world again, and it can be said that he is the second man to wear after his brother Senju Hashirama. And the 4 shadows of each country absorb the teachings of failure. Draw a scoop according to the gourd. The political skills of second-generation Hokage Senju Tobarama, they established ninja schools in their respective ninja villages. End system. In open black lens bracket none close black lens bracket open black lens bracket second-generation Tsuchikage. He imitated open black lens bracket Senju Tobarama close black lens bracket to establish open black lens bracket Iwagakure Ninja School close black lens bracket in order to inherit Will of Stone. Made a huge contribution to the development of Iwagakure village. In this way, the Will of Stone passed to all members of open black lens bracket Iwagakure village close black lens bracket, deeply influenced the whole Iwagakure. The growth and development of future generations. However, 20 years later, the Shikoku started a war again after strengthening their national strength. This time, the war turned into a local battle. After strengthening the national strength, the Kumogakure village, the country of thunder, desperately invested more than 1,000 ninjas to attack Konoha and Kurigakure with Iwagakure, originally intended to take advantage of Kumogakure attack Konoha. Robbed at times, but the two sides were robbed of Konoha. A dispute arose over the fighting items, and a big fight broke out. On the battlefield, second-generation Tsuchikage no and second-generation Mizukage Ghost Lantern Moon, 2 people with shadow. The name of the 2 perished together in this war, and the 2 agreed that each other was their best opponent. Although they all have regrets, they can only scribble the curtain. No, after death. Its disciple open black lens bracket Onoki close black lens bracket inherited the Tsuchikage. The name became the third-generation Tsuchikage of Iwagakure village of the land of earth. Although he is now in his 70s, nearly 80. But still serving as Tsuchikage. Name shows its good strength and super prestige. It is reasonable for people like Kakashi and Asuma to think that open black lens bracket Jinten particle style close black lens bracket was created by open black lens bracket second generation Tsuchikage no close black lens bracket, because they are not people of that era. They didn't know, but there were 2 people present who knew very well. One is Shiyu, the other is the 90-year-old Koke. Feilu reminds you, there are 3 things to study when reading. Chapter 443 Kakuzu's Plan. The granddaughter of 3 generations of Tsuchikage. After Kakashi and the others talked, Naruto suddenly asked a question that everyone was very curious about. I saw Naruto's eyes locked on Shiyu for a while, and asked without thinking. Shiyu, your open black lens bracket Jinten particle style close black lens bracket is learned from open black lens bracket 3rd generation Tsuchikage close black lens bracket. At this moment, not only Kakashi and others are very curious, but even the opposite corner is also like this. Reason why he didn't do it for a long time was because he wanted to get to know Tokyo better through the conversations of Kakashi and others. No way. Shiyu's displayed strength had already put a lot of pressure on him, forcing him to be cautious. Now that Hidan has been killed, he must be more vigilant. Otherwise, he estimated that he would have to explain it here today. Not only that, but there was even a thought in his mind, that is, retreat. However, this is his last plan. After all, after he learned the secret art of resentment, he never retreated because of cowardice. But today is different from the past. Shiyu's evildoer made him have to weigh it. As the saying goes, leave the green hills, don't be afraid of burning, don't worry about burning wood. The ninjutsu and blood stain limit that Tokyo showed earlier are still within his acceptable range, but the threat of Jinten particle style is too great. Even an undead body, like Hidan's. They were all killed by one move, even if the latter was unknowingly. But Shiyu master open black lens bracket Jinten particle style close black lens bracket is an indisputable fact. Zhao, it's all conceded, but he's not stupid. Once he is affected by open black lens bracket Jinten particle style close black lens bracket, it will be ashes as Hidan, and it will melt into all things in nature. So if he finds out that something is wrong later, it is estimated that he will flee immediately. As for why he didn't leave now, it was because he wanted to make sure that Shiyu still had the energy to perform such a powerful ninjutsu. If not, he at least still had the power of a fight. Also, he also wanted to know how Shiyu learned how open black lens bracket Jinten particle style close black lens bracket is a master like open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei close black lens bracket and what secrets are there in it. If he can know some information, from if the latter gets something, then his strength will definitely be able to go further. Curiosity can drive a person to death, and the treasures that defy the sky are even more enticing. This is the reason why none of them ran away directly. To Naruto's question, Tokiyu's answer was half-truth. It can only be said that it was inspired by a person. One person inspired. Shikamaru muttered, and couldn't help but ask, have you ever seen 3 generations of Tsuchikage? No. Shiyu's denial made everyone extremely suspicious. Today, there is only one Tsuchikagenoki in the Jinten particle style in the ninja world. Shiyu was not inspired by him to learn this technique, so who could it be? Close black lens bracket. Just when everyone was puzzled by this, Shiyu's voice sounded again. Although I didn't see Tsuchikage 3 generations, I saw his granddaughter. When Shiyu said this, everyone was surprised. The granddaughter of open black lens bracket 3 Tsuchikage close black lens bracket, named open black lens bracket Kuretsuchi close black lens bracket. She is the elite Jonin of open black lens bracket Iwagakure village close black lens bracket, and she is a beautiful ninja who combines strength and beauty. Especially the pair of long legs, amazing. Moreover, she still has a kind of blood stain limit as a master. After the Fourth World War of the ninja world, she succeeded her grandfather open black lens bracket Onoki close black lens bracket as open black lens bracket 4th generation Tsuchikage close black lens bracket, with leg shadow. Called father is open black lens bracket Lois close black lens bracket, and the brothers are open black lens bracket Terracotta close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Deidara close black lens bracket. No one thought that Shiyu would be in such a situation, but they just don't know whether it was a chance encounter or a fateful encounter. The answer is to wait for Shiyu to reveal Akatsuki for them. Chapter 444 Jonin's promotion method. No multiple choice questions. Although I didn't see Tsuchikage 3 generations, I saw his granddaughter. Hearing Shiyu's words, a beautiful image appeared in Kakashi's mind. Shiyu, what you said is open black lens bracket Kuritsuchi close black lens bracket. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, you know her too. Kakashi nodded, then said, I saw her once when I was on a mission to Iwagakure village, and she seemed to have just become a genin at that time. Because she is the granddaughter of third-generation Tsuchikage, I paid more attention. Kakashi is worthy of being an elite jonin. No matter his strength or ability in all aspects, he is extremely excellent. Throughout Konoha, Jonin with the strongest comprehensive ability is Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. When I met him a year ago, the latter was already jonin. Kakashi, who heard this, was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect open black lens bracket Kuritsuchi close black lens bracket to be so good. It has only been 6 years since he met open black lens bracket Kuritsuchi close black lens bracket, but the latter was able to be promoted to jonin in this short 6 years. This kind of talent is really rare. After all, today is not the war years they live in. Must complete 6 years of studies at the ninja school before graduation is allowed, and only after passing the assessment at the age of 12 can you be officially awarded the title of genin, and awarded the ninja protector. To become open black lens bracket chunin close black lens bracket, but if you want to become open black lens bracket jonin close black lens bracket, the difference between them is not 1.5 stars. In addition to its own strength is strong enough, accumulated enough merits. In other words, there are many tasks to perform. When your contribution to the village reaches 1 value, you can be shadowed by the village. Awarded the title of open black lens bracket jonin close black lens bracket. These are all ninja villages. Open black lens bracket second generation Hokage close black lens bracket. It can be seen from this point that open black lens bracket Senju Tobarama close black lens bracket can become the second man admired by the ninja world for no reason. Although this open black lens bracket Kurathashi close black lens bracket is only 2 years older than Shiyu and his group of students, it is enough to show her extraordinary strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible to become a jonin in just 6 short years. That's how Neji became a jonin. Yes. As for the others, their strength is still slightly lacking. And Shiyu, there is only one reason. That's lazy! Jonin has not only many tasks to perform, but also more difficult level at every turn. Although it's nothing to Shiyu, it's just a waste of time. Genin is at ease, every time the characters are basically playing in the mountains and waters. So that in the past 2 years, Shiyu has been to many places, and naturally he has learned some unknown secrets. For example Cthulhu sect, underground exchange, etc. As for what he said about waiting for Naruto and Sasuke to be assessed together, it was nothing more than an excuse he used to promote jonin. After all, jonin has to help the village deal with some trivial things in addition to performing the tasks of level. It may be time to send you a few newly graduated brats to guide you, which is undoubtedly the most troublesome thing. Now Shiyu doesn't have this spare time, and his little brothers haven't done it yet. Also, Konohamaru, this little devil, still has to entangle him from time to time. Besides, he still has to work hard to pick those mature flowers. Not to mention that there are several of them in Konoha village, and he doesn't want to let them go outside. Now that this idea has been moved, it is natural to do all of them. If you want to do it, you can't just do one. Only elementary school students can choose, and Shiyu naturally wants all of them. You need to study 3 things. Chapter 445 Mokuden, Wood Style. Yoden, Lava Style. Immortals Exiled. When I met him a year ago, the latter was already jonin. Words, Kakashi also praised. As expected of the granddaughter of third-generation Tsuchikage. Oh, yes. Shiyu, you just said that you learned Jinten particle style because you were inspired by that open black lens bracket Kuritsuchi close black lens bracket. Also nodded to Kakashi's question. While we were chatting, she mentioned that her grandfather would know Jinten particle style, and that, That's how I learned about blood G elimination. After returning from that mission, I tried to combine the 3 attributes of wind, earth, and fire chakra. I didn't expect that it would become a practice. When Shiyu said this, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. This is what it means to speak human language, so just practice and practice. If you are not born with Kekkei Genkei, or blood successor elimination, you can only comprehend it by yourself. Therefore, the premise of combining 2 or more chakra attributes is to have sufficient control over their nature transformation. Master their nature transformation to ultimate, but they must also be consummate. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for you to create open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei close black lens bracket. Of course, this is only a must-have advance. In the end everything is due to your talent and luck. Some people are able to create a Kekkei Genkei that does have a bit of luck, that he hits that balance by chance, or because of something. Therefore, the sex of the 2 attributes of chakra is perfectly mixed together to create my own Kekkei Genkei. And this is also one of the shocks of Kakashi and others. Because of the fusion of 2 or more types of chakras, the Kekkei Genkei created by the fusion is not fixed, but there may be different ninjutsu. Just like the first generation Mokudan wood style of Hokage Senju Hashirama and Yoden lava style of 5 generations Mizukage Terumi Mei, both of these Kekkei Genkei have water and earth. A fusion of these 2 chakras. Open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei close black lens bracket as such. Open black lens bracket blood continuing elimination close black lens bracket is no exception. But Shiyu can copy the previously unseen open black lens bracket Jinten particle style close black lens bracket with just a brief introduction of open black lens bracket Kuretsuchi close black lens bracket. This feat is undoubtedly a shocking miracle. Such talent, it is hard not to be shocked. Naruto, Kakashi, Yamato 3 are not bad, because they know Toki has pervert. No matter what kind of incredible things Shiyu did, they would gladly accept them after being shocked. 3 of them can, but Shikamaru, Asuma and others can't. Even the corners standing opposite them. It is the same, obviously this time Yu's talent has exceeded his expectations. Spending decades, a kind of open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei close black lens bracket is not found. But Shiyu used 3 Kekkei Genkei all at once, but there is still a master who surpassed it blood continent elimination. This is not the key. The key is that Shiyu's learning of such a strong ninjutsu seems to be easy in Shiyu's eyes, and he wants to learn it. He did things that others could not do in their entire lives. At this moment, he finally understood one sentence: people are more mad than people. No comparison, there is no harm. At this time, he deeply understands this sentence, which makes the pride in his heart wilt all of a sudden. Indeed, Kakashi had a similar idea back then. They have seen too many geniuses, even those who are better than them are within the acceptable range. But the Shiyu in front of them is completely beyond this category. It seems that the person standing in front of them is not a person, but an immortal. Exclamation mark. To see the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 446 The Otsutsuki Clan. The Power of Blood. As if standing in front of them is not a person, but a fairy. Exclamation mark. That's why Kakashi thinks more and more that Tokiyu might be the reincarnation of 6 Paths Immortal. There is a reason for the creation of an idea. There will be no rumors, and rumors will not come true. At this moment, Shikamaru, Asuma and the others looked at Shiyu as if they were looking at a monster. Through previous battles, they knew that Shiyu's talent was very pervert. But I didn't expect that pervert would have reached such a level that even the legendary, blood-continuing elimination, that only a few people can master can't beat him. These things alone made them so shocked. If they knew that Shiyu had created a unique, sage mode, that belongs to human beings in 7 days, I don't know what kind of expression they would show. Moreover, Tokiyu and the others only showed ninjutsu Kekkei Genkei in front of them. Hitamitsu type and demonic illusion type are still used. Even Kakashi, Naruto, Yamato 3, they only know that Tokiha has Sharingan. Demonic illusion type Kekkei Genkai, and Byakugan they don't know yet. At the same time, there are many kinds of ninjutsu Kekkei Genkai that everyone can accept. After all, this kind of ninjutsu can be done as long as your talent is enough to be evil. But open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkai close black lens bracket that is, blood inheritance. Exclamation mark. If it is not born with the opening of the Fujitsu bloodline, in the body, it will only be transplanted the day after tomorrow. Just like Kakashi and Danzo. Although there are two kinds, the two are easy to distinguish. The former eyes can be in, normal, and, pupil status. Switch between them, but the latter doesn't work. There are also saying that open black lens bracket Rinnegan close black lens bracket cannot be closed, which is one of the sayings. Open black lens bracket Rinnegan close black lens bracket is open black lens bracket Otsutsuki a power. It is born out of open black lens bracket reincarnation blood wheel I close black lens bracket. In other words, if you want to awaken this power, you must have the bloodline of the open black lens bracket Otsutsuki clan close black lens bracket. Therefore, if you want to make open black lens bracket Rinnegan close black lens bracket normal, you must master the power of the master open black lens bracket Otsutsuki clan close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Uzumaki Nagato close black lens bracket Y can't close open black lens bracket Rinnegan close black lens bracket, because his eyes are transplanted. Therefore, it cannot be switched back to normal, and its power cannot be exerted to the ultimate, and even the body cannot bear the load of open black lens bracket Rinnegan close black lens bracket. If he hadn't belonged to the Uzumaki clan, and possessed the thin, Asura bloodline, he would not be able to control this pupil technique at all. Secondly, Uchiha Madara is gradually transformed to Rinnegan after being impure world reincarnation. If open black lens bracket Rinnegan close black lens bracket can't be switched, then open black lens bracket Uchiha Madara close black lens bracket should be open black lens bracket Rinnegan close black lens bracket form after being open black lens bracket impure world reincarnation close black lens bracket, not normal eyes. In the end, it was Sasuke. Logically, he has Asura bloodline and half of the power of 6 paths immortal, so he should be able to switch Rinnegan freely. But he couldn't do it. This is why the answer is actually very simple. 6 paths immortal gave Sasuke only yin power, which is half of his own power. But this is only chakra after all, not blood power. Rinnegan can be awakened forcibly through strength, and then release ninjutsu through its own chakra, but without blood power it cannot be switched freely. Open black lens bracket Madara close black lens bracket can do it because he transplanted open black lens bracket Hashirama cells close black lens bracket into his body. After years of precipitation, the pure blood power of the Otsutsuki clan was finally born in the body. This is also the reason why open black lens bracket Madara close black lens bracket awakens open black lens bracket Rinnegan close black lens bracket in old age. Although Sasuke was also implanted with some Hashirama cells by Kabuto, the time was short, and naturally it was not enough for him to give birth to blood power that could switch the power of Rinnegan. After all, he was forcibly awakened by the power of 6 paths immortal. Otherwise, I don't know when I will wake up. Chapter 447 The power of yin and yang. 7. Attributes. A person has a pupil. It's already rare. As for the two, everyone has never heard of it. Even the horns who have lived for more than 90 years. They are all the same, and whether there is a long history, they don't know. At present, Shiyu has only 2 pupil techniques. It is estimated that there will be 3 kinds in the near future, or it will become 1. Since open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Rinnegan close black lens bracket can be fused, then is there any connection between open black lens bracket Byakugan close black lens bracket and the two? Could these 3 be derived from the same, ultimate eye technique? The answer to everything is that only Ishiba possesses the blood power of Rinnegan the master, pure Otsutsuki clan. will be known to Akatsuki later. After some astonishment, Gangziti on the side suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, Shiyu, do you know that nature transformation of lightning attribute? Gangziti's voice just fell, and before Tokyo could answer, Kamizuki Izumo, who was beside him, was puzzled. Zitai, why are you suddenly asking this? Senior Izumo, Senior Ziti should want to know if Shiyu is a master with full attribute chakra. Shikamaru spoke first. Gangziti nodded, and then said, Master Shiyu has 3 types of blood stain limit, and 1 blood elimination. Open black lens bracket Jiden, magnet style, close black lens bracket is open black lens bracket wind close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket soil close black lens bracket. Ice shield is wind and water. Open black lens bracket Shikuden, scorch style, close black lens bracket is open black lens bracket wind close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket fire close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Jinten, particle style, close black lens bracket is open black lens bracket wind close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fire close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket soil close black lens bracket. In addition to the shadow imitation technique belonging to Yin Dun, and the medical ninjutsu belonging to Yang Dun. If you count it like this, Shiyu already has 6 kinds of chakras, nature transformation. If Tokiha is a master even with lightning attribute, then Konoha will be the 5th ninja with all attributes after Kakashi Senpai. When Gangziti said this, everyone understood it. Because Kakashi, Naruto, and people already know that Tokiha is the Grand Master of all attributes, so they are not very interested in it. They are not big, but Gangziti and Asuma are all curious. Even the opposite corner. The same is true, because he has only mastered the 5 basic attributes of chakra. Moreover, he did it with the help of secret art of resentment. But Shiyu, the latter is not only extremely talented, but may also be a ninja with all attributes. There are people who have 7 chakra attributes at the same time, but this kind of existence is absolutely unique. And even for ninjas with 7 chakra attributes, they will only choose a few of the attributes they are good at for refinement. Is not good at being a minor, and is generally not a grandmaster. But Shiyu, he can display 3 kinds of Kekkei Genkei, and 1 kind of blood continuing elimination, which is enough to show that he has already mastered the 4 basic attributes. As for the extent of Yin Dun and Yang Dun, he doesn't know yet. Because Shiyu had not used the powerful ninjutsu of these 2 escape techniques in front of his eyes, shadow imitation technique couldn't see anything. And healing ninjutsu, Tokyo has never used it. In the expectation of everyone, the answer will soon be revealed by Akatsuki. It wasn't the impatient Naruto, because he was still pondering what is Yin Dun and what is Yang Dun. 5 basic chakras. Therefore, Naruto still doesn't know about Akatsuki about Yin Dun and Yang Dun. And it was none other than Kakashi who was surprised to answer the steel question. As you think, Shiyu does have all the attributes. Also, it's still a grandmaster with all attributes. As soon as Kakashi said this, except for Naruto, who was ignorant, and Yamato, who had already been shocked, everyone else was shocked. Even horns are no exception. All attribute ninjas are 1 in a million, but all attributes and grandmasters are another concept. Chapter 448 No chance. Can you escape? Shikamaru, Asuma and others were deeply shocked when they learned that Tokiha was the Grand Master of all attributes. Obviously, they still underestimated Shiyu's pervert level. When they were so shocked, the opposite corner had already begun to retreat. At this moment, he no longer intends to fight with Shiyu and the others. Originally, the number of people on his side was not dominant, and Hidan's death made him almost injured and the possibility of victory. Now, after knowing Shiyu's evildoer, he knows that he has no chance of winning. If the battle continues, the result must be his defeat. This kind of unsuspenseful battle, Zhao, is obviously stupid enough to continue. Therefore, the aura on his body has begun to restrain himself, and he intends to run away when Chiyu and others are not paying attention. His small movements, Kakashi and others may not notice. After all, the latter is not completely out of the fighting state. Furthermore, Kakashi and others have not entered the Sage Mode cultivation state at this moment, so naturally they cannot perceive this detail. And because of the 100 Heroes Dragon Seal, Chiyu keeps his body in constant contact with nature, which is why his God-forbidden mind has been further improved. Just at the corner, when everyone was about to evacuate, Chiyu's voice also sounded slowly. Zhao, don't even think about running away. Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment, and he never thought that Chiyu could see through his mind. Obviously he hadn't made a move yet, but Chiyu was the first to notice it. Because of this, his fear of Chiyu deepened. Undoubtedly, Tokiyu is the opponent who has made him feel creepy so far. It was as if in the eyes of the latter, his own, was seen through. No secret, he doesn't know how Chiyu's strength compares to Hokage, but the aura he exudes from the latter is something he's never felt before. This kind of feeling, even if he faced the ninja, who was respected by the world back then, God. The open black lens bracket Senjuhashirama close black lens bracket has never been there either. Seen that the evaluation of Chiyu in his heart has reached an indescribable height. Little devil, I admit that I am not your opponent. But you want to keep me, but it's unlikely. Voice fell, the corner, the two puppet masks, behind the duo. It was directly integrated into his body. Next second, I saw that his body began to merge into the ground. Obviously this is his body's Doden Earth-style ninjutsu. To be precise, it is a kind of escape ninjutsu. Seeing this, Naruto immediately exclaimed. No, he's going to run away. This, Kakashi, Asuma and the others looked condensed, because it was too late to stop them at this distance. Qianzhao, too, attack made them hard to guard against. If it weren't for Yuyu, even the elite Jonin, would not be able to avoid losses. Otherwise, Asuma wouldn't have been in Hidan's hands the last time. After all, they still don't know if Kodo will have anything behind, so they are always on guard against Kodo's sneak attack. But what I didn't expect was that the latter chose to retreat at this moment, and, moreover, was so decisive. Damn. For this scene, Shikamaru spit out two unwilling words. In the blink of an eye. Zhao's figure disappeared into the surface and disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing this, everyone thought that they all escaped. But at this moment, a strange scene appeared. I saw the corner, the place where they all disappeared suddenly burst into a bright light, and this scene immediately attracted everyone's attention. But this is not the point is that the corners that should have disappeared, they all appeared in their field of vision again. This scene has undoubtedly made everyone dumbfounded. Except for one person, he is Chiyu. Not for the others, because this scene is exactly his handwriting. Feilu reminds you, there are 3 things to study when reading. Chapter 449_4 Color Lotus Platform. The sky is full of gods. Looking at the corner, Du's figure slowly rose from the ground. Everyone's astonishment was also extremely depressed. What is going on in this scene in front of me? It's not only Kakashi and Shikamaru who have this idea at the moment, but also Kokaku, Todo himself. He had already cast Doden Earth-style to escape, but why did he return to his original position? But what shocked him the most was not this, but the unidentified object that radiated incomparably hot under his feet. It was a huge 4-color lotus pedestal with corners. The fiery meaning that everyone felt was from the lotus pedestal. Those little holes on the top radiate out. Undoubtedly, it is this 4-color lotus too. The horns are all held up from the ground. Other words, this 4-color lotus platform. It was planted before he escaped. If not, how could it be such a coincidence? And it is so. This 4-color lotus platform. It was Tokiyu who buried it before Kodo escaped, and the purpose was to prevent Kodo from escaping. A cage level class. The ninja wants to escape. It is very difficult to leave him if he does not arm in advance. 2 years ago. The reason why Orochimaru was able to escape was because Tashiyu at that time did not possess such heaven-defying strength. But now they can't talk at the same time. Not to mention the corner. 2. Even if the master Obito of time and space ninjutsu can't escape from Tokiyu's hands. All things have mutual restraint. In order to deal with the master ninjas of time and space ninjutsu, Tokiyu developed a kind of enchantment ninjutsu that can block space. In the enchantment he made, the space is banned. However, now this ninjutsu. Obviously not. Kakuo, Tokiha knows about Toki's ability, but the latter does not have any time and space ninjutsu from the master. 4-color lotus platform, under your feet. Zhao Do suddenly had a feeling of unease in his heart. Just when his premonition just arose, Shiyu's voice also sounded. I said, you can't escape today. When Shiyu said these words, everyone was like. Originally, Kakashi and others didn't know what was going on. It seems that this scene must have something to do with Shiyu. At this moment, they seemed to understand the words that you put down. It turned out that Shiyu had already left behind, instead of talking nonsense. Hearing Shiyu's words, Zhao. The Nz in Duo's heart is getting stronger and stronger. If these words came out of someone else's mouth, he might not believe it, but if it was Shiyu, he would have a reason to believe it. 4-color lotus platform, in front of you. Although he has been exuding endless enthusiasm, there is no next move. Obviously, this thing is obviously under the control of someone. If it is said that he unintentionally touched the prohibition left by a certain sage, it would have erupted at this moment, and it is impossible to have no eruption like it is now. Signs. He thought of this, Zhao, all immediately changed his mind. Since you can't escape from the ground, you can use the blinking technique to escape from the ground. After he had an idea in his mind, Zhao, all immediately. Take action. Shoo, with a sound of breaking through the air, the figure of Zhao Do immediately disappeared in place, and jumped towards the depths of the dense forest behind. Seeing this, Kakashi gave a light drink. Can't let. He ran, chase. If the corners all use the Doden Earth-style technique to escape, there is a high probability that they will lose the direction of their pursuit. Unless you have a very anti-sky tracking technique. For example, Kiba's unusual sense of smell, the Byakugan of the Hyuga family, and the super perception ability like Karen. As Kakashi's voice fell, Asuma and the others were also ready to hunt. However, just when they were about to leave, they were stopped by a voice. Don't chase, he can't run. With the sound of this voice, the chakra that everyone's running stopped instantly. Immediately afterwards, those pair of eyes fell on Shiyu. Undoubtedly, it was Tokiyu who stopped them. Originally, they were curious about how Tokiyu stopped the corner who performed Doden Earth style, and escaped. All things were full of curiosity, but now the situation was urgent, and they didn't have time to ask more. But what they never expected was that at this moment, Shiyu stopped them who wanted to hunt down. If they hadn't seen Shiyu's endless methods, they would all wonder if the former was just bragging. Just as Kakashi and the others were about to ask questions, countless divine lights suddenly lit up in the surrounding heaven and earth. There are 4-color brilliance flowing in the divine light, which is extremely splendid. At this moment, the world seems to have been illuminated a little. But this is not the point is that everyone was shocked to find that dazzling, 4-colored god. Actually a piece of lotus petals. This scene is undoubtedly beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 450_4-color lotus. Blood is banned. At this moment, this world is completely covered by the 4-colored gods. Shrouded. After careful observation of the surroundings, Kakashi and others found that the countless petals of the gods formed a 4-color lotus. At this time, this 4-color lotus in a state of bloom. The contraction of this four-color lotus is slowly closing. This battle seems to include this world. But this is not the point. The point is this, four-color lotus. The abilities he possesses are too astounding. Four-color lotus flower. It seems to be an eye-catching beauty, but it is actually a lotus of death that kills invisible. That God-mang lotus petal. Anything you touch while folded will be turned to ashes in the next second. Flowers, plants and trees, birds, beasts and insects chirping. All cannot escape this fate. It can be seen that this four-color lotus. What kind of power does it contain? This powerful and suffocating ability is more terrifying than any blood-stain limit that Shiyu had previously used, and even the Jinten particle style that can turn anything into molecules. To be slightly inferior. This ninjutsu is completely beyond the existence of level. At this moment, a scream resounded in everyone's ears. Ah! This voice is not unfamiliar. Everyone heard it once not long ago. And the master who made this sound is not, but possessed by the horn, the masked puppet monster, in the body. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned towards the source of the sound. There, they found the figure of Zhao Du. Not only that, there is a masked puppet in front of the latter at this time. Turned to ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, it is a substitute horn. They are all dead. Look at the Shenmang lotus petals that are still shrinking. At this moment, everyone finally believed what Shiyu said earlier. Zhao Du, I guess I really can't run today. Just when everyone was thinking like this, Zhao Du, who was the party involved, was extremely trembling. Wind attribute mask puppet, turned to ashes. His throat is not only rolling. Gulu, just now, because he sensed an approaching danger, he turned the mask puppet separate from your body. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for him to escape. Once his body completely touches the God-mang lotus petal. So, it's not as simple as a life. Also therefore. Corner at this time, all look. Still there, the shrinking, four-color lotus. His eyes filled with deep fear. Because this world has been covered by the four-color lotus. Covered, he seems to have no way out. The God-mang lotus petal. It is completely folded. It is estimated that it is his horn, when it is all ashes. Next second, Zhao Du's eyes froze. His eyes were fixed on the shrinking, God-mang lotus petal, in front of him. The chakra in the body condenses frantically. Obviously, he wants to try to break through this barrier. If not, all that awaits him is death. Boom! With one blow, Shenmang lotus petals. There was just a ripple, and then there was no more text. At this moment, Zhao Du's expression was extremely solemn. Boom! Boom! He tried his best to keep trying, but the result still didn't change. Obviously, with his strength, it is impossible to break through this God-mang lotus petal. As already a mortal situation for him. After realizing this, Zhao Du let out a long sigh. Call. Immediately after, his eyes became again firmed up, swept away the previous fear. Lived for more than 90 years, and he has experienced many life and death battles. In fact, he is not afraid of death for a long time. The reason why he wanted to escape before. Not because he was greedy for life, but because he wanted to see with his own eyes the ultimate goal of the Akatsuki organization. After betraying his shinobi village, he lived alone in this cold and cruel world for decades. Zhao Du, there is no pursuit for a long time. Only the money. It can fill the emptiness in his heart. After all, that is his only hobby. If it wasn't for Heavenly Path Pain to find him, I'm afraid he is still hunting ninjas with high bounties for money. Zhao, they all looked back at Shiyu, and then returned to the previous one. Four-color lotus terrace. Above. After a long silence, Zhao all finally spoke up. Can you tell me what kind of ninjutsu this is? See the corner. Du's attitude is not bad, and the latter will soon be in this 4-color green lotus. Turn to ashes. Shiyu didn't hide anything about this. Anyway, Naruto and the others will ask later. While everyone was waiting, the corners of Shiyu's mouth moved, and then slowly spit out 4 words. Blood follower ban. Chapter 451 The technique of burning and annihilating the embers of the sky. Blood follower ban. Hearing these 4 words, everyone was stunned. They know Kekkei Genkai, blood G elimination, but this blood G ban is the first time they have heard of it. Not only Kakashi et al., but also Kokaku, it's the same. But everyone is not stupid. This blood G ban should have something to do with Kekkei Genkai and blood G elimination. This, Shikamaru also asked. Shiyu, is this blood G ban a ninjutsu that surpasses blood G elimination? When Shikamaru said this, everyone pricked up their ears. Obviously, they think so too. No way, who called this 4-color lotus in front of you? 2 pervert. Next second. In the expectant gaze of everyone, Shiyu also nodded. Not bad. This ninjutsu is a brand new ninjutsu created by combining the 4 attributes of wind, water, fire, and earth. As for the power of this technique, you must have seen it. As for the name, Shueiji Ban, it's normal that you haven't heard of it, because it was named by me. As Shiyu's voice fell, needles could be heard throughout the battlefield, only the Shinmang lotus petal, that was still shrinking. Although they guessed the result, after getting Shiyu's confirmation, there was still an undisguised shock on their faces. Fusion of 4 types of chakra, this is something that you can't even think about. Not to mention 4, even if you combine 2, they will not get it. When Kekkei Genkai came at his fingertips, Blood G eliminated said that he would go to school. Of blood continuing ban has appeared. Shiyu named the ninjutsu that combines the 4 attributes of chakra, and everyone thought it was reasonable. After all, the former is the first person to do it. Of course, 6 paths immortals may have done it thousands of years ago, but the latter is just a legend in the eyes of the world. So, there was no such thing at that time. Like open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkai close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket blood G elimination close black lens bracket are named later, so Shiyu has the absolute qualification to name it. Just in the midst of everyone's astonishment, Zhao Du's voice also sounded slowly. I didn't expect it. I was able to witness a miracle in my lifetime, to die without regrets. After some muttering, Zhao Du's eyes turned to Shiyu again, and the corners of his pale lips moved again. Originally, I thought that the one who killed Sasori was Chiyo of Sunagakur village, but now it seems that the one who really contributed should be you. Open black lens bracket Deidara close black lens bracket let's be careful of a open black lens bracket Uzumaki Naruto close black lens bracket. I didn't expect both of us to fall into your hands. It seems that Itachi didn't lie last time. You are indeed a strong opponent. The last time Aikyo Shukaku was sealed, it was Itachi and Oni Shark to resist Tokiha and others who came to rescue. At that time, it was Itachi who met Shiyu, but the latter obviously didn't hold Shiyu for too long. After the Itachi of Elephant Turning Body was defeated, he said to be careful of a boy named Takagawa Tokiha. Original corner. Everyone thinks that open black lens bracket Itachi close black lens bracket is deliberately throwing water for the sake of the latter being open black lens bracket Konoha close black lens bracket ninja, but now it seems that is not the case. Wasn't Itachi that released water at the beginning, but Shiyu. Too strong. Please download Feilu. Chapter 452 _Art Showdown. Bakuten, explosion style. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, Zhao, I wouldn't have believed it. A 16-year-old boy could be so evil, and he did something unprecedented. Blood after the ban. After Zhao Du's words, the Godmang lotus petals, gradually shrinking from all directions, has reached its limit. Next second. The original, 4-color lotus, as large as 100 feet. It has become the size of Jiangsu, and even the lotus platform, on the ground. It also shrinks accordingly. Sensing that death was approaching, Zhao, both spit out the last words of this life. Takikawa Tokiha, I'm convinced that I lose. As the voice of the call fell, the 4-color lotus flower, the size of Zhang Xu. It is the speed that can be seen by the naked eye that shrinks rapidly, and the angle, all was incinerated into nothingness by the energy in it at that moment. So far, the undead duo. All fall in 4-color lotus. When it shrinks to a small point and disappears, the space seems to be distorted. Immediately after, the incomparably powerful energy was also annihilated, and the world finally calmed down. Everyone looks at the 4-color lotus. I stared at the disappearing position for a long time. Apparently, they haven't recovered from Koku's death. One move is to kill Zhao, all 3 lives, directly cutting off the latter's way of life. It can be seen how strong this Feng Dun is. And just when everyone was immersed in shock, the long-lost voice of the system finally rang. Ding! The task of killing the undying duo has been completed. With the sound of this prompt from the system, Shiyu knew that the character of the 6th reward had been completed halfway. Then the next task is the first one. This task is also related to the open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket organization. This time the target is the fish that slipped through the net last time. Bakuden explosion style imp. Open black lens bracket Didera close black lens bracket. But this time, mission wasn't for him to kill Didera, but to convince the latter in art. Mission to art. Defeat Didera. Seeing this task, Shiyu couldn't help feeling a little fortunate. Gaara, last time, did not easily put Didera killed. If not, this task may not appear. But if it still appears, it's not impossible. After all, there are ninjutsu techniques that can bring the dead back to life, the most typical ones being open black lens bracket and pure world reincarnation close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Rinne Tensai, samsara of heavenly life close black lens bracket. If it really goes that far, Shiyu will only use open black lens bracket and pure world reincarnation close black lens bracket. As for open black lens bracket Rinne Tensai, samsara of heavenly life, close black lens bracket, he would never use it in Didera. On the body. First of all, he has not opened Rinnegan yet. Secondly, this is undoubtedly asking for trouble. As for the so-called art in the task, Shiyu already knew it in his heart. Open black lens bracket Sasori close black lens bracket, S art as puppet. While the art of open black lens bracket Didera close black lens bracket is explosion. The last time he made open black lens bracket Sasori close black lens bracket impressed with open black lens bracket golden secret technique thousands of dharma signs close black lens bracket. This time he obviously used the same method to make open black lens bracket Didera close black lens bracket prostrate. Open black lens bracket Didera close black lens bracket although called Bakuden explosion style kid. But he does not know the so-called open black lens bracket Bakuden explosion style close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei close black lens bracket. His ninjutsu explodes entirely because he uses special clay. When chewing in the mouth with both hands, earth attribute chakra is incorporated into it, making it an explosive clay. This clay, he called it detonating clay. Exclamation mark. This is how he can make clay. The key to the explosion. Chapter 453 The name of hunting. Looking forward to returning. After knowing the contents of Akatsuki's mission, Shiyu's heart at the moment is praying, Didera, don't meet Sasuke for now. He really wants to use impure world reincarnation. Because with Sasuke's current strength, Didera is definitely not the latter's opponent. Not to mention one of the advantages of open black lens bracket lightning close black lens bracket conquering open black lens bracket earth close black lens bracket, Deidara alone is too much to bear. His left eye. Due to the long-term concentration of chakra practice, the pupils are reduced, and it can be immune to demonic illusion of Sharingan. Demonic illusion, after the strengthening of open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket. That might not be able to stop it. This is the original, Deidara. By Ferret. To practice desperately without being reconciled after a second kill is used to restrain open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. As for using art. Defeat, Deidara. Shiyu had already thought about the method. The latter can't Bakuden explosion style but he will. Speaking of Bakuden explosion style, such a number one person did appear in the ninja world. Its name, open black lens bracket hunting close black lens bracket. The latter, like Deidara, is a ninja of open black lens bracket Iwagakure village in the land of earth close black lens bracket. Apart from that, he also has another identity, that is, the captain of Iwagakure village demolition squad. But it is a pity that he is already dead. When Shiyu was thinking about it, Asuma and the others finally recovered from their shock. Shiyu, you are better than I thought. Asuma's eyes were full of admiration between the words, without a trace of adulteration. When he learned that Tokiyu had mastered Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, he guessed that Tokiyu was not easy. And when he learned that the Sage Art Scroll was created by Tokiyu himself, it was enough to prove the evildoer. But what he didn't expect is that Master Shiyu has many kinds of open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei close black lens bracket, and even stronger open black lens bracket blood succession elimination close black lens bracket. Now, I have even realized that blood continuing ban, and so on. Such a monstrous talent is undoubtedly the first person I have seen. This is not only Asuma alone. People's thoughts. Everyone present has the same thoughts. The only difference is that Kakashi, Naruto, and Yamato already thought so. Also therefore, everyone nodded to Asuma's words. As for why Tokiyu was able to use Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique before, they also had an answer. Although it is said that this technique is a secret technique of the open black lens bracket Nara clan close black lens bracket, it is just a kind of open black lens bracket yin escaped close black lens bracket. Shiyu was able to learn the powerful open black lens bracket Jinten particle style close black lens bracket such as open black lens bracket blood G elimination close black lens bracket, and even created a stronger open black lens bracket blood G ban Fen Yun close black lens bracket. Then it is obviously not difficult to learn his shadow imitation technique. After all, Shiyu has seen him perform it more than once. He can still learn the ninjutsu he has never seen before, let alone seeing it with his own eyes. I saw people staring at me all the time. Rao Shiyu really enjoys this feeling of being admired, but after watching it for a long time, it will feel awkward. 7 people in front of me are all big men, not beauties. As soon as I thought of this, Shiyu also hurriedly said, "Now that the undead duo have all been killed, we should return to our lives." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Even though their eyes shifted from Shiyu at the moment, the shock in their hearts lingered. No way. The strength Shiyu showed was too pervert. It can be said that he left an indelible mark on their hearts. Azumo. Send a message to tell the rest of the squad that the undead duo has been slaughtered and have them all return to Konoha. Kamizuki Azumo nodded, and immediately took action. After a while, everyone was surrounded by Shiyu, but a trace of tension could be seen in the eyes of Shikamaru and Asuma. To be more precise, it is an expectation. The reason is very simple. At this moment, Shiyu is going to use the Hiraishin technique to bring them back to Konoha together. Chapter 454 _ The Choice of 4 Generations. The Country of the Vortex. In the messy forest. 8 figures stand slowly, and Kakashi and other 7 people join hands with Tokiyu at the center. Naruto, Kakashi, Yamato 3 are very calm about this, because they have been through it. But Shikamaru, Asuma, Gangzitai and Kamizuki Izumo 4, but their eyes are full of anticipation. Undoubtedly, they all tried it. Although, second-generation Hokage, was the founder of Hiraishin's art, the latter died early and they could not see him perform this ninjutsu. Time has passed. Decades have passed. Open black lens bracket Namikaze Minato close black lens bracket turned out, so that they were fortunate to see the style of this open black lens bracket time and space ninjutsu close black lens bracket. But unfortunately, very few people have personally experienced that. The feeling of traveling through space. And Kakashi is one of those very few people. After all, fourth Hokage is his teacher. Although Asuma is the son of 3 Hokage, he has never experienced it. After all, it was a time of war. However, when everything settled down, when he wanted to experience it, fourth generation had already sacrificed for the future of the ninja world. Originally open black lens bracket Namikaze Minato close black lens bracket could not die at all, but he chose this path for 3 reasons. First, open black lens bracket Kyuubi, Ninetales close black lens bracket was forcibly pulled away. Open black lens bracket Uzumaki Kushina close black lens bracket was sure to die. I don't want the latter to go away alone. Second, he saw the power of open black lens bracket Obito close black lens bracket and knew that someone was planning a shocking conspiracy behind it. But he thought he couldn't stop it with his own strength, so he entrusted this burden to his son. Third, it is not difficult to stop open black lens bracket Kyuubi, Ninetales close black lens bracket from destroying open black lens bracket Konoha close black lens bracket. But if you want open black lens bracket Konoha close black lens bracket to keep possessing open black lens bracket Kyuubi, Ninetales close black lens bracket, the only way is to seal it. After all, he is not open black lens bracket Uchiha Madara close black lens bracket Hashirama close black lens bracket, can't control open black lens bracket Kyuubi, Ninetales close black lens bracket like these two. Former relies on open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket, the latter relies on open black lens bracket Mokuden, wood style close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Obito close black lens bracket although he can be psychic, he cannot completely control open black lens bracket Kyuubi, Ninetales close black lens bracket like open black lens bracket Madara close black lens bracket. And, that, spiritual art, or Madara, taught him. When open black lens bracket Uchiha Madara close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Senju Hashirama close black lens bracket were in a decisive battle, they found open black lens bracket Kyuubi, Ninetales close black lens bracket in advance and forcibly signed a psychic blood contract with them. The reason why Sharingan of Obito is weaker than ordinary is very simple. 2 words. Pupil power. Exclamation mark. Each open black lens bracket Uchiha clan close black lens bracket after awakening open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket will cause pupil power due to its own physical quality, talent level, and blood concentration of varying strengths. Like open black lens bracket Uchiha Shisui close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Uchiha Itachi close black lens bracket, their use of open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket is a few blocks away from people of the same family. This is also one of the reasons why they are top geniuses. As for the pupil power of open black lens bracket Obito close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Madara close black lens bracket, the gap is not limited to these, because the latter's Sharingan has reached the level of eternal Mangekyo. The superposition of 2 pairs of open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Obito close black lens bracket is naturally incomparable. This can be seen from the fact that only open black lens bracket Uchiha Madara close black lens bracket can use open black lens bracket perfect Susanoo close black lens bracket. Because if you want to control such a huge chakra and keep it stable, you need a strong enough pupil power. Blessing. Open black lens bracket Namikaze Minato close black lens bracket. I know that not everyone is suitable for the container of open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket. Otherwise, open black lens bracket Uzumaki Kushina close black lens bracket will not be selected. Also, there are some unknown secrets. The ninja world was full of wars, and the Vortex country was a small country mixed between Fire country and other powerful countries. But because it is an alliance with open black lens bracket Konoha close black lens bracket, this is the main reason why it brings the disaster of destroying the country. After all, the other powerful countries at that time were all lying open black lens bracket Konoha close black lens bracket. Although open black lens bracket Kingdom of Vortex close black lens bracket was destroyed, there are still people who are still exposed. Open black lens bracket Uzumaki Nagato close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Uzumaki Karen close black lens bracket is the best proof. And open black lens bracket Konoha close black lens bracket will try his best to find the escaped open black lens bracket Uzumaki clan close black lens bracket clan, except that they are one of the alliance relationship. Another important factor is the QB 9 tails container. Chapter 455 _ The ghouls are sealed. Yin Yang QB 9 tails. Everyone knows that not just anyone can be a tailed beast container. After each ninja village gets the tailed beast, they will try a lot, and finally seal the tailed beast on a suitable person. And every time you try, the village pays an extremely expensive price. Time and money aside, the key is that it is very likely that many innocent lives will be paid as the price. Therefore, the tailed beast container selection is very strict. Some ninja villages even start to cultivate some excellent ninjas from a young age in order to minimize the cost. And open black lens bracket Konoha close black lens bracket. The first successful experiment body came from open black lens bracket Uzumaki clan close black lens bracket of open black lens bracket Uzumaki country close black lens bracket. She is open black lens bracket Uzumaki Mito close black lens bracket wife of open black lens bracket first Hokage close black lens bracket. Uzumaki clan, in addition to the huge chakra inherent in their bodies, they are also good at various powerful sealing techniques. The ghouls sealed is created by this clan. Fourth Hokage sealed QB 9 tails into Naruto's body because the blood of the Uzumaki clan flows in the latter's body, but considering at that time, Naruto was just a newborn baby. So, he used the forbidden technique of the dead ghosts to strip half of the QB 9 tails soul. In fact, this half of the QB 9 tails soul. There is still a saying. Tailed beast is the aggregate of chakra, the product created by 6 paths immortal with yin-yang escape. Open black lens bracket Yin Dun close black lens bracket represents spiritual power. Open black lens bracket Yangdun close black lens bracket represents physical power. And open black lens bracket Namikaze Minato close black lens bracket was taking this into consideration when sealing open black lens bracket QB 9 tails close black lens bracket, so open black lens bracket Yin QB 9 tails close black lens bracket is taken away. The reason he did this is simple. Open black lens bracket Cheyenne QB 9 tails close black lens bracket is physical power. The aggregate of will greatly enhance the life of Naruto. Life force. Simply put, resilience. Naruto has amazing healing power since he was a child, except that he has the bloodline of open black lens bracket Uzumaki 1. Because of this close black lens bracket open black lens bracket young QB 9 tails close black lens bracket. It is precisely because the physique of the Uzumaki clan is suitable for being a tailed beast container. Therefore, after open black lens bracket Uzumaki Mito close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Uzumaki Kushina close black lens bracket also naturally became the second open black lens bracket QB 9 tails person Jinchuriki column force close black lens bracket. This is also the reason why open black lens bracket fourth Hokage close black lens bracket dared to seal open black lens bracket QB 9 tails close black lens bracket in Naruto's body. He firmly believed that with Naruto's special physique and his own sealing technique, there would be absolutely no problem in letting the latter endure half a Kyuubi, 9 tails. And it turned out that he succeeded. In the expectations of Asuma and Shikamaru, Shiyu did not delay. With the movement of his thoughts, the group instantly disappeared from this messy battlefield. Next second. Konoha, Hokage House. 8 figures suddenly appeared in the square on the top floor, and it was Shiyu 8 people 8. Looking at the familiar environment in front of them, Shikamaru, Asuma, and the others were also stunned. The familiar street, the noisy crowd. Let them know the reality of what is in front of them, that they are not dreaming. It's back. At this moment, an unbelievable word came out of Shikamaru's mouth. He had only heard of the Hiraishin art, but he didn't know what it was like. Not only him, but also Gangzitai and Kamizuki Izumo. Although they have been ninjas for more than 10 years, compared to Kakashi and Asuma's generation, they are still too young. When 4th generation died, they had not graduated yet. Chapter 456 Inches AB, Combination. Kanabi Bridge. After experiencing the art of Hiraishin, Shikamaru and the other 4 also had a look of envy in their eyes. This ninjutsu is really outstanding. First, it is absolutely impossible to escape. Second, it is no problem to hurry. Third, it can catch the opponent by surprise. In short, the advantages of this technique are indeed outstanding. At this moment, Shikamaru and the others finally understood why the name Namikaze Minato was feared by other shinobi villages. Konoha 46 years. Of the disappearance of the 3rd generation of Kazekage, the 3rd ninja war broke out. This fuse can be said to be caused by open black lens bracket Sasori close black lens bracket. In this battle, open black lens bracket Minato close black lens bracket first, combined with open black lens bracket Kumogakure village close black lens bracket. There was a war. The so-called combination is the 4th generation Reikage that open black lens bracket Killer B close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket I close black lens bracket have not yet succeeded. This battle, the 2 sides ended in a tie. But it was also because this battle, 4th Reikage admitted that Minato's speed was above his own, so the latter was known as the fastest speed in the ninja world. Immediately after. Open black lens bracket Namikaze Minato close black lens bracket at Kanabi Bridge. In the first battle, the Hiraishin's art was brought to the ultimate, thus completely ending the 3rd ninja war. This is where the name Yellow Flash comes from. Undoubtedly, all of this is inextricably linked to the art of Hiraishin. After Asuma's group of 4 was briefly shocked, Tokiyu's voice also sounded slowly. Kakashi, Sensei, Asuma Sensei, Captain Yamato. The report to Grandma Tsunade will be handed over to you. We were waiting for you at the barbecue shop earlier. Shiyu and the others set off right after they were in Death Forest, and they didn't even have time to eat lunch. Although the previous battle did not take much chakra, I was a little hungry. Words. Kakashi's trio 3 were also slightly taken aback. Immediately, the 3 of them looked at each other with a smile. Now that this task has been satisfactorily completed, it is reasonable to go and eat a good meal. Eat barbecue, good. The Naruto who heard the words exclaimed because he hadn't had a big meal for a long time. Seeing this, Kakashi also said. Okay, then you go first. Kakashi's answer. Tokiyu looked at Shikamaru and the others. Let's go. Shikamaru, Gangzitai and Kamizuki Izumo's 3-person proposal is meaningless to Tokiha's proposal. And just as they left, Shiyu said again. Asuma-sensei, please this meal. Asuma, who heard the words, was stunned for a moment, and then a deep smile appeared on his face. No problem. Just open it up and eat, and we'll take a bath together after eating. Then it's settled. Voice fell. Shiyu, along with Naruto and Shikamaru 4, slowly disappeared from the sight of Asuma 3. Seeing the figures of 5 people 5 gradually disappear, Asuma couldn't help but ask. Kakashi, how do you feel about having such a student? Asuma knew very well why Shiyu had just said this and called him a treat. It seemed like he was cheating on his senior, but in fact Shiyu wanted to take this opportunity to let Asuma express it simply. In this way, the latter doesn't need to say those polite words. Not only is Shiyu extremely talented, but his emotional intelligence is far superior to ordinary people, so excellent that he can compare them all. Be precise, they have already dumped them for several streets. Such an age, such strength, and such a disposition are rare in the world. He was put on the stall by Kakashi. Should he be happy or depressed? Fei Lu reminds you, there are 3 things to study when reading. Chapter 457 Tip of the iceberg. A blast of thunder. Kakashi, how do you feel about having such a student? Hearing Asuma's words, Kakashi smiled faintly, and then answered the former's question. I was in the same situation as you at the beginning, because Shiyu's performance was unexpected every time. However, now I'm used to it. May I remind you that what you see now is just the tip of his iceberg. When you really know his evildoer, you will be as calm as I am. Asuma's expression was startled. Those steady eyes showed a deep shock in an instant, and they all couldn't believe Kakashi's words. If Toshiyu and the undead duo, the strength shown in the first battle is only a small part of it, then how strong is the latter's real combat power? We need to know that Shiyu used Kekkei Jinkei and blood continuity elimination before, and surpassed both. The open black lens bracket blood successor ban close black lens bracket. The first kind is rarely seen in the ninja world, and the second kind is rare in the ninja world, and is almost extinct. As for the third type, it is even more unheard of. But that's it, Kakashi said that this is just the tip of the iceberg shown by Tokyo. Wouldn't this shock him? It's not easy for a ninja to develop a representative escape technique that belongs to him in his life, both of which are rare geniuses. As for the 3, they are definitely demon-level existences. But obviously, Shiyu has already surpassed this range. But now Kakashi is telling him that Shiyu is more pervert than he thought. Asuma couldn't understand it, but Yamato on the side knew it. During the time he spent with Shiyu, he saw Shiyu's pervert. Not to mention Sharingan and immortal style, just because he is proud of it, the former is all at your fingertips. Visible. Bloodstain limit, how worthless it is in Shiyu's hands. Coupled with the undead duo, he has a deeper understanding of Shiyu. In his opinion, Tokyo might have mastered all Kekkei Jinkei. Not only those that exist in the ninja world today, but there may also be some that don't exist. Fendun is the best example. In addition, there is also Shiyu who has managed to connect with the 3 Holy Lands at the same time. Signed the spiritual blood contract. In the eyes of ordinary people, everything is an amazing feat that is impossible to accomplish, but in the hands of the latter, it is so easy. But that's not the point. The point is that now Shiyu is just a teenager who can reach the age of 16. Such an age, such an achievement. This is not a demon, or what is it? After a while. The office, a thunderstorm suddenly sounded. What blood follower ban? It was none other than Konoha's 5th generation Hokage, Senju Tsunade, who sent this surprise. When she heard the news that Hidan and Zhao, both were beheaded, which shows how unbelievable it is to combine the 4 types of chakra. Tsunade is still like this, and Shizune standing next to him is even more shocked. Both of them know that Tokyo's strength is not what it used to be, otherwise, it would be impossible to kill Orochimaru. Such existence. It's just that what they didn't expect was that Shiyu had grown to such a level that not only easily killed the undead duo. There are many kinds of master open black lens bracket Kekkei Jinkei close black lens bracket. They take it for granted, even if it is open black lens bracket blood continuing elimination close black lens bracket, they can accept it. But the self-created blood following ban completely exceeded their expectations. Chapter 458 Bounty Hunter. Deidara and Obito. Today, Shiyu and his party had a great time eating at the barbecue restaurant, and in addition to the 8 of them, many people came later. Choji and Ino are 2 of them. In the face of such delicacies, Choji is obviously impossible to let go. At the dinner table, when the others learned that it was Shiyu, the immortal duo, the one-handed kill was also incomparably astonished. Especially when they heard that Shiyu actually had Kekkei Genkei, and Blood G elimination, as well as his own creation of Blood G Ban. Choji and the others all grew their mouths in astonishment. With a dull look on his face, he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Before, they only thought that Shiyu was very powerful, but they didn't expect that Shiyu's strength was completely beyond their imagination. Although they didn't see the power of Hidan and Kaku, with their own eyes, from the fact that the 2 were able to seriously wound Asuma, it can be seen that the 2 are by no means easygoing. Again, that the 2 of them can be recruited into the Akatsuki organization is enough to prove that they have good abilities. Immediately after, Asuma didn't break his promise, and after a full meal, he took everyone to warm Izumi. Today, he was destined to bleed heavily today. But compared to being able to save a life, everything is worth it. This night is destined to be a happy one. After this large-scale mission, Konoha's defense has also become more stringent. First, to prevent Akatsuki from sending people to attack Naruto secretly. Second, to be afraid that when a ruthless person like Kokatsuki appears, he will hunt down the ninjas on the bounty list at every turn. You know, almost every jonin is a bounty. Through land. And Asuma. After this incident, we have to be cautious. For every village, every jonin is a mainstay Jinchuriki column. Every time you lose one, the strength of the village will be reduced. One may not have much impact, but 3. And even more. So they have to pay attention to it and kill this possibility completely in the cradle. After all, there are many wandering ninjas who also like to go to the underworld to accept this kind of reward mission. There is a special name for people who do this, called bounty hunters. Exclamation mark. That night, when he got home, Shiyu didn't do anything extra, but just raised his head and fell asleep. After some eating, drinking and playing, the coolest thing is to have a good night's sleep. The next day, Shiyu took a look at Anko, who was still on the mission, and found that there was nothing unusual about the latter, so he was relieved. As for the avatar left behind, it still continues to guard. Only after the latter returned to Konoha safely, can Tokyo be completely at ease. After all, Anko at this time is estimated to have a hard time concentrating. In case of a fight with those ninjas who came to assassinate, it will definitely suffer a big loss. Therefore, Shiyu must protect his safety. No way, who told me to put someone to sleep? After confirming that Anko's side was okay, Tokiyu's mind also fell on the first task of the system. Deidara. Looks like it's time to meet Sasuke and the others. Shiyu knew that now open black lens bracket Deidara close black lens bracket should have formed a new duo with open black lens bracket Afei close black lens bracket, who is actually open black lens bracket Obito close black lens bracket. Their first mission should be to find Orochimaru. The purpose is to kill the latter. However, they should have learned the news of Orochimaru's fall by now. Since it was rumored that Sasuke killed Orochimaru, they still didn't know that the real killer who killed Orochimaru was Tokiwa. But this does not prevent them from targeting Sasuke. Because open black lens bracket Obito close black lens bracket wants to recruit in Sasuke for his use. Therefore, they will definitely find Sasuke. Fei Lu reminds you. Chapter 459 Inches Snake, Squad. Goodbye Karen. You calculated the time, it was still some time before Kurenai Yuhi's birthday. In which he will, Deidara. After the matter is done, it is not a problem to put your mind on this matter at all. Because he was going out for a while, Tokiha left a clone in Konoha. First, he didn't want too much to know what he was going to do. Otherwise, Naruto's character would definitely go with him. Even if he could persuade the latter to stay, it would still take a lot of words. Furthermore, he had to explain to Kakashi and Tsunade what he probably lost when he went out this time, and it would be nonsense. He is very good at this kind of things, but not when it is absolutely necessary. He does not want to spend more time. Moreover, time waits for no one. Maybe when he was arguing with Tsunade and others, Deidara had already been solved by Sasuke, which would not be worth the loss. After some comprehensive consideration, Shiyu decided to leave in secret. After having an idea, Shiyu didn't hesitate in the slightest, and immediately took action. After everything was ready, he just cast the Horaitian technique and disappeared into his home. At the same time, in the forest thousands of miles away, 4 figures are walking in it. At this time, the 4 of them are all wearing gray robes, and they are going to the place where Akatsuki once set foot to collect information. Didn't Shiyu say that he will come to see us every once in a while? It's been almost half a month since the last time. Why are you still here? Not anyone else who is complaining, it's liking Vortex Karen. It's been more than a month since they and Tokiyu were separated, and it's been more than half a month since the distance to see them. Obviously, if there is no special important thing, it is naturally impossible to always run towards Sasuke. It doesn't take long to even go back and forth, but this. He might have to stay overnight in the wild for a few days. Even if he is a master Mokuden, wood style, for Jinchuriki, column techniques, but in the wild there is no comfortable sleeping at home. Besides, there are Sasuke, Suzuki, and Shigego 3 light bulbs on the side. He's not good at flirting with Karen either. Instead of that, it's better to get those pretty flowers of Konoha first. Facts have proved that his choice is correct. In this more than a month, he has successfully picked 1 flower. And the second flower has also been tightly held in his hand, and it is only a matter of time before picking. Needless to say, this first flower is Enko. And the second one, of course, is Kurenai Yuhi. Exclamation mark. Just as Karen's complaints fell, a figure suddenly appeared beside Sasuke. With the appearance of this figure, Karen's beautiful eyes suddenly burst into excitement, with different colors. It wasn't someone else who suddenly appeared, it was Tokiyu. After learning the identity of the visitor, not only Karen's eyes were bright at this moment, but even Sasuke 3 was a little excited. Sasuke was the first to speak. Shiyu, you are here. Shiyu nodded, then said, I have collected some information about open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket. Maybe it will be helpful for you to find open black lens bracket Itachi close black lens bracket. Having said that, this is obviously not Tokiyu's real purpose. Of course, he couldn't directly tell Sasuke 4 that he was waiting for Deidara. It will be delivered to your door automatically. So, I just made an excuse. However, this excuse is naturally tenable. Because they came from the one in the Nation of Fire. Bounty Exchange Office. The steward interrogated some information there, some information about Coke, do. Chapter 460_4 Jinchuriki Column Force. The Will of God. After some conversation. 4 of Sasuke to a small town in Taki no Country, where is the corner, the place where money is hidden. Corner, have been, bounty hunters, for decades. Of course he is rich. Naturally, it is impossible for him to carry such a huge amount of money with him, so he centrally manages all the money. Moreover, there are also special guards. When Shiyu and his group of 5 headed towards the town, there was a new movement in Amegakure village which is thousands of miles away. 2 days later, Itachi and Oni came to Amegakure village with the 4-tailed Jinchuriki, column Lilaozi, ready to start a new round of sealing. 2 tails and 3rd tails were sealed last time. 4 tails Monkey King had already been captured. But because of the long distance, I didn't have time to seal them together. So there were 3 days in between. Seeing Itachi and Oni, the voice of open black lens bracket pane close black lens bracket also sounded slowly. Okay, Everyone is here. However, upon hearing this, Itachi and the others were all stunned. Because at this time, including him and the ghost shark, there are only 7 people. Aware of this, the ghost shark was the first to ask. No, I didn't see Hidan and the angle. Hearing this, open black lens bracket pane close black lens bracket was silent for a while, and then replied. Those 2 were killed. Ah. Words of open black lens bracket pane close black lens bracket, Itachi, Oni Shark and Deidara were all stunned. Except for the 3 of them, the other 4 of them already knew. Nagato, Kokusu, Ju and Obito, can be said to be the core members of open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket. After being slightly startled, the ghost shark suddenly smiled. That's right. I didn't expect that pair of zombies to die. Let's see how they died. In fact, not only the ghost shark has this idea, but also the other 6 people. They have some knowledge of Hidan and Angle's abilities, both of which can be called undead duo. Naturally, it has extraordinary abilities. Although there is no real fight between them, but they must admit the strength of the 2. Able to successfully hunt tailed beasts. The guy obviously can't get there. Open black lens bracket pane close black lens bracket. After hearing what the ghost shark said, he also retorted. Ghost shark, how can you say that to your comrade? His words sounded like he was paying attention to his companions, but there was not much fluctuation in his tone. Open black lens bracket pane close black lens bracket. The reason for this is very simple. He attaches great importance to his companions, that's right. But now in his eyes, there is only one real companion. That's Xiao Nan! Exclamation mark. Since Yahiko died, Nagato's heart has completely cooled down, and only in the face of Xiao Nan. When there is a hint of warmth. Because of that, Nagato, at this time, it has been blackened. When the closest companion, Yahiko. His heart changed when he was betrayed by a dirty deal in the ninja world. Summoning Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is the beginning. Later, instigated and misled by Obito, he was born as a god, above all living beings. Mentality. So from then on, he always referred to God. The will to settle whatever he deems unreasonable. Also therefore, he is on the way to make the world at peace, by the original Jiraiya. Teaching with understanding and love. Instead of violence to solve violence. He believes that peace must be cherished by letting people experience pain, so he said, let the world feel your pain, when destroying Konoha. Needless to say, Nagato at this time has been taken over by his own god. Controlled by the will. So much so that in the later battle of Omegakure village, Nagato will not take into account the friendship between master and apprentice, let Jiraiya. Also became a victim of the 6 Paths Pain arbitration world. Because he is very clear. If the latter is alive, he will surely become his, conquer the world. A big obstacle on the road. Hokage hundreds of millions of rewards, Chapter 461 to 480. Chapter 461 White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. Afei and Obito. Omegakure village, in a dark cave. 7 figures stand on the 7 fingers of open black lens bracket Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, close black lens bracket, discussing about the fall of Hidan and the angle. After making some jokes, the ghost shark asked seriously. Who did it? Of the ghost shark, before Pain could answer, the absolute on the side was the first to speak. Konoha, S. It's the one who killed open black lens bracket Sasori close black lens bracket last time. Kakashi squad. Because of open black lens bracket absolute close black lens bracket, S special ability, he is mainly responsible for open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket organized investigation and intelligence collection. Open black lens bracket white Zetsu close black lens bracket observe. Open black lens bracket black Zetsu close black lens bracket analyze. Open black lens bracket absolutely close black lens bracket. Although I have collected these information, I don't know anything about the detailed battle on the scene. Just know where there was an earth-shattering fight and then both Hidan and Angle were dead. Moreover, even the corpse was not found. In his opinion, the two were corpses and should have been brought back by Konoha. But he didn't know that the two had already been reduced to ashes in the battle, and not even a bit of bone residue was left. The words of open black lens bracket black zetsu close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket white zetsu close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket obito close black lens bracket besides also echoed. It's very strong, that team. Last time Deidara was beaten to the death and broke an arm. As soon as Obito said this, Deidara was instantly unhappy. Afe. Don't try to push the limits of my tolerance. Obito, who heard the words, looked like he was acknowledging his cowardice, but his words still carried a hint of ridicule. Ha ha ha. The tolerance limit is based on tolerance, and yours should be called explosive limit. The one that explodes when you get angry. Afe, you bastard. Deidara between the words was obviously in a panic, because the last time he used his body to escape was a shame in his opinion. However, just when Deidara was about to swear, Pain stopped him. Deidara, be quiet. What's so angry about this? Afe said the truth. Cut. Delata snorted lightly, and Obito snickered again. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Pain is also circling. Afe, don't say a few words. How to say, Hidan is also your senior. Pain is saying, senior. Two words were used, the tone of voice paused a little, as if there was something hidden in it. As for the tricky things, only 5 people present knew about it. In addition to Nagato, Xiaonan, Ju and Obito, the last person is Itachi. Because, at the time he was born by Obito. Introducing open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket organized. Although Itachi doesn't know, Obito, his true identity, but he knew that the latter's position in the Akatsuki organization was absolutely extraordinary. Moreover, Itachi also vaguely guessed what kind of shocking conspiracy the latter was brewing. This is also why in the ferret, when he falls, a transcription seal of Amaterasu will be set in Sasuke's eyes. Itachi guesses, Obito. For his plan, it is very likely that he will approach his younger brother. Therefore, he buried the ultimate move in advance. But unfortunately, he still underestimated Obito ability from the animation, but after the hit, Obito. I used open black lens bracket Izanagi close black lens bracket to escape the fatal blow. The usual, Obito. Only one eye is exposed, and Sharingan will only be turned on in combat situations. Also therefore, today's open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket organization knows that he has open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket and only Ju, Nagato, Kansu and Itachi are 4, and the rest of them don't know anything about him. As for Obito's other eye, undoubtedly on Kakashi. However, the current Obito, there are still 2 open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. Left eye, hidden behind the mask. It was transplanted, and it was also the eyes of their Uchiha clan. Under normal circumstances, he will not use this eye, and will only use it when facing death threats. Because the function of this eye is to cast open black lens bracket Izanagi close black lens bracket. Chapter 462 Puppets and Dirt. Sasori and Orochimaru. As the atmosphere quiets down, Ghost Shark also spoke immediately, because he didn't want to listen to the debate between Deidara and Obito here. Compared to these things, let's seal the 4 tails first. Wait a minute, I have something to say. As soon as Pain said these words, the faces of Gwei Shark and the others raised doubts again. Immediately after, the doubts in their hearts were also answered with Pain's next sentence, but the answer made them a little confused. There's another guy killed too. One more. Breeds in the minds of Itachi, Oni, Deidara, because they really can't think of who Sasori, Hidan, and Kokoku are dead, and the remaining 7 are here. As for Orochimaru, it's normal for them not to think about it for a while, because the latter has been out of Akatsuki for 10 years. But there is actually a exclamation mark. That's Itachi's age. Itachi became the captain of Anbu at the age of 13 and completed the extermination of the clan, which means Itachi should join open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket at this time. And according to Pain, it has been 10 years since Orochimaru left open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket. It was because Orochimaru coveted Itachi. The open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket wants to take the latter's body as his own. But because the assassination failed, he left open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket. In this way, the current Itachi be 23 years old. But the problem is that it is officially recorded that Itachi was only 21 years old when he died. So here it is only possible that Pain was confused, or Kishimoto was confused. Just when Itachi, Kisha and Deidara wondered who this person is, Pain immediately revealing Akatsuki's answer. It's Orochimaru. 3 ghost sharks who got the answer were all one. Obviously, he didn't expect the guy from Orochimaru's 10 years to be killed. It's okay if he's dead, so I don't have to kill him again. Quote. Ghost Shark snorted lightly, and continued, can kill that. Orochimaru must not be a big deal. Guy, who is this person? Orochimaru betrayed open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket, he was wanted. Both Sasori and Deidara found his lair at one point, and the latter and Sasori had a brief confrontation. Sasori is using 3 generations of Kage's puppet. And Orochimaru uses 3 generations of Kage from Impure World Reincarnation. Needless to say, it was an interesting duel. In the end, Orochimaru's Impure World Reincarnation lost because it wasn't enough night, but the latter still escaped. Although Orochimaru is very unpleasant, his strength is recognized. Otherwise, Pain wouldn't have pulled him into Akatsuki. So after learning that Orochimaru was killed, Oni Shark, Itachi and Deidara's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Not only the 3 of them, but also Pain and others back then. As for the question from the ghost shark, Pain slowly spit out 5 words from his mouth after being silent for a while. Uchiha Sasuke. 3 people who heard the words were stunned, because the news shocked them even more than Orochimaru was killed. Orochimaru at least has a certain reputation in the ninja world. But Sasuke, they have not heard any news about Sasuke except that the latter is Itachi's younger brother. Simply put, Orochimaru was killed by a rising star. This is not the point is that this rising star turned out to be a container that he cultivated himself. In other words, Orochimaru was planted in his own hands. Everyone present was only shocked when they found out about this, but there was a touch of relief in one person's heart. He is none other than Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's ability to kill Orochimaru proves that he has grown up. This is undoubtedly what he wants to see the most. Even if he dies in the future, the latter also has a certain degree of self-protection in this ninja world of the jungle. Power. This is undoubtedly the best news for Itachi. But the problem is, they are all wrong. Orochimaru, not Sasuke. Kill. Fei Lu reminds you. Chapter 463 Itachi's plan. Suzuki and Shigego. Open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket. The information collected by the organization is wrong, and it is reasonable. After all, seeing Tokiha beheading Orochimaru with his own eyes. Only Yamato, Naruto and Sasuke 3. If they don't go to Konoha to investigate, they can't know the truth. After all, the 444 secret bases established by Orochimaru in the Land of Grass have been completely exposed. And the people who escaped from it are called Sasuke. Killed Orochimaru. For this, absolutely. It was also believed As for the heavily guarded Konoha, he obviously wouldn't take the risk if it wasn't necessary for the situation. After some shock, a displeased voice came out of Deidara's mouth. Damn, I originally killed Orochimaru. Because the mission to kill Orochimaru was originally done by him and Sasori. But it is a pity that the latter escaped the first time they fought. Later, they hunted the tailed beast. Is to put the Orochimaru thing aside. Now that Sasori has fallen, he feels that this mission should be ended by him. But what he didn't expect was that Sasuke would take a step ahead, and he would inevitably feel a little unwilling in his heart. While Deidara was upset, Oni Shark looked at Itachi and said, "What can you do?" as expected of Itachi's younger brother. Three of them, Itachi was the only one who remained silent after hearing the news. On the surface, he looked like he didn't care at all, but his heart was full of joy. He knew that in the past 2 years, his younger brother had finally grown up. The plan in his mind can finally be put on the agenda. There is no way. His condition is getting worse and worse, and he may going to fart. So he wants to do it while he is still alive. Sasuke grew up enough to protect himself. And the fastest way he knows to become stronger is to awaken Mangekyo Sharingan. However, what he never imagined is that Sasuke has learned it. When they meet, he will be surprised. The seemingly indifferent look is actually protecting Sasuke in disguise. Absolutely glancing at the three of them, they continued. After Sasuke killed Orochimaru, he gathered some partners. Partner. The ghost shark snorted in astonishment. Not bad. Ju nodded, then said, besides, they are all tricky guys. You should be familiar with one of them, one of the Kurigakure Ghost Lamp brothers. Hearing the words, the ghost shark looked stunned for a moment, and then a figure of a young man appeared in his mind, muttering to himself. Shueyu. It's so memorable. Just as the ghost shark fell into memory, Pain, who was beside him, spoke again. Besides Shueyu, there is also a Libra Eye. You have to be careful. If nothing else, they formed that Snake Squad should be for the two of you. Open black lens bracket absolute close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Pain close black lens bracket only mentioned Suzuki and Shigego, and Karen was directly ignored by them. In their opinion, the strength of the latter is obviously not worth mentioning. And it is true, Karen really does not have much fighting power, she is only good at perception and the chakra with amazing resilience. Be precise, it should be Yang chakra. This is why Karen's chakra. The root of being able to treat all kinds of injuries. Chapter 464 Kurigakure Magical Powers. Ultimate Art. Deidara couldn't help but become interested after listening to Pain's conversation. Ghost Shark, what's the origin of that guy named Shueyu? In response to Deidara's question, the ghost shark turned his head and glanced at the former. Silent for a while, it is still about Shueyu. The history of. More than 10 years ago, he was still a child with a cute little face. As long as it is an enemy he has defeated, he will cut off its limbs, and then deliver a fatal blow to the head of the opponent when he is most desperate. That's why he is called the heir of Ghost Momochi no Slash. Overall, he's a child prodigy. Deidara, who was just curious to ask at first, became more interested in an instant after hearing what the ghost shark said. Deidara, loves to do things. Especially for those so-called geniuses. A child prodigy. Come to a little art to embellish their splendid life. Said it so nicely, but he just wanted to kill the genius. In his opinion, this is also a pleasure. Because while doing this kind of thing, he can let the world know what art is to the greatest extent possible. After all, geniuses are the ones that attract the attention and the people's attention. So pick them up to promote art. Goal is undoubtedly the best. Immediately after, everyone stopped talking nonsense and started to seal 4 tails. As for Shiyu and the others, with the bounty exchange office. The information revealed by the steward. They also successfully found the town. Although this town is remote, it is very beautiful. Seen that the circulation of gold-silver here is quite large. Zhao, it's obviously justified for everyone to keep their money in the town to look after them. Because here, it is not too easy to make money from money. The most simple and direct is gambling and borrowing loan sharks. However, because Shiyu does not have the spatial coordinates of this place. Therefore, it took several days for a group of 4 of them to arrive in this small town. Akatsuki, on the other side, has completed the seal of the 4 Tails. A Megakure village, in a dark cave. Afe, you said we're going over there. Going to Uchiha Sasuke or to Kakashi and that QB 9 Tails kid. Hearing Deidara's words, Afe spread out his hands lazily and replied bluntly. Don't go anywhere. My tasks are generally completed, there is no need to worry about them. Hearing this, Deidara's eyes narrowed and she said solemnly. Stop kidding. Open black lens bracket QB 9 Tails close black lens bracket I haven't paid what that kid owes me, and I haven't paid Kakashi's revenge for his broken arm. He and Sasori stayed behind to fight against Tokyo and the others when the last time the Aikyo Shukaku was sealed. Originally, they thought that the 2 of them could wipe out Shiyu and the rest, but what he never imagined was that neither of them was a fuel-efficient lamp. So that in the end Sasori was sacrificed, and he also escaped at the cost of a broken arm. At that time, Kakashi suddenly displayed the strange ability Kamui, and Naruto transformed into QB 9 Tails mode 2 and 2 Tails. Facing these 2 people alone, he is no longer a rival. But, is different now. Since his last defeat, he has created a new kind of ninjutsu. A kind of ultimate ninjutsu that can only be performed by him. In his opinion, this new ninjutsu is the ultimate art he pursues. Philo reminds you. Chapter 465 _ Search for a base. A strong enemy is coming. Stop kidding. Open black lens bracket QB 9 Tails close black lens bracket I haven't paid what that kid owes me, and I haven't paid Kakashi's revenge for his broken arm. It should have been me who killed Orochimaru, so Sasuke Uchiha can't forgive me either. Afe, let's go. Voice fell, Deidara headed out of the cave. Alas. And open black lens bracket Obito close black lens bracket sighed lightly, and immediately followed. But in fact, these are all superficial skills of open black lens bracket Obito close black lens bracket, and the latter has long wanted to meet Sasuke for a while. Because he knows, Itachi can't master this person, so, he wants to see if he can control Sasuke. Watching Deidara and Obito slowly go away, the ghost shark's eyes also returned to Itachi. Is this really possible, Itachi? Itachi didn't answer the ghost shark's words. As if in his eyes, Sasuke's affairs have nothing to do with him. However, Ghost Shark is not stupid. He has teamed up with Itachi for so long, and sometimes he can find clues. When I met Sasuke in Konoha 2 years ago, if Itachi really wanted to kill Sasuke, the latter would never live now. Then I think of the Uchiha clan being destroyed, why only Sasuke was left. There is obviously something hidden in it. As for what it is, only Itachi and Danzo and Konoha are at the top. The other side. Shiyu and his party have been in the town, do. The place to hide gold. Although there were a few guards, in the eyes of Shiyu and the others, there was no such thing as 3, 5 and 2 will solve it. After some inquiries, they also learned a useful piece of information. Then in a place hundreds of miles away from this town, there is a secret stronghold of an organization called Akatsuki. Although they couldn't be sure that Itachi was there or not, it was a useful clue, a clue to find Itachi. And according to the main line of animation, Itachi knew that Sasuke was looking for himself, so he went to that stronghold ahead of time to wait. No doubt that his plan is about to be implemented. Tokyo and his party set off immediately after learning about the stronghold of the Akatsuki organization. A day later, Tokiyu and the other 5 arrived at the approximate location, but because the exact entrance to this stronghold could not be determined. Therefore, the 5 of them are divided into 2 teams to find, which is more efficient. Obviously, Sasuke can't wait to meet Itachi! Exclamation mark. For this, everyone is meaningless. Because Shiyu nodded, what else can they say? Shueyu agreed to join the Snake Squad, because of Shiyu's promise. Karen is because he likes Toki, and Shigego is because Toki helps control the natural energy in the body. Therefore, these 3 can be said to be on par with Tokiha. Tokiha and Sasuke headed to the right, Karen, Suzuki and Jugo searched to the left. For this grouping, Karen was originally reluctant. But Neiji's arms can't twist her thighs, she can't do anything if Shiyu doesn't let go. The reason for Shiyu's grouping is simple. If Deidara and Obito appeared at this time, it would be a matter of waiting with Sasuke. There is no need for him to search for Deidara. Besides, Tokiyu also looked at how Sasuke used open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket, and after Tokiyu's group of 5 divided into 2 groups of 5, they were more than a dozen or so away from here. In the sky above the inside and outside, there are 2 big white birds flying towards here. There is a person standing on the back of the 2 big birds, both wearing black Yuhi cloud robes. Needless to say, both of them are members of the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 466_choice. Obito's trick. There is no suspense, the 2 people standing on the back of the white giant bird are Deidara and Obito. And that giant bird is not a real creature, but made of clay. On the bird's back, Obito's voice sounded slowly. Senior, which one are we looking for? Sasuke or that QB 9-Tails kid? Hearing this, Deidara fell into deep thought, because he really hadn't thought about which one to go to first. Seeing this, Obito said something. Senior, the boss said earlier that Sasuke wants to find Itachi through our organization. I remember that there is a stronghold of our organization not far from here, or let's try our luck there. Deidara voted in favor of Obito's suggestion. Being tangled here, it's better to touch it and talk about it. If you really meet Sasuke there, it won't be perfect if you kill the latter first and then go to Konoha to deal with Naruto and Kakashi. However, how did Deidara know that all this was calculated by Obito, since he knew that Sasuke wanted to stop the search for Itachi through their Akatsuki? Naturally, they know where Sasuke is now, and the base they went to is a secret base at the junction of the Country of Yu and the Country of Rain. If you are lucky, there is a high probability that you will meet Sasuke there. Even if he doesn't meet him today, he will meet him later. With open black lens bracket absolutely close black lens bracket to help him investigate and collect information, he can roughly figure out the location and whereabouts of Master Sasuke. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Deidara drank lightly, and immediately controlled the giant bird to fly quickly towards the location of Tokiyu and his party. Soon after. In Deidara and Obito already close to what they say. That was still there. He was rushing to Dara listlessly, and the next second, a look of joy appeared on his face. Because at this time in his 2 figures appeared in front of him. The 2 were looking for something in Joe of this stronghold, which undoubtedly aroused his interest. What he can conclude is that the 2 are definitely not from their group. Think about this. He regained his energy immediately, and the giant bird under his feet suddenly accelerated. As they got closer, the 2 figures became clearer and clearer in his eyes. Although still far apart, his left eye, equipped with a mechanical device, it can see far away. Simply put, it is equivalent to a kind of telescope. Exclamation mark. Although he does not have the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, he also has the ability of super long-distance reconnaissance through the power of technology. As the figures in his field of vision became clearer, the smile on his face became more intense. Because these 2 are none other than Tokiyu and Sasuke. The big hand caressed the hat with fluttering leucorrhea, and Deidara's voice suddenly sounded. Athey, it seems that we are lucky. What a good thing. Obito said suspiciously. Hey, I found my target. Really? Of course. Is it Sasuke? You'll find out later, come with me. Voice fell, Deidara controlled the giant bird under her feet and quickly swept towards the location of Tokiha and Sasuke. Whoosh. That's incredible speed, and Deidara can't wait. See you. Obito didn't delay either, and hurriedly followed. Although Deidara didn't tell him clearly, he already had the answer in his heart. After all, he was the one who led Deidara to come here. Chapter 467_Shock. Enemies hiding in space. Just as Deidara and Obito kept approaching Tokiha and Sasuke, Tokiha paused slightly while searching for the entrance. Obviously, he sensed something. After Shu's God-forbidden mind, his sense of perception was exceptionally sharp. Even if you don't take the initiative to use it, you can still feel the movement around 1,000 kilometers away. Even Deidara and Obito are still some distance away from them, but because their positions are in the air. Moreover, there is a large flow of chakra. In addition, the amount of chakra possessed by the two of them is also unusual, not ordinary ninjas. Combination of various factors, Shiyu guessed something at once. Is it finally here? Shiyu murmured in his heart, obviously already aware of the unknown person who was rapidly approaching them at the moment. Seeing Shiyu stop, Sasuke couldn't help but ask. Shiyu, have you found something? Sasuke's perception is not as good as Tokiyu's, so naturally he couldn't detect it when they were so far away. In his opinion, it might be Toshiyu who discovered the entrance to the stronghold, something. Two people are approaching us, very fast. Hearing the words, Sasuke's eyes narrowed, and his expression immediately became vigilant. The two approached them. According to his investigation, the Akatsuki organization basically carried out tasks in groups of two. And here is a secret base of open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket, so these two are likely to be members of open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket organization. Even, it may be that, Itachi, they are looking for. Exclamation mark. As for the other person, it should be the ghost shark who teamed up with him. Of course, this is just a guess made by Sasuke based on Tokiyu's words. As for whether Akatsuki is organized into Oni and Itachi, we can only tell after seeing each other. That's why Sasuke's expression was a little excited. After all, his purpose is to find Itachi. However, what surprised him was that he was alert for a moment, but he didn't see any movement around him. This result made Sasuke a little puzzled. In his opinion, Tokiyu would never lie. And at this juncture, Shiyu certainly wouldn't joke with him. If these two possibilities are ruled out, there is only one left. That is, Shiyu has a lot of heart. If he didn't know Shiyu's strength, then he would definitely think that was the answer. But this answer is not impossible. No matter how powerful people are, they always make mistakes or are careless. Therefore, he could only ask Shiyu for advice. Shiyu, there seems to be no one around. Shiyu seemed to have known that Sasuke would ask such a question for a long time, so after the latter's doubts fell, he immediately reached it. There's really no one around. Because they are in heaven. Heavenly. Sasuke murmured, and then his eyes instantly swept to the surrounding sky. However, the results obtained are still the same as before. A single person in the surrounding hundreds of meters away, not even a bird. Sasuke was undoubtedly even more confused about this. Next second. His eyes suddenly burst into a bright light, as if he had thought of something, he hurriedly asked. Shiyu, are they hiding in space? After seeing Shiyu's Hiraishin, art, and Kamui, Sasuke has a certain understanding of time and space ninjutsu. If someone is well versed in this, it is not surprising that Master has such advanced ninjutsu. Chapter 468_Meet. Meeting is a blast. Shiyu, are they hiding in space? You didn't hide anything from Sasuke's question. No, They haven't arrived yet. Sasuke, who heard the words, was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Shiyu to give such an answer. Not yet. Shiyu nodded, and then said, before they were about a kilometer away from us, but now. As Tokiyu's voice stopped, Sasuke also felt two powerful chakras approaching them. This one, Sasuke's heart also flashed a touch of shock. He didn't expect Shiyu to be there. The other party was so far away from them that he sensed the other party. This was when Shiyu didn't use any ninjutsu. Such a powerful perception is simply appalling. He originally thought that Karen's perception was beyond ordinary, but Tokiyu's was even more outrageous than the latter. Immediately after, the eyes of the two were locked in one direction instantly, and two UFOs suddenly appeared in the sky. As the distance got closer, Sasuke also saw his identity clearly. It was two white clay giant birds, with one person standing on each of the birds' backs. Although both of them were wearing hats, their faces could not be seen clearly. But Sasuke still recognized their identities at a glance, because the latter was wearing a black Yuhi cloud robe. This is the sign of open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket. At this moment, an idea flashed in Sasuke's mind. Will one of them be Itachi? But after some careful observation, disappointment flashed in his upper eyes. With his familiarity with Itachi, he could see at a glance that he was not his brother. Just when Sasuke was still there, when he wondered what identity this was in front of him, a voice sounded in his ear. Well, it sure looks a lot like Itachi. Between discourse, Obito looked down at Sasuke and asked confirmingly. Are you Sasuke? Originally, Sasuke's expression was still calm, but when he heard, Itachi, after the name, his eyes suddenly froze. Seeing this, Obito started his own performance again. Ah, that's scary. And at this moment, a loud drink was spit out from Deidara's mouth. Open black lens bracket drink close black lens bracket. With the sound of this standard word, the ground on which Tokiyuki and Sasuke were standing suddenly exploded. Boom! In an instant, the smoke billows. But the explosion was dodged by Tokiyuki and Sasuke, and the two of them flashed a distance a second before the explosion. For this result, Deidara wasn't too disappointed, as if everything was under his control. Reason is very simple, because he has already laid out the backhand in advance. Without any suspense, Deidara let out a low voice again. Open black lens bracket drink close black lens bracket. This drinking sound was accompanied by this explosion. Boom! This trap was laid in advance by Deidara, who had already buried detonation clay around Tokiyuki and Sasuke when he started an explosion. Crafted small bombs. The explosion this time was at the moment when Tokiyuki and Sasuke's feet just landed, and it was basically difficult to avoid. That's why, after the first explosion failed, Deidara still had a master's expression on her face. When ordinary people meet someone they want to kill, they will say hello before shooting, which seems to have become a routine. Of course, except for those who carry out assassination missions, or their own low-strength needs to carry out assassination operations. But Deidara is better. First meeting is a meal, bombing, as if this is how he greets. Chapter 469 Deidara's Kekkei Genkei. Boom! The second explosion was even more powerful than the first, as can be seen from the range of smoke and dust that swept away. At this time, Deidara and Obito had already landed on the ground, looking at the place shrouded in smoke from a distance. Because the two of them didn't escape from the explosion this time. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the place of the explosion was completely exposed to Deidara's vision. But what surprised the two of them was that only a huge black iron ball was reflected in their eyes at the moment. As for Tokiyuki and Sasuke, they were nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Deidara and Obito immediately thought that they might be hiding in the black iron ball. Just when these thoughts arose in the hearts of the two of them, the surface of the rigid and ironless black ball slowly melted away. looked as if the iron ball had been melted by something. As the iron ball slowly melted away, the two figures reappeared in the sight of Deidara and Obito. Sure enough, everything was the same as what they had guessed just now. Tokyo and Sasuke were indeed hiding in this iron ball to avoid the explosion just now. Slightly startled, Deidara finally spoke up. Do you have any skills? However, I never thought that Big Brother Sasori and Orochimaru would be killed by you two children. To be honest, I still don't believe it until now. Deidara's tone was questioning, but her face was filled with excitement. Regardless of false, he will let Tokyo and Sasuke taste his art. At this time, his excitement is not only because of Sasuke, but also because of Shiyu. The reason is very simple, because at the time you and Kai open black lens bracket Sasori close black lens bracket. This result was beyond his expectation. He didn't think that the last dispute was their last dialogue. Both beliefs are art. Although the concepts are not the same goal is achieved by different paths. Therefore, the two of them are very opposite. So, their relationship is not bad. It's like the undead duo. Same way, under the stimulation of the same thing, the relationship between each other will be enhanced. Of course, traveling together for a long time may also be part of the reason. It's like a shark and a weasel. The two don't have the same thing, or any similar abilities, but they get along very well. As Deidara's voice fell, Obito echoed. It is said that Konoha has a kid with Jiden magnet style. It seems that it is you. Shiyu showed Jiden magnet style on the Chunin exam, so it is naturally known to everyone. Is no need to collect this information at all. Open black lens bracket Jiden magnet style close black lens bracket. Deidara muttered. A look of sudden realization appeared on her face. Just now I was curious about what that black ball with a metallic luster was. I didn't expect it to be iron. No wonder it was able to stop my explosion. Exactly, we all have open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei close black lens bracket. Let me see if your open black lens bracket Jiden magnet style close black lens bracket is better. Or my open black lens bracket Bakuden explosion style close black lens bracket is better. Hearing Deidara's words, Shiyu sneered. Hehe, you can also be regarded as open black lens bracket Bakuden explosion style close black lens bracket. Others may not know Deidara's secret, but Shiyu knows it. He was able to create explosions with priming clay. Not really open black lens bracket Bakuden explosion style close black lens bracket. To the official introduction, what he possesses is just a secret technique. It's just that Deidara has a good face and always calls himself Bakuden explosion style in front of outsiders. Chapter 470 _ The battle is on. Kill with a sword. Open black lens bracket Bakuden explosion style close black lens bracket is a fusion of open black lens bracket nature transformation close black lens bracket of open black lens bracket lightning attribute close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket earth attribute close black lens bracket. Therefore, open black lens bracket Raiden thunder style close black lens bracket simply cannot restrain this escape technique. Exclamation mark. But in animation, Deidara was restrained by Sasuke's Raiden thunder style, which made his bombs become dumb thunder. Therefore, it can be concluded that Deidara's ninjutsu still belongs to Doden earth style. Of course, his Doden earth style has already reached the realm of transformation. If it wasn't for his innate lack of lightning attribute chakra, the latter's talent should be able to master Bakuden explosion style in his lifetime. In order to solve this solution, Deidara started other aspects. So there is the later detonation clay. Exclamation mark. Once the detonation clay in his pocket. After using it, he will not be able to cast the explosion secret technique. Deidara, who was still smiling at first, turned gloomy when she heard Tokiyu's words. Little devil, are you doubting Bakuden explosion style? Whether it will or not, don't you have a little bit of force in your heart? You. At this time, Deidara was a little angry and corrupt, and for a while he didn't know how to refute. Because it is true, he will not Bakuden explosion style. Moreover, it is impossible for him to learn it in his life. Unless someone helps him transform his body, so that he can get the lightning attribute chakra that he did not have by nature. In response, Deidara could only end the conversation. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you, I'll send you to hell now. Hearing the words, Tokiyu knew that Deidara was about to start, so he said to Sasuke beside him. Sasuke, hand over that masked man. Shiyu's purpose is very simple, his mission target is Deidara. As for Obito, he doesn't have much interest. So, let him play with Sasuke. It just so happens that Sasuke can also take this opportunity to hone Mangekyo Sharingan, and actual combat is the fastest way to improve proficiency. Good. Sasuke nodded and agreed directly. Next second. I saw Sasuke dodged and lost his place. Seeing Sasuke coming towards him quickly, Deidara's eyes froze for a moment, and two words subconsciously spit out from his mouth. So fast. Immediately afterwards, Sasuke's grass pheasant sword swung directly at Obito. Since Deidara was standing beside Obito, if he didn't dodge, he would have been hit by a sword. Seeing the attack approaching, Deidara's instinctive reaction was to dodge. With his strength, and the fact that Akatsuki's attack was known in advance. Problem to avoid Sasuke's sword edge. Whoosh. There is no accident. Deidara has taken the lead in dodging to the side of the big tree a second before the sword edge is about to touch him. Seems easy, but it actually requires keen insight. Otherwise, he is likely to be seriously injured by this sword, or even die by cutting his throat directly. Deidara has touched Hokage level. It is normal to have such responsiveness. However, although Deidara dodged, Obito was hit by a sword. Immediately after, Obito's body collapsed to the ground under the gaze of Sasuke and Deidara. Boom. Sasuke glanced at Obito on the ground lightly and said slowly. Shiyu, I got it here. Either I'll fix it by the way, or I'd better quickly get the information about Itachi from his mouth. Sasuke's tone was like asking for instructions. After all, Tokiyu didn't let him shoot Deidara just now. But Deidara saw this scene, but there was no worry on her face. Because of the time he teamed up with Obito, he also probably knew some of the abilities the latter possessed. So he thought it wasn't that Obito couldn't dodge this sword, but that the latter was too lazy to dodge. And it is. Naturally, Obito was unscathed, and the way he fell down just now was just intentional. At this point, Tokiyu in the distance can also be seen. This Obito's Kamui is much more playful than Kakashi, and it can be said to be the pinnacle. Sasuke, don't be careless. Hearing Tokiyu's words, Sasuke looked back. He was surprised to find that Obito, who fell to the ground, stood up slowly at this moment, and he was not injured at all. It seems that this guy is not easy. Chapter 471_Clay Spider. Secret Art Weakness. Obito still looked indifferent, and did not forget to reach out and brush off the dust on his body. Seeing this, Deidara couldn't help but drank lightly. Afei, don't be careless just because the other party is a kid. That guy's blinking technique is too fast, we can't match it. There was a hint of helplessness in Obito's tone, as if the truth was what he said. Really? Deidara complained and said to Obito, take him to the other side, don't interfere with the fight with that kid. Oh. Obito let out a soft sound, then walked away from Deidara. Because this result is exactly what he wants, he also wants to try how much Sasuke is now. Seeing Obito jumping into the forest, Sasuke followed directly. After the two disappeared from sight of Tokiyu and Deidara, the latter spoke again. Little devil, now we can fight well. Let's look forward to it, I will show you what art is next. I'll wait and see. Hearing Shiyu's arrogant answer, Didera's mood became even more unhappy. At this time, he had already labeled Shiyu with a death label, and in any case, the latter must die today. Angry is anger, but he is relatively calm when fighting. Other words, he is not completely angry now. Didera's eyes were fixed on Shiyu, and she thought in her heart, first of all, let's test it with one clay spider. Didera is not stupid. Sasori was killed by joining forces with Chiyo. Because of this, he felt that Shiyu should have gone too far. Open black lens bracket clay spider close black lens bracket. A small spider in shape that can climb up to people and explode. Its explosive power is the smallest, and it is a small blasting clay. Mainly used in covert operations or when attacking and probing. Use, just 3 stamps, Sishin-yin. Think about this. Didera is also nonsense. I saw that his hands were directly inserted into the pockets on the left and right sides of his waist. His left and right, the palms each have a mouth, which are some modifications to match the secret technique he created. In addition to these two mouths, there is also one in his heart. That is his final hole card, the hole card that perishes with everyone. Of course, his own mouth can also create clay bombs. With the completion of open black lens bracket clay spider close black lens bracket, Didera also has no unnecessary nonsense. Clay spiders, in his hands. Throw as many as you can, and then quickly hand seal. Next second. Clay spider, that was still silent like a dead thing. Suddenly, there was life, and he flew towards Shiyu. Seeing this, Shiyu's eyes showed any panic. A wave of his hand, silver, colored rays of light flew out from his palm. Ha, 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 there is no suspense, the silver-colored chakra needles are directly connecting all the clay spiders. All penetrated. Ding, 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 some were nailed to the trees, some were nailed to the ground. Seeing this scene, I originally wanted to shout, drink. Didera's face froze instantly. A clay spider couldn't get close to Shiyu. Even if he activated the explosion, it was no use. But what Didera never imagined was that even if he activated those clay spiders, it won't explode either. Reason is very simple, because what Shiyu shoots is all thunder attributes of chakra needles. Others may not know Didera's weakness, but Shiyu knows it. Chapter 472 _ Clay Puppets. Bells and Whistles. Dissolving Didera's open black lens bracket 1 clay spider close black lens bracket, Tokiyu's voice also sounded faintly. Even this rubbish deserves art. In order to complete the task better, Shiyu showed no mercy in his words. Hearing this, the surprise on Didera's face immediately turned into an unhappy look. It may be tolerated by others to mock him, but mocking his works is not art, which is absolutely unacceptable to him. Little devil, don't be too complacent. The trick just now is just an appetizer. As for whether you can see my better art, it depends on whether you have that strength. After an angry voice, Didera stopped talking nonsense. I saw that his hands were inserted into his pockets again, and then he detonated clay, as before. Bitten into the palm of the mouth. But this time is obviously not different from the first time. At this time, there was no small spider in Didera's hand, but the exploding clay that was eaten directly flowed out. These clays are chewed. Afterward, they have chakra attached to them. Therefore, they are all controlled by a rival. At this time, sticky clay continued to flow out of Didera's palms and mouths, and it began to accumulate on the ground. Immediately after. That were not human, not ghosts, and their movements were extremely strange. The moment the puppet was formed, Didera's voice also sounded. I see how you can defuse my trick. After a shout, the two clay puppets suddenly rushed towards Shiyu. The two clay golems can move because there is a thin line of clay behind them connecting the two mouths in the palms of Didera's hands. This principle is manipulated by the puppet master, and the thin line of clay is the channel for instilling chakra. For this trick, Deidara can be said to be full of confidence. Because no matter how Shiyu defeated these two puppets, they would not die. Even if Shiyu smashed them into countless pieces, he could still rely on those clay threads. Get them moving again. So, this thing will only get more and more, and the reluctance will not decrease. Until Shiyu is accidentally possessed by clay, it will be a perfect art explosion. I have to say, Deidara's plan is quite perfect. Those who don't understand his fighting style and ninjutsu characteristics will definitely be severely injured by this move. Even death. Looking at the two clay puppets that were facing him, a slight arc appeared at the corner of Shiyu's mouth. He had already seen Deidara's fighting methods. Therefore, the latter's thoughts at this time are naturally clear to him. Since the system's task is to conquering Deidara, then you will naturally have to defeat it with more flamboyant means. Put it simply, it is to be a little fancy. It is estimated that this kind of thing is difficult for ninjas to do. After all, this is a deadly battle. Who would think about how to be artistic at this time? Beat the opponent. Basically it's all about how you can win, and you still have to think about these boring things. Indeed, if it wasn't for the system's mission, Shiyu didn't want it either. Defeating the enemy also has to pay attention to art. Only people like Sasori and Deidara who have fanatical persistence and pursuit in their hearts will do this kind of thing. In order to complete the task, Shiyu could only show some tricks. Deidara, don't you think you can Bakuden explosion style? Now I'll show you the real Bakuden explosion style. With a low murmur, Shiyu's body instantly filled with two types of chakra. Chapter 473 Bakuden Explosion Style Ninja. Mine Fist. In those two clay puppets. When he attacked Shiyu, the chakras of the two attributes surging in his body instantly merged into one. Immediately after, this new attribute chakra directly converged on Shiyu's right hand, and there seemed to be thunderous bursts above that fist. Next second, without any hesitation, Shiyu threw a punch directly in Deidara's eyes. This scene made Deidara very puzzled, because Shiyu was not attacking any of the clay puppets, but the middle of the two. According to common sense, this attack is undoubtedly in vain. Is this kid cross-eyed? At this moment, this thought flashed in Deidara's mind. Otherwise, he really couldn't figure out why Shiyu's attack was so cheap. From the previous conversation, it could be seen that Shiyu was not stupid, and the latter did not have the slightest fear of him. In addition, his attacks at the moment are sparse and ordinary, and there is no pressure at all. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Shiyu to be out of order. Just as a doubtful look appeared on Deidara's face, a powerful explosion suddenly sounded. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Deidara was shocked to see that the two puppets he controlled were blasted into ashes. This scene completely exceeded his expectations. And the result in front of him was not the same as he expected. His two clay puppets turned into ash particles in the explosion just now, and could no longer multiply indefinitely. But that's not the point. He doesn't have the point at all. That is to say, this explosion was not caused by him. Therefore, there are only two possibilities for this scene. First, his two exploded, but it can. Nang was quickly ruled out by Deidara for playing blast clay. Over the years, there has never been such a mistake. This clay art. It is blessed by his chakra. Without his hand seal activation, it is absolutely impossible to explode. If it is those clay puppets that are out of its control, it is not impossible that this result may be caused by some external factors. Although the probability is quite small, it still exists. The problem is that he is a clay puppet. But he used clay thin wires to connect his palms to control. It is absolutely impossible for this situation to occur. Therefore, there is only the second possibility left. Apart from him, there is only Shiyu left. If this explosion was not caused by him, it must be the latter. Thinking of this, his eyes instantly locked on Shiyu. When he saw that there was still a wisp of mist drifting away from Shiyu's fist, he seemed to think of something at this moment, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. This person is none other than back then open black lens bracket Iwagakure village close black lens bracket the captain of the demolition team, Hunt. Deidara envies the latter, because, Curry. It is a ninja who holds the Bakuden explosion style called Blood Stain. If the latter wants to make an explosion, he doesn't need to be so troublesome, and he can directly perform ninjutsu. But what if he was without the priming clay? It can't be done. That's why Deidara said in front of others that he was using Bakuden explosion style directly, in order to keep his weakness from being known. And the reason why he thinks of this person at this time is because the ninjutsu Shiyu performed just now is quite similar to the former. That is a kind of ninjutsu called open black lens bracket Bakuden, explosion style, mind fist close black lens bracket. Chapter 474 Blood follows the meaning. Ultimate art. With a conjecture in mind, Deidara asked directly. Little devil, what escape technique did you use just now? Deidara's tone between the words, because he was sure that he was inseparable. After all, he had seen this open black lens bracket Bakuden, explosion style, mind fist close black lens bracket before. Therefore, I just caught a glimpse of the clue just now. The reason why I ask more than this is to make a final determination. When there are many chunin techniques in the ninja world, it is not impossible for someone to create similar ninjutsu occasionally. Therefore, Deidara didn't say it directly when he questioned. When he heard the words, Shiyu smiled faintly and said immediately. Oh, why do you know why you ask? As a member of Iwagakure village, you should have seen this Bakuden, explosion style, mind fist. As Shiyu said these words, the shock in Deidara's eyes instantly appeared on his face. His guess was right, Shiyu was indeed using open black lens bracket Bakuden, explosion style, close black lens bracket. This result greatly exceeded his expectations. He never thought that besides open black lens bracket Jiden, magnet style, close black lens bracket, Shiyu would be able to. There is even a master who has another kind of open black lens bracket Keke Jinkei close black lens bracket. Ordinary people want to comprehend one is as difficult as going to the sky, and both are favored by God. In addition to strength, it also requires a part of luck. Take him as an example. Talent is enough, but luck is too bad. What he pursued all his life was explosive art. Open black lens bracket Bakuden, explosion style, close black lens bracket requires open black lens bracket lightning close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket earth close black lens bracket 2 attributes. But the tragedy is, he was born without lightning attribute. Otherwise, with his talent and personality, he would definitely be able to comprehend Bakuden explosion style in his lifetime. But unfortunately, he is destined to have no such fate. If he works hard towards other bloodstain boundary, he may be able to comprehend other derivative escape techniques. Also say yes. It's like his Kuretsuchi, who is not as talented as him, that is, his junior sister, is a master Yoden lava style and this Keke Genkei. Of course, the latter may be due to the inheritance of the blood of the third generation Tsuchikajinoki. Jinten particle style close black lens bracket of open black lens bracket third generation Tsuchikage close black lens bracket is a fusion of open black lens bracket wind close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket fire close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket soil close black lens bracket 3 kinds of chakras, and his granddaughter open black lens bracket Karadashi close black lens bracket did not inherit the perfect bloodline talent. She can only fuse the chakras of fire and earth. Although she failed to inherit blood and elimination, she achieved her own Keke Genkei. Whether it's open black lens bracket Keke Genkei close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket blood G elimination close black lens bracket, or open black lens bracket blood G ban close black lens bracket, they can all be inherited by blood. This is why the blood successor. The meaning of the name. At this moment, Deidara was extremely shocked. Previously, he thought Shiyu was cross-eyed. Well, I didn't expect the latter to have mastered the derivative escape technique that he had been dreaming of. At the same time, he also understood why Tokiyu dared to decide that the explosion he caused was not open black lens bracket Bakuden, explosion style close black lens bracket. It turns out that he himself will. In this way, he can naturally see the clues at a glance. Just as Deidara was in shock, Tokiyu's voice sounded slowly. This Mind Fist is just the most basic use of Bakuden, explosion style, and you should appreciate the next move. Is different from Iwagakure village that hunting. The latter has limited talent and cannot use this escape technique. Developed to ultimate. But he is different, he is a million times more gifted. Therefore, any escape technique in his hands will be developed to ultimate. Chapter 475 C2 Dragon. Air Raid Warning. Whoosh. Deidara immediately distanced herself from Shiyu's ability after realizing it. The open black lens bracket Jiden, magnet style close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Bakuden, explosion style close black lens bracket possessed by Shiyu seem to be close range ninjutsu, and his explosive clay. It's a long distance boost. Coupled with the reason why Deidara always fights like this all the year round, it leads to his taiju. Not very strong. If he was hit by that open black lens bracket Mind Fist close black lens bracket from the front, he would be killed or injured. After pulling a distance from Shiyu, Deidara also used his best attack method. Air Combat. At this point, Deidara directly cast open black lens bracket 2 dragons close black lens bracket. Name suggests, it uses exploding clay. Create a giant flying dragon. But there's a difference. This flying dragon is able to spit out exploding clay. The speed and power of the attack are astonishing. With the knot in Deidara's hand, a muffled sound suddenly sounded. Bang! Next second. A huge, white dragon. The one that appeared in Shiyu's field of vision, obediently crawling beside Deidara. Although it is a dead thing, it seems to have life in Deidara's hands. Seeing this, Deidara is no nonsense. One jumped straight up, and stood firmly on top of the faucet. Immediately after, the white flying dragon fluttered its wings and immediately rose. At this moment, Deidara was condescendingly looking down at Shiyu, with a playful look on her face again. Because this is his best fighting style. As long as he is in the sky, it is difficult for a normal ninja to threaten him. How strong a ninja is, it is very difficult to attack him without some special ninjutsu from the master. For example, like 4th generation Raikage, Gai's emperor, there is no way to take him at all. And when Deidara was suspended in midair, another battlefield and Obito were also seen. Looking at the giant flying dragon, Sasuke looked slightly startled. But that's all. Because in his opinion, even if this flying, huge or powerful the dragon is, it will never be Shiyu's opponent. Knowing Shiyu, he has a firm confidence in the former. The reason why he shows such an expression at this moment is that he is surprised by that giant dragon. Sasuke doesn't know what this ninjutsu is, but Obito knows it. Obito looked at the white flying dragon floating in the sky, and said loudly. That's Deidara Senpai's 2 dragons, it's amazing. The purpose of Obito's words is very simple. Although he wants to test Sasuke's strength, he does not want to do it himself. Because in that case, his identity is likely to be exposed. As long as he fights, Sasuke must be able to perceive the fact that he has Sharingan. So, he wants Sasuke to help Tokiha. As for Deidara, after the battle is over, he can just make up a reason. Example, he said that he was temporarily trapped by Sasuke. Obito's idea was good, but the reality was not what he wanted. Sasuke's face did not show a trace of worry because of his words. On the contrary, his eyes had returned to the latter. He has to follow Shiyu's instructions and hold Obito. If his strength allows, it would be best to kill him directly. Obito was puzzled when he saw Sasuke like this, so he couldn't help but ask. Aren't you worried about your partner at all? Don't need me to worry. Sasuke said coldly to Obito's question. Although Sasuke is telling the truth, in Obito's eyes, it is a Sasuke that is somewhat cold-blooded. From the information he gathered, Sasuke had turned away from Konoha. And the kid who was with him just now was the Jiden magnet-style kid that Konoha was famous for 3 years ago, and he guessed that the two should have been in the same team before. As for why the two were together before, in his opinion, the latter should be looking for Sasuke. I have to say, Obito's analysis does make some sense. If Shia hadn't come to this world back then, Sasuke would be like this now. But unfortunately, everything changed because of Shiyu's appearance. Chapter 476_Flying Dragon Fort. The counterattack begins. After some conversation, Sasuke didn't talk nonsense either. He took out the open black lens bracket grass pheasant sword close black lens bracket from his back and slashed directly at Obito. To this, Obito is also quite helpless and can only fight. At the same time, the smile on Deidara's face standing on top of the white dragon's head grew stronger and stronger, as if she was winning. He looked down at Shiyu below, and the cold voice also sounded. Little devil, next is my performance. Voice fell, Deidara stopped talking nonsense. I saw a knot in his hand, and the flying dragon under his feet instantly opened that bloody mouth. Immediately after, mini. The white flying dragon spit out from his mouth, and then charged directly towards Shiyu. Mini white dragon. The moment she approached Tokyo, Deidara's mouth roared again. Open black lens bracket drink close black lens bracket. As his shouts fell, the miniature white flying dragon. It just exploded. Simply put, this miniature white dragon is a one cannonball, and the huge white dragon is the cannon. Moreover, it is a flying battery. Or it is a fighter. Exclamation mark. This is the power of open black lens bracket 2 dragons close black lens bracket. It can not only provide flight ability, but also create shells for long-distance launch attacks. Was with this technique that Deidara gained the prestigious name, Blasting Kid. This is where the name comes from. The most pervert of this technique is that he can be human, but it is very difficult for others to attack him. This is also the fact that Deidara can sometimes knock opponents who are stronger than him. One of the reasons for the killing. As for other factors, it's just careless. Because Deidara's Guarduro is basically a trick that not many people can resolve. After all, this is nano level S-bomb. With the miniature white dragon. The explosion, a sound of explosion also spread. Boom. But when the smoke dissipated, Shiyu was still standing there unscathed. Obviously, the explosion just now did not cause any damage to Shiyu. For this, Deidara is not much surprised. Master Tokiha's Jiden magnet style defensive ninjutsu, Bakuden explosion style Mind Fist can counteract his attacks with the same explosion. As an old artist in the explosion world, he still knows this. A small white flying dragon Tokyu can withstand it, but if there are 2, 3, or even more. This is Deidara's ultimate goal. At this moment, he is located in high school and has a geographical advantage, and Shiyu can only be beaten passively. Time goes on, no one can stand it. Once Shiyu is negligent or exhausted, it is the time for the latter to die. This is the plan Deidara envisioned. Although this plan of operation will take a lot of time, as long as there is an explosion accompanied, no matter how long he can accept. This is the artist. The madness. Just after Deidara planned everything, the next second, his eyes suddenly froze. Immediately after, a look of disbelief appeared on his face, as if he had seen something incredible. At this moment, a figure is reflected in his eyes. This figure is none other than Shiyu. But this is not the point is that the latter is slowly floating from the ground at this time. Chapter 477 Ninjutsu that can fly. Explosive visual feast. Deidara's face was full of consternation as she looked at Tokiyu, who was floating on the opposite side of her. Obviously, this scene completely exceeded his expectations. Throughout the ninja world, ninjas who can fly in the air with their own abilities are definitely rare. Even if it is praised as the god of ninja. Open black lens bracket Senju Hashirama close black lens bracket, he also does not have this ability. Among the people Deidara knows, only his master has this ability. That is, the Tsuchikage of the present Iwagakure village Onoki. The latter's Doden, earth-style, super lightweight rock technique, is huge. Lighten the focus of the human body, so that the body can float. He yearned for this ninjutsu very much, but unfortunately he never had the chance to talk to Onoki again. Learn this technique. In order to pursue his own art. Resolutely left open black lens bracket Iwagakure village close black lens bracket. Now is a defection ninja. He obviously lost this qualification. At this time, this ability displayed by Tokiyu is similar to Onoki. The effect of the escape technique has the same effect, which is why he is so shocked at this moment. A ninja with flying ability is really rare. As for open black lens bracket pane close black lens bracket, because the latter has hardly shown his true strength in front of everyone. So few know the ability of open black lens bracket 6 paths pane close black lens bracket. After a thought flashed in his head, Deidara couldn't help but ask curiously. Little devil, I didn't expect your master to have such ninjutsu. Hearing this, Shiyu didn't show any pride on his face, he still had the same old-fashioned look. My master has a lot of ninjutsu skills. However, you probably won't be able to see it all. Shiyu's words were extremely domineering, Wanjay's words to the weak. And the truth is, Tokiyu is much stronger than Deidara. Even if Tokiyu just finished killing Deidara today, the latter wouldn't be able to see all the ninjutsu of Master Tokiyu. Not to mention him, even Naruto Casey and others don't know what Shiyu has learned. How much ninjutsu? It seems that as long as it is a ninjutsu that has appeared in the ninja world, the latter will be normal. Even those that do not exist may appear in the hands of the latter. For example, blood Jiban, burning, evading, and destroying embers. Hearing Shiyu's words, the shock on Deidara's face instantly turned into anger. He has experienced countless times of knowing, but today is the first time that he has been looked down upon by his opponents. Especially this opponent is younger than himself. You must know that the enemies he has fought with are older than him. After all, he was also a teenager. Now he is only 19 years old, it is the age of blooming. But it is a pity that he met Shiyu, and what kind of ending he will end up with is still unknown. Because the task given by the system is only art. Conquering Deidara, but did not explicitly say to kill the former. So, his life or death depends on Shiyu's mood. Seeing the anger that suddenly appeared on Deidara's face, Shiyu's voice sounded again. As for the ninjutsu that allows me to levitate in the air, as a member of Iwagakure village, you must have heard of it. On Shiyu's face between the words, and his eyes with deep meaning seemed to be telling Deidara something. And it is. It was mentioned that Deidara knew this technique, and he was still in Iwagakure village. If it is true as Tokiyu said, then this ninjutsu is undoubtedly that Doden, earth-style, super lightweight rock technique. Think about this. Deidara's face was full of consternation, obviously unwilling to believe this fact. But looking at Shiyu's suspended appearance is indeed the same as the effect of super lightweight rock technique, which made him have to believe it. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other, and both of them knew it. The atmosphere was stalemate for a few seconds, and then Shiyu spoke again. Deidara, don't you think art is an explosion? Then next, I'll let you see what an explosion visual feast is. Chapter 478 Demons and Monsters. 4 purple flame formation. Deidara, don't you think art is an explosion? Then, let me see what is the visual feast of art explosion. Fell, Shiyu immediately took action. I saw his big hand wave, and there was a strong oppression in the air. Undoubtedly, it was the coercion generated by the flow of chakra. Immediately afterwards, there were 4 explosions in this world. Boom, 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 boom. These 4 sounds all came from the ground, and naturally attracted Deidara's attention at the first time. At the same moment when these 4 voices sounded, 4 rays of light Jinchuriki column burst out. Straight up into the sky, as if it runs through the sky. The first time you see it, you will be amazed. This is the case with Deidara at this time. A pair of eyes all follow the 4 rays of light Jinchuriki column that run through the sky. When he came back to his senses, he was stunned. Because these 4 dark purple light Jinchuriki column are not simple, they have formed a barrier of enchantment. And he has been trapped in it. Deidara's eyes swept to the 4 barriers of this trapped self, wanting to see some clues. Soon he found that there was a statue at the position of the 4 dark purple lights Jinchuriki column, 444 lifelike, little ghost statues. With his many years of experience in researching various artistic shapes, he recognized the 444 inches little ghost statues, at a glance. History. That is, the legendary ghost, monster. For a time, Deidara was a little fascinated to see. At the same time, Sasuke and Obito was also temporarily stopped, and they were obviously attracted by the 4 rays of light Jinchuriki column that soared into the sky. During this period of time, in order not to expose the fact that he has Sharingan, Obito struggles with Sasuke. It is also because of this that Sasuke can't be true to his strength at all. Just when Sasuke wanted to turn on the flower and cast Amaterasu, he was stopped by this scene. At this moment, Sasuke looked surprised because he had never seen this ninjutsu. He didn't know if it was cast by Shiyu or by Deidara. Although this barrier rising into the sky is somewhat similar to the boundary ninjutsu for purple flame array. But Sasuke never saw it. Because Sasuke went after Gaara for the first time 3 years ago, he didn't see Otogakure 4 people. This technique performed together. Addition, Sasuke did not know Deidara's full strength, so he could not immediately determine who did this scene. Sasuke did not know, but Obito did. Also therefore, at this moment, there was also a look of surprise on his face, which was the first time he showed such a look when he saw Tokiyu and Sasuke. Because he knew that it would never be Deidara who performed this technique. Then it would only be Tokiyu, or what the latecomers did. But in the battle zone in the distance, he only sensed 2 chakras. Therefore, it can only be the second possibility. It is undoubtedly Shiyu who cast this 4 purple flame formation, which is why he was surprised. 4 purple flame array is a temporary restriction, shadow, of ninjutsu, which is free for the powerful, can be imagined. In other words, this enchantment ninjutsu is naturally only the strength of shadow. Only the strong of the level have the chance to become master. Moreover, it depends on a person's talent. Of course, there is a situation excluded. That is to rely on the number of people to force it, that is, a few people work together. Like the original Otogakure 4 people and 4 people, each of them controls a foot formation, and together they can form a complete enchantment. This has a similar principle to compound ninjutsu. If this 4 purple flame formation is really what Shiyu did, it means that the latter's strength has reached the level of shadow. Level. That's why Obito was shocked. However, it wasn't. This ninjutsu performed by Shiyu looks very similar to the enchantment ninjutsu for purple flame array, on the surface, but this is only the side that Obito can see. 44 inches little ghost statues, on the ground. He didn't see it. Otherwise, such a conclusion will not be drawn. Of course, although this ninjutsu is not the 4 purple flame formation, it is inextricably related to it. Because this is a brand new ninjutsu developed by Shiyu combined with the 4 purple flame array, it was used to conquer Deidara this time. Chapter 479 Bafang shakes. 4 ghosts explode. The movement of Tokiyu's use of this technique not only attracted the attention of Sasuke and Obito, but naturally also attracted the attention of Suzuki, Karen and Shigego, who were separated from them earlier. Although the two of them were looking for the entrance to the stronghold of the Akatsuki organization, they were obviously not too far away. They are not blind, and naturally they can notice the dark purple light Jinchuriki column that runs through the sky. Furthermore, among the 3 of them there is Karen, who is extremely sensitive. With her around, it would be hard for them not to notice the movements of Shiyu and the others. Seeing this, Shuiyu, who has always been talkative, was the first to speak. "What is that?" Karen, who heard the words, immediately felt it, and a worried look appeared on his face. The stronghold of the Akatsuki organization again, and either side may encounter danger. After some perception, Karen's expression was also stagnant. No, Shiyu and the others seemed to have encountered an enemy. Enemy? Shuiyu murmured, and then asked, "But that? The guy named Uchiha Itachi." Karen, who heard the words, couldn't help but glance at the former, and snorted angrily. "Are you stupid? I haven't seen Uchiha Itachi, how do I know if it's Sasuke's brother who is fighting with them?" Shuiyu was stunned for a moment, although he was a little unhappy at this time, but there was no way to go back. Because the question he just asked was indeed a bit stupid. Then, Shuiyu also opened again. "Then what are you waiting for? Let's hurry up." Karen and Shigego, who heard the news, both ordered, and then the 3 of them immediately. Take action. Although they believed in Shiyu's strength, there was inevitably a trace of worry in their hearts. After all, the opponent is very likely to be a member of Akatsuki. This is the secret base of Akatsuki, and the enemy you encounter here is naturally a member of this organization. Dealt with Orochimaru, they knew that the former possessed a great strength. And, Orochimaru, of the Akatsuki organization. With his strength, he was wanted and hunted down by Akatsuki and escaped. Seen that each member of this organization is not a good stubborn. Among them are weaker than Orochimaru, naturally they may be stronger than the latter. So even if Tokiyu has the strength to kill Orochimaru, if he encounters a stronger opponent, they will not know the result. Normal for them to have ideas. Although they know Tokiyu who killed Orochimaru, the key is that they don't know enough about Tokiyu's strength. Therefore, it is reasonable to be a little worried in my heart. As they rushed to disappear in place, the battle on Shiyu's side also intensified. At this moment, Deidara's eyes have been removed from the ground and it is a little ghost statue. Moved away and reappeared back to Toshiyu. After staring for a while, his voice suddenly sounded. "Little devil, with this kind of barrier, you want to trap me." However, Shiyu's answer made Deidara's expression startled. "I think you may have misunderstood this technique." Misunderstanding. Seeing Deidara's puzzled face, Shiyu also kindly reminded her. "This ninjutsu does look a lot like enchantment ninjutsu, but it's not pure enchantment ninjutsu. It's a brand new Bakuden explosion style that I created with the fusion of enchantment ninjutsu, called 4 Demons Flame Explosion." Quote quote. Quote quote. Chapter 480 Enchantment Bomb. Pull the hair and move the whole body. 4 Ghosts Fire Explosion Deidara murmured, and the surprise on her face became more intense. He didn't expect Shiyu to create a Bakuden explosion style ninjutsu by himself, and also combine the spirit ninjutsu. As a veteran of blasting, he naturally knows the shortcomings of bombs. There are 2 shortcomings of bombs, the first is the power and the second is the hit rate. The power is not strong enough to injure the enemy, or even obliterate the opponent. But the power of the bomb light is not enough. If it can't hit the enemy, everything will be in vain. Others are not stupid. They won't be stupid enough to stand still and bombard you. Therefore, it is very important to improve the accuracy of bombs, so that sometimes it is necessary to set mines and other means in advance. If everything is as Tokyo said, he obviously made it possible for his opponent to dodge. Combine enchantment ninjutsu and explosion ninjutsu. In this way, the explosions created can basically hit 100%. The only exception is that the opponent's strength is strong enough to forcibly break the barrier to escape. In addition, only waiting to die in the enchantment. Deidara once had this idea, although it is not like the fusion of enchantment ninjutsu, like Tokyo. But he thought about how to limit one's mobility to the greatest extent. After all, the bomb only makes sense if it hits. But unfortunately, he racked his brains and couldn't come up with a perfect idea. Only fusion, enchantment ninjutsu. This groundbreaking idea was completely out of his consideration. Reason is very simple. The first one, once the enchantment ninjutsu is used to trap the opponent in it, but outside the enchantment. Then the explosions you make may be blocked by the barrier, or your bombs directly help the opponent escape the barrier. Second, if both you and your opponent are hit, then he himself may be in danger of being affected by the explosion. Of factors cannot be used to match the two. But what Deidara never expected was the complete fusion of the two. This kind of sky-defying technique, he has undoubtedly never heard of it. Even at this time, there is a doubt in his heart, and he is questioning the truth of what Shiyu said. Deidara didn't say a word, just started to verify it. I saw him put his fingers together, forming a seal in his hand, and then the white flying dragon under his feet spit out a mini white flying dragon. Immediately after, under his control, he directly moved towards the dark purple combination on one side. In Dragon Cannonball. The moment he touched the barrier, there was a loud bang. Boom. Needless to say, it was a terrible explosion. Looking at the white dragon that instantly turned into ash out of thin air and the smoke and dust that filled the place, Deidara's expression became more and more solemn. Because he didn't confide, open black lens bracket drink close black lens bracket, just now. Sound, that is to say, he did not activate the bomb of the white flying dragon. He didn't activate it, but the latter exploded. This can only be said to be a problem, that is, the dark purple enchantment that will be trapped is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Perhaps, they are a kind of bombs themselves. After the thought flashed through his mind, Deidara was verifying the conjecture. This time, he directly let the white flying dragon spit out 3 flying dragons, and at the same time slammed into the other 3 dark purple enchantments. Boom, boom, boom. No accident, the result is the same as before. This scene confirmed his conjecture. The dark purple enchantment that trapped him in front of him turned out to be made of bombs, and it would be activated once a foreign object touched it. A simple sentence is, the enchantment is the bomb, and the bomb is the enchantment. However, there is a huge doubt in Deidara's heart at this time. If it is said that every point of this barrier is made of bombs, then why doesn't it take a single shot to move the whole body after an explosion in one place? If it is all bombs, the whole thing must be activated. But the problem is this phenomenon does not appear. This is the key point of Deidara's puzzlement. Hokage hundreds of millions of rewards, Chapter 481 to 508. Chapter 481 ninjutsu that can switch states freely. If every point of this barrier is made up of bombs, then why doesn't it take a single bullet to move the whole body after an explosion? If it is all bombs, the whole thing must be activated. Thinking of this, Deidara it is said. Takikawa Tokyo, I admit that I underestimated you before. However, I don't understand why this explosion barrier didn't fully explode after a little explosion. When Shiyu heard the words, a flash of joy flashed in his heart, but his face still had an unwavering look on his face. Deidara's ability to ask such a question shows that he has been shocked by Shiyu. As long as Shiyu worked harder and told him the real reason, he should be able to get the latter's approval. In this way, it is almost time to complete the task. After a few thoughts flashed in his mind, Shiyu smiled slightly. Oh, the reason is very simple. This is both an enchantment and a bomb that can explode at any time. And what kind of thing you want to become, the key lies in me. Simply put, I have mastered the life and death of the trapped person. The reason why you didn't get a hold of it when you verified it just now is because it's just an enchantment now. You said. Deidara was instantly stunned, but at the same time, she was once again shocked by these words. He didn't expect that 4 Ghosts Flame Explosion could still play like this. To know that if you want to do this, the only possibility is that you have already installed a bomb on your opponent. In this case, the effect is the same. But this situation is impossible to use, because this premise is that you have already captured the opponent. If so, there is absolutely no. This is the biggest difference between the two. In battle, if the recruiter does not have the strong strength to break the enchantment, life and death will be in the caster's mind. After all, sometimes some enemies are to be captured alive. Of course, even if the recruiter has the strength to destroy the enchantment, the caster can directly detonate it at the moment when the former wants to destroy the enchantment. This can be considered a backhand. Even if it can't kill the hitman, it can at least seriously injure him. So, this trick is very practical. You can either capture your opponent alive or kill him directly. As long as the opponent is attacked, his life and death are between your thoughts. As an enchantment, as long as someone wants to break through. Once touched, the countless tiny spots of light that make up the barrier explode. If the impact exceeds a certain level, it will be activated. Therefore, after one point explodes, it will only affect a part of the area, and will not explode completely. Because it is now just an enchantment with an explosive backlash, and the energy in it is still in an inactive state. And the key to activating them is that on the ground is a little ghost statue. Only Shiyu knows about this. That's why they exist. After learning about the abilities of this art from Tokiyu, Deidara was shocked, but also had a look of displeasure on her face. In his opinion, he was underestimated by Shiyu. Shiyu told him the secret of the 4 ghosts without reservation, and there were naturally these reasons. This practice than anyone else. This is the attitude of the strong to the weak. Chapter 482_Nanobomb. C4 Garuda. Although she was extremely shocked by Tokiyu's ninjutsu, it was far from the point where Deidara gave up. Little devil, don't be too proud. Deidara between the words seemed to think of some kind of cracking method, only to see his hand stretched out a large piece of clay from his pocket. Immediately afterwards, he directly put it into his mouth. But what is surprising is that he chewed at this time, exploding clay. The mouth is not any of the palms of his hands. It's his own one. Deidara chewed. After that, he spit out the detonating clay, transformed by chakra. Tack, tack, tack. These clays kept falling from the sky, and finally condensed into a huge figure in Shiyu's eyes. It was a clay giant that looked exactly like Deidara. If it weren't for the lack of vitality on his body, he would definitely be regarded as a lively, giant Deidara. Needless to say, this is one of Deidara's ninjutsu. Shiyu also knows very well about this ninjutsu. This is the strongest trump card that Deidara can display without sacrificing his life. Open black lens bracket Garuru close black lens bracket. This is Deidara to kill, Itachi. And invented ninjutsu. Eat a ball of detonating clay. Out from the mouth, forming a huge doll that is exactly the same as itself. The doll contains nanotype, invisible to the naked eye. The clay spiders, once exploded, will spread these clay spiders into the air within a certain range. Within the range, inhaling this nano-sized clay spider into the body is equivalent to setting a bomb all over the body. The end, through countless small explosions, the field gradually destroys the entire creature, achieving the effect of complete destruction. It can be said that it is a technique that can kill people without a trace. If Shiyu didn't know about this technique, he might have to sacrifice it. A open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Izanagi close black lens bracket. You can easily escape this move. Of course, it is not difficult to find the weakness of this technique in battle with Tokiha's current strength. As long as he reasonably uses Raiden Thunder style restraint, or uses space ninjutsu to escape a certain range of the ninjutsu explosion. And if Shiyu thought about it, he was fully capable of researching some ninjutsu to deal with this trick. Just that there is no need for this now. Even if I use Izanagi without a Sharingan, Shiyu can rely on Yin-Yang Dun to restore his eyes. And as long as there is the blood of the open black lens bracket Uchiha clan close black lens bracket in his body, open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket will naturally be able to reproduce. As for the transplant, it is impossible. There is no power of blood. The reason why they can't even close it is because they can't channel the power back into the body. After casting Garuda, Deidara's cold voice sounded again. Little devil, this trick was originally reserved for Itachi. However, it can only be used on you now. Deidara knows that it is not easy to break Four Ghosts Pyroblast, so his idea is to make explosions with explosions. Because the explosion of open black lens bracket for Garuda close black lens bracket is within a certain range, as long as his master has a good distance, it will not be affected. Waiting for his move to make Shiyu the bomb barrier. In addition to the destruction, the nano-sized clay spider contained in it. It will be sucked into the body by Shiyu unknowingly. He will be able to blow the horn of the counterattack. Deidara's idea is beautiful, but the problem is that his idea has long been seen through by Shiyu. Can only be said that everything he has now is in vain. The reason why he is still alive is because Shiyu's mission has not yet been completed. Chapter 483_Blast It. Eye of Yuhi. Little devil, this trick was originally reserved for Itachi. However, it can only be used on you now. Voice fell. Deidara stopped talking nonsense. I saw the white flying dragon under his control rise to a very high height. That height has already exceeded the limit that can be reached after the For Garuda explosion. The reason why he did this is very simple. Although the explosion of Garuda has a limit range, but now he is in Shiyu's Four Demons Flame Explosion. Explode in a confined space. Once the left and right range is limited, then its upper and lower limits will naturally be extended. Below is the ground, and the scope of downward spread is limited. So the rest of the power will sweep the sky, so Deidara must maintain a sense of absolute distance. Once he inhales the nano bomb. If so, then he can't detonate it. As for the result of the Four Ghosts Flame Explosion being detonated, it is not within his scope of consideration. In his opinion, only this bomb enchantment can be. Only by destroying him completely can the master take the initiative. Otherwise, if the stalemate continues like this, he will only be a turtle in a urn. Therefore, he can only rely on open black lens bracket for Garuda close black lens bracket to give it a go. After such thoughts flashed through his mind, Deidara's hand seal has been formed. Drink, with 2 fingers together. Sound as the seal, but the seal with the palms folded together. This is one of the final signs of open black lens bracket Doden, Earth style close black lens bracket. The principle is the same as open black lens bracket Kaden, fire style close black lens bracket. The last seal is the representative of each escape technique. Kaden, fire style, is basically yin. As for other escape, there are several kinds. Just like this open black lens bracket Doden, Earth style close black lens bracket. In addition to open black lens bracket C close black lens bracket print, there are open black lens bracket Mao open black lens bracket Shu close black lens bracket print etc. With the movement of Deidara's thoughts, the huge, clay Deidara. But it exploded instantly. Seeing this, Deidara did not forget one sentence. Little devil, look forward to it. Next second, an unexpected scene appeared. I saw that huge, clay Didera. When it exploded, there was no loud explosion as expected. And it turned into nothingness in silence. If Shiyu didn't know the principle of this technique, it is estimated that he would be at a loss now. But it's a pity that he is not interested in this, Garuru. This technique is well known. The huge clay Didera didn't disappear mysteriously, but split into something invisible to the naked eye, that's all. AKA, nanostate. The clay spider. At this moment, Didera wanted to see surprise on Tokiyu's face, but the result was not what he wanted. There was no surprise on Shiyu's face, and he was still calm, as if everything was under the master. Seeing this, Didera's eyes also flashed with anger. This feeling of being despised was really unbearable for him. This was the first time in his life that he was looked down on like this. At this time, he was really angry. When such emotions appeared on Didera's face, the split, nanostate. The spider bomb has already destroyed most of the 4 ghosts. Filled up. Little devil, you will pay for your ego. Didera's fingers finally came together, forming his most familiar handprint. Open black lens bracket, drink close black lens bracket. As he let out a loud shout, the barrier that seemed to have nothing attached to it suddenly exploded. And Shiyu, who had expected this step, also activated the backhand at the same time. There, nano-level spider bomb. At the moment of the explosion, the 444 inches little ghost statues, in the enchantment. It was at this moment that he suddenly opened his eyes. That moment, Yuhi the gorilla overflowed. To see the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 484_auto update. 4 red flame array. Little ghost statues, in the 4 ghosts flame explosion. His eyes suddenly opened, and the eyes of 4 pairs of orangutan Yuhi shot open in an instant. Made the dark purple enchantment barrier more than doubled in an instant, as if its color had changed. Because of the reason that Didera detonated the nanoscale bomb, the bomb barrier below was annihilated by the smoke and dust. It's hard to see what's real. As for Didera himself, he hangs high above the sky. 4 ghosts pyroblast, that does not activate the explosion mode. Coupled with the limited range of nanoscale bombs split by open black lens bracket 4 Garuda close black lens bracket. Therefore, there was no explosion above the 100 meters of the barrier. At this moment, Didera's face was full of pride. In his opinion, Shiyu's explosive barrier will inevitably be in his nanoscale bomb. Was completely destroyed below. But the next second, a strange scene appeared. I saw the light of the 4 red Yuhi suddenly rushed out from the smoke-shrouded place, directly covering the dark purple barrier. Seeing this scene, Didera beat a drum in her heart. Could this be a precursor to the collapse of the barrier? Thinking like this, Didera couldn't help but glance at Shiyu who was outside the barrier, her brows furrowed again. Because he saw that there was no trace of worry on the latter's face, as if the barrier in front of him had not been destroyed at all. But in Didera's view, Tokiyu was overconfident. Because he just tested it with a bomb, this, 4 ghosts. Although the enchantment level can temporarily stop the cage level. Strong for a while. But under such intensive bombardment, it is bound to collapse. This point, he is extremely convinced. Otherwise, there will not be a lot of smoke and dust outside the enchantment. It can be seen from this that it has been damaged before. As for the final result, just wait for the smoke and dust below it to dissipate. Think about this. Didera's eyes instantly come from withdrawing, and then staring at his feet. After a while, as the smoke and dust dissipated, the barrier that had been annihilated for nearly 100 meters was exposed to the air again. But at this moment, Didera was dumbfounded. For nothing else, just because the barrier under his feet was still intact. Impossible. It's impossible. At this time, Didera couldn't help but exclaimed in exclamation to vent the inconceivableness in her heart. Because there was smoke and dust outside just now. If the enchantment is not damaged, there may be mist outside the enchantment. This answer is obviously unreasonable. Dropping an Orochimaru base shows how powerful he is. But now he didn't even destroy the barrier in front of him, which made him feel so embarrassed. This made him doubt the power of his art for a while, and Shiyu also explained. Deidara, it's not your bomb. It's just that my ninjutsu is automatically upgraded. Auto upgrade. Deidara muttered, a look of confusion on her face in addition to shock. My first stage 4 ghost flame explosion was indeed blown up by your 4 Garuda, but it still has a second stage. Phase 2. Deidara exclaimed. Nice. Shiyu nodded and continued. You must have noticed that the color of the current barrier has changed. And what caused this change was the 444 little ghost statues below. After the dark purple barrier is destroyed, it automatically activates the second stage barrier, which is the current red Yuhi barrier. And this enchantment is more than 4 times more than 4 purple flame array. Because if you want to use it, you must join forces with 4 cage level powerhouses to do it. It is the super powerful spirit formation ninjutsu, 4 red flame formation. Chapter 485_6 Red Sun Formation. Obito exposed. 4 red sun arrays, super strong ninjutsu. It is necessary to gather 4 top ninjas with a chakra amount of Hokage level, and open a cuboid enchantment of red Yuhi color transparent flame in the 4 directions of east, west, north and south respectively, which can destroy the target. Isolated from the outside world. The enchantment has red Yuhi colored flames, which can neither allow outsiders to enter the enchantment, nor allow the enemies inside the enchantment to escape the enchantment. Once it touches the 4 walls of the enchantment, it will be burned by flames, and its hardness can withstand 10 tail beast bullets. Power is super powerful, dozens of times stronger than the 4 purple flame formation. This is Shiyu's backhand, the second stage of Bakuden explosion style 4 ghost flame explosion. Whether it is 4 purple flames formation or 4 red sun formation. If you don't have enough chakra, you need 4 people to cooperate. Shiyu didn't act at all before, and the second stage of launching this ninjutsu is automatic. As long as the first layer of enchantment is destroyed, the 444 inches little ghost statues, located in the south and northwest. This second barrier will be activated. They have already been infused with enough chakra by Shiyu. Only Shiyu can do such a thing. However, other people can also do it by themselves when they enter the 6 paths mode. The enchantment ninjutsu of 4 red suns. To know in the final battle. With the power of 6 paths mode, Obito alone casts the 6 red sun formation, which is stronger than the 4 red sun formation. Seen that no matter how strong the ninjutsu is, as long as your personal strength reaches a terrifying level, you can basically display it. With the appearance of the 4 Scarlet Sun formation. Undoubtedly, it has attracted more customs, including Suzuki, Karen and Chongo who are coming here. 3. At this time, the 3 of them had already arrived at the scene. The power of the enchantment. Feeling the strong pull emanating from the enchantment, they felt that they had a new understanding of Shiyu. In addition to the 3 of them, there are 2 others. They are Sasuke Kazuhiro who are fighting. At this time, the eyes of both of them are full of horror. Especially the experienced Obito. Sasuke can only feel the extraordinariness of this red Yuhi-colored barrier, but he doesn't know how difficult it is to cast this barrier. He didn't know, but Obito knew it. Because of this ninjutsu, he will too. If he didn't wear a mask, the shock on his face would never escape Sasuke's eyes. Open black lens bracket 4 red suns formation close black lens bracket. Obito murmured, with a touch of emotion in his tone. Because now, he can't perform this ninjutsu by himself. If it weren't for the appearance of Suzuki, Karen, and Jugo 3, Obito would have thought that Tokyo alone had performed such a super strong barrier ninjutsu. It is precisely because of the appearance of Shueyu Threesome 3 that Obito denied the fact. But this is also reasonable. As long as a normal person thinks so, not to mention that Obito is a well-thought-out, Eye of the Moon plan executor. Later, with his own resourcefulness, he was even out of the control of open black lens bracket Madara close black lens bracket when he fought with Kakashi in the open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket space. Seen that Obito's IQ is quite high. Although Obito really wanted to go to the scene at this moment, to verify, who are the other 3 people who joined forces with Tokyo to perform this enchantment ninjutsu, but unfortunately it is Sasuke, it's not as far as he wanted. Sasuke was also curious, but since Tokyo handed Obito to him to deal with, he naturally couldn't let him down. Moreover, Sasuke at this moment has obtained a very useful information. That is, he found out the fact that Obito has Sharingan. Please download the ununderlined version of the novel. Chapter 486 An accomplice of genocide. Uchiha survivor. Obito revealed that it is reasonable to have open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket, because at this time Sasuke has entered the open black lens bracket curse sealed state 2-2 close black lens bracket. Originally, Sasuke was quite perfect for the curse sealed transformation, and with the addition of Shiyu, he sensed and controlled natural energy. Now his curse sealed transformation is not as high as Chongo's, but it is already perfect, and it has reached a higher level. The face of such Sasuke, Obito's strength is obviously impossible to hide. Otherwise, he is probably going to be killed by Sasuke. Sasuke is also shocked when he looks at Obito's 3-Tomo Sharingan. He obviously didn't expect the masked man in front of him to have the Kekkei Genkei of their Uchiha family. As for whether the latter's Sharingan is his own or transplanted, he still can't be sure. Sasuke has always been smart, and when he recalled what Itachi said to him at the beginning, he suddenly thought of something. Itachi said to Sasuke on the night the open black lens bracket Uchiha clan close black lens bracket was destroyed. If he can survive, then there are 3 people who can use open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket in this world 3. Obviously Itachi is reminding Sasuke in disguise that there is still one Uchiha surviving in the world today. The masked man in front of him has Sharingan, and the latter is also a member of Akatsuki organization like Itachi. Then I thought that the knife that Obito avoided him before was probably the ability of open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket, because he had seen open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket. Based on the above, Sasuke had to suspect that the masked man in front of him was the 3rd person in Itachi's mouth. Think about this. Sasuke didn't cut corners and questioned Obito directly. If I'm not mistaken, the other person who has open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket in Itachi's mouth is you. Obito was slightly surprised, obviously not expecting that Zuo would know some information. After a brief silence, he followed. Why do you care about this? Humph. Sasuke snorted coldly, and then said, originally, I planned to kill Itachi and then go to you. Kill me. At this time, Obito was very puzzled why Sasuke would miss him. You know, today is his first meeting with Sasuke. The former has no reason to kill him. Did he know something? While Obito was still suspicion, Sasuke went straight to the point. When Itachi killed all the clan, he mentioned the existence of a person. A Uchiha he didn't kill. If I'm not mistaken, this man is his accomplice. Because no matter how strong Itachi is, it is impossible to kill the entire police force in such a short period of time with the strength of one person. And you appeared with him in the Akatsuki organization, and you can use the power of Sharingan at will. In the past, you tried every possible way not to fight with me, which further proves that you have a problem. There is no doubt that this accomplice is you. Sasuke's inference is reasonable and well-founded. Police department is one of the 6 departments of Konoha. Each of the members is the elite of the Uchiha clan, and each of them is quite powerful. At that time, Itachi had just started Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if he can kill all the members of the police department. But in such a short time, it is absolutely impossible. Chapter 487 Itachi and Obito. The final resistance. After some inferences, Sasuke saw that Obito was silent, and the answer in his heart had already been affirmed. Because of this, a strong killing intent emerged from his body at the moment. Previously, it was only Tokiyu who asked him to deal with Obito. Although he was not interested in the people organized by Open Black Lens Bracket Akatsuki Close Black Lens Bracket, he did not have the will to kill. But it's different now. Now that he already knew that Obito was an accomplice in the Uchiha genocide case, how could he let the latter go? As for Obito, at this time he acquiesced. But now he doesn't want to reveal his real identity or tell Sasuke his fake identity of Open Black Lens Bracket Uchiha Madara Close Black Lens Bracket. In his opinion, now is not the time. Because Itachi is still there, so he can't do anything to Sasuke. Seeing that Obito did not refute, Sasuke questioned again. Say, who are you? Hee. Obito smiled lightly, no longer pretending to be funny. His tone became serious. You will know my identity later, but now I want to see if you have the strength to fight against Itachi. Now that his veil has been broken by Sasuke, there is no need for him to evade the battle timidly. He wanted to see if Sasuke could defeat Itachi because he couldn't make Itachi obey him completely, which is one of the reasons why Akatsuki didn't take action against Konoha. First, it's because of Konoha's good combat power. Second, Itachi really played a big role in this. Obito wasn't talking nonsense either, he instantly disappeared to the ground. This time, he took the initiative to attack. And when the battle between Obito and Sasuke started again, the battle between Tokiyu and Deidara was coming to an end. At this moment, Deidara had recovered from the shock, and those eyes were staring at Shiyu who was floating in the air. Undoubtedly, Shiyu's hand really amazed him. He can make the explosion. The latter is undoubtedly the first to complete such an appearance. And just at the moment Deidara admired, a familiar voice sounded in Shiyu's mind. Ding! Conquer Deidara with art mission complete. After hearing this prompt from the system, Shiyu could finally have no scruples. Deidara, the battle is over. When the voice fell, Shiyu's thoughts moved, and the 444 inches little ghost statues, in the red Yuhi-colored enchantment. It just shattered and opened. Immediately after. In Deidara and the water moon in the distance, Karen and Shigego's 4 eyes turned into radiance, and they directly merged into the red Yuhi-colored barrier. With the integration of these rays of light, the energy at the beginning of the entire Great Formation instantly became restless, as if it were about to collapse in the next second. Without a doubt. At this moment, Shiyu has switched to bomb mode. And the scorpion. The 444 imp statues are switches. Sensing that the entire barrier was about to explode, Deidara's face also showed a hint of death. He knew that he was planted in Shiyu's hands today. The latter was superior to him in that respect, or in other words directly crushed him. Because of the battle so far, the latter has never received a single bit of damage. Seen that there is undoubtedly a huge gap between the two. Now his chakra has been consumed too much, and it is obviously impossible to withstand the explosion of this level of quilt. There is no miracle, Deidara is doomed today. Deidara obviously anticipated what kind of result is waiting for him, so that his eyes suddenly showed a hint of madness at this moment. Apparently, he has made up his mind of some kind. Deidara, is going to make a final resistance. For the ununderlined version of the novel. Chapter 488 The Ultimate Art. An unprecedented explosion. After Deidara made up her mind, she didn't hesitate. I saw that the black Yuhi cloud robe on the body was directly torn down, and the upper body was directly exposed to the air. Was naturally not interested in Deidara's upper body. Shiyu doesn't like men. For this scene, Suzuki, Karen and Shigego in the distance may not know what Deidara is going to do, but the latter's opposing Shiyu is clear. If nothing else, Deidara is to explode. He knew that he had no life today, so he wanted to start the last trump card and die together with Shiyu. This is undoubtedly his last madness. Meanwhile, Deidara directly stretched out his hand to remove the black thread sewn on the chest, and a big mouth suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. For this scene, the Water and Moon Trio 3 in the distance also looked stagnant. Obviously they did not expect that someone would create a mouth on their chest, which was indeed beyond their expectations. However, they were not too surprised. The reason is simple. This artificial mouth, by Deidara, compared with those of Orochimaru's research, it undoubtedly pales in comparison. Just as they were slightly startled, Deidara took out the little, priming clay, left in her pocket. At this time, Deidara's face was full of determination and madness, and then it was directly stuffed into the big mouth on his chest under the stunned eyes of everyone. Chew in that big mouth, exploding clay. At the time, Deidara's voice also sounded slowly. Takagawa Tokyo, this time I admit it. Yours is indeed better than mine, and I admit that you are one step ahead. But now I'm going to show you my ultimate art. When hearing Yu's expression was still as calm as water, without the slightest ripples due to his cruel words. In this regard, Deidara's heart is very, in his opinion, even super cage level powerhouses. If there is no powerful escape ninjutsu, it is absolutely impossible to survive his self-destruction. His ultimate art. Enough self-confidence. However, when Deidara hadn't said what he was going to do, he was preempted. Isn't it just self-destruction? There is no need to say it so nicely. It was really surprising to be revealed by Shiyu, but at this moment his anger was higher than shock. Because Shiyu's words contained a hint of sarcasm, which he couldn't accept. In his opinion, Shiyu's remarks are a denial of his art. In his eyes, art is everything. For art, he can even sacrifice everything. Even life. Takagawa Tokiha. I don't care if you know my ultimate art, but today you go to hell with me. Deidara was shocked and angry between the words. He didn't want to know how Shiyu knew about it because in the next second, he would blow himself up. This kind of thing has nothing to do with art, and he is not very interested at this moment. Later you will witness an unprecedented explosion, which will leave a scar that is unprecedented in this land. My death is art, but you're just a funerary to admire. Because the radius of my self-destruction is as high as 10 kilometers, fear. Between the words, Deidara's whole person has gradually become transparent, and the meridian of Yui's blood has become black. At the same time, he glanced at the direction Obito and Sasuke had left before, and murmured. I'm sorry. Chapter 489_Art. Nightmare. Will. I'm sorry. As Deidara's words fell, his entire body became completely transparent. Then, under everyone's eyes, Deidara's body began to slowly disappear. The flesh and blood on the body seemed to shrink into the black meridians, and it looked a little losing. Seeing Deidara so crazy, Shiyu also had a headache. If he is the only one here, he can use the Hiraishin technique to leave. But not now. There are 3 people not far behind him, and they have all been raised by Shiyu to worship him. Especially Karen. He hasn't picked this delicate flower yet, how could it be the best to disappear after watching it? Just as Deidara was about to laugh, Shiyu spoke first. Deidara. For the sake of your dying, I'll show you something good. Although Deidara was indeed a little curious at this time, she exploded. It is impossible to stop. Little devil, don't try to delay time. My self-destructing ninjutsu cannot be stopped. In a few seconds, you will die with me. Not necessarily. There was unparalleled domineering in Shiyu's words, and there was no trace of panic on his face. Because it's true, he wanted to deal with Deidara's self-destruction in many ways, but at this moment he wanted to use the latter's most uncomfortable one. Obviously, Deidara's constant clamor made Shiyu a little angry. The next second, When Deidara was stunned, a pair of blood-colored eyes suddenly came into his eyes. At this moment, his whole person is not good. Not for others. Because those eyes are his nightmare, and he has never had a nightmare until now. Those eyes are open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. When Itachi, Oni and Sasori invited him to join open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket, he naturally disagreed at first. Also, I want to be with Itachi. 3 people 3 hands. So Itachi made a battle with him. If he Deidara loses, join the Akatsuki organization. Result, there were naturally no surprises. Itachi wins. But the problem is that he is completely toyed with by Itachi, and between the palms of his hands, his proud art. Nothing in front of Itachi. Just one move, demonic illusion, knocked him down instantly. At that moment, his heart was shaken. He thinks these eyes are a kind of amazing art. But it is a pity that this kind of bloodline inheritance, bloodstain boundary. He couldn't learn it even if he worked hard all his life. So, he had to find a way to keep himself out of demonic illusion. So, there is his left eye, which is difficult to hit. All this is the result of his hard work. But unfortunately, he underestimated the demonic illusion of Sharingan. Demonic illusion of Sharingan should be superior to the general demonic illusion, if it is not trained by Sharingan. In actual combat against the enemy, it is still difficult to avoid getting hit. Like Kurenai Yuhi, she is Konoha's demonic illusion master. She is definitely second to none in the fight against demonic illusion, but her performance in front of Itachi is also unsatisfactory. So even if Deidara is trained specifically for demonic illusion, there is no guarantee that he is 100% able to penetrate demonic illusion. Mention Sharingan demonic illusion, which is quite powerful in itself. Of course, his training is not completely ineffective. At least he is more difficult to hit than others, and can see through some low-level demonic illusion very quickly. It can be said that almost everything in Deidara is prepared for Itachi, and even the addition of Akatsuki is mostly because of Itachi. He vowed to defeat Itachi. But what he didn't expect was that he would meet Tokiyu here today, and meet such a pervert. So, he admits it. But what he never imagined was that Shiyu also had open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. Chapter 490_Grave. Space explosion. Arm. Sharingan. Just as Deidara was shocked, the open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket in Shiyu's eyes changed again. In an instant, the Mangekyo pattern appeared. Immediately after. Shiyu didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, and with a thought, the space around Deidara suddenly distorted. Next second. Under Suzuki, Karen and Shigego's stunned gazes, Deidara's transparent body instantly disappeared. They don't know what kind of ninjutsu, Hiraishin's art they have seen before, but the trick in front of them doesn't seem like it. But in fact, they don't know the Hiraishin's art. Hiraishin's art has a ninjutsu called Hiraishin Guiding Thunder, which is almost exactly the same as this Kamui. The only difference is that open black lens bracket Hiraishin Guiding Thunder close black lens bracket teleports the target to other places, but it is still in this world. And open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket is to send distorted things to a different space. This is the essential difference between the two kinds of open black lens bracket time and space ninjutsu close black lens bracket. And when Deidara disappeared in this world, Shiyu's voice also disappeared with it. Yuhi colored barrier that is about to explode. The next moment. Without the slightest accident, when the energy of the red Yuhi colored enchantment reached its peak, it exploded directly. Boom, boom. The sound was deafening, and the scene was like a flame of Jinchuriki column, running through the sky. Every distance around Yan Jinchuriki column, there are circles of smoke and dust, rippling the sky. Although the scope of this explosion has not changed, the power is still shocking. The distance, Suzuki, Karen and Shigego 3 all gasped, and even Obito and Sasuke in another battlefield. especially the three of Water Moon 3. They were at the scene, and felt the most clearly. In their opinion, if the power of the 4 ghost flames explosion spreads, is definitely enough to destroy a small town. But unfortunately, the 4 ghosts flame explosion seems to have been destroyed by something, and the range will not spread around. And this is Tokiyu's genius. This Bakuden explosion style 4 demons pyroblast is a ninjutsu he carefully created, and this effect is one of them. This effect will not spread to others and is a single range explosion. In this way, the explosion will neither harm the innocent nor the comrades who are fighting the enemy. In general, the practicality of this ninjutsu is stronger. Moreover, because the explosion does not spread, its power is also increasing. Powerful. Fixed point blasting. This is a bit equivalent to a technological means. But Shiyu relied on his talent to create this amazing ninjutsu. And this is also one of the reasons why Suzuki, Karen and Shigego were shocked at this time. Obviously, it was the first time they saw this kind of weird ninjutsu. They knew that Shiyu was very strong, but they didn't expect the latter to be so strong. And just as they were astonished, a person in another dimension also had this idea. Moreover, his shock is obviously more than Karen's 3. Because he is now in a strange space, a dark world unknown to him. This person is none other than Tokiyu, who was teleported to the Kamui different space. Deidara. After some astonishment. His eyes were fixed on Shiyu, and the shock in his eyes became more and more intense. Obviously, he still underestimated Shiyu. The latter not only has several kinds of open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei close black lens bracket, but also has open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket. All of this is beyond Deidara's expectations. If time could go back, he would never be the enemy of Shiyu. In his opinion, the young man in front of him is stronger than Itachi. But there is no medicine for regret in the world, and it is too late to regret it now. Because his body had completely disappeared at this time, and all the black meridians had shrunk into a sphere the size of a fist. Seeing that Deidara was about to explode, Tokiyu said again. Here is the tomb I prepared. Here, your explosion is still unprecedented. Goodbye, Blast Kid. The voice fell, and Shiyu's figure began to twist. And then disappeared into this dark space with Deidara's last gaze. Realizing this scene, Deidara looked desperate. It turned out that he blew himself up, but in Shiyu's eyes it was just a joke. At this moment, he even said the last sentence, art is an explosion. They were too lazy to shout. Or, it doesn't make any sense anymore. Next second, Deidara exploded with despair, and the loud noise began to fill the space. Boom. And when the space exploded, an arm suddenly appeared in this space. Chapter 491 Amaterasu reappears. Fall of Obito. Open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket in space. The arm that suddenly appeared was naturally unable to survive the self-destruction of Deidara's range of 10 kilometers. When the arm was forcibly burst into nothingness, a roar suddenly sounded in a forest in the real world. Ah! Cry was a bit tragic, because it was the pain of the whole arm being exploded into nothingness. And the owner of this cry is none other than Obito. In today's world, there are only 3 people who can enter the Kamui space at will. One is Toki, and the other 2 are Kakashi and Obito. Although Kakashi can enter the open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket space, but with his level of control over open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket, he is unable to do so. The reason why Obito sent his arm into the Kamui space was because of the battle with Sasuke. However, fortunately this right arm was cultured in Hashirama cells. So the pain didn't last long. Be precise, the right half of Obito's body is basically transplanted. Of open black lens bracket white Zetsu close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Hashirama cell close black lens bracket, so that SY Obito can use open black lens bracket Mokuden wood style close black lens bracket. At this moment, an incredible thought flashed in Obito's mind. Could it be Kakashi? With Kakashi's other eye on his body, it's not surprising that he would think so. According to the intelligence of the battle between Deidara and Kakashi, Kakashi has already started open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket. Moreover, he can already use the pupil art of open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket. However, Obito never imagined that the person who would make him meet would be Tokiyu, a person he never thought of. Be honest, I can only blame Obito for not being lucky because Shiyu used God. Wei only let Deidara's self-destruction spread to Karen's Trio 3. I didn't expect Obito to use Kamui at this time. Seeing this, Sasuke also had a look on his face. He had fought Obito for so long, each time he couldn't hurt Obito because of the latter's bizarre abilities. Just when he was extremely depressed, this scene happened. Because of this, Sasuke couldn't help but have an unprecedented thought in his heart. Is it a side effect of using that ability too much? With this in mind, Sasuke is also ready to verify. Immediately after. Under Obito's stunned gaze, Sasuke's open black lens bracket 3 Tomo Sharingan close black lens bracket suddenly changed. Open black lens bracket Amaterasu close black lens bracket. With a shout, Sasuke spit out from his mouth, and a trace of Yuhi's blood suddenly flowed out of his left eye. Next second. Before Obito could react, his body was suddenly infected with wisps of fiery black flames. Seeing the black flame burning on his body, Obito's complexion suddenly changed. Others don't know what this trick is, but he knows it. Open black lens bracket Amaterasu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket, ability. This trick he saw on Itachi. It has been passed, so it is recognized at a glance. What he didn't expect was that Sasuke would also do this trick. What shocked him even more was that Sasuke had awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. This was completely unexpected. It was because he didn't prevent this move, so he didn't use Kamui to avoid it just now. Because open black lens bracket Amaterasu close black lens bracket this move itself is extremely difficult to avoid. This is a pupil technique, which directly locks the target with the eyes, and there are only two ways to avoid it. The first is to prevent the caster from locking. The second is to prevent the caster from hitting. Chapter 492 The Ultimate Demonic Illusion. Izanagi. At this moment, although Obito was bubbling with black flames that could not be extinguished, there was no trace of panic in his eyes. Look, as if this open black lens bracket Amaterasu close black lens bracket can't kill him. Next second. Under Sasuke's gaze, the black flames on Obito's body became more and more vigorous. Then he wrapped his whole body, and in just a short time, it was burned into nothingness. Seeing this, Sasuke thought that Obito was dead. But the next scene made Sasuke's pupils shrink suddenly. Obito, who was supposed to be dead, appeared in front of him again, and it was still intact. Although I don't know what happened, what Sasuke can guess is that Obito should use some ninjutsu to avoid the damage of open black lens bracket Amaterasu close black lens bracket. But what kind of ninjutsu is he doesn't know. If Obito is not wearing a mask, Sasuke can find that the left eye of the latter has turned white at the moment. Without a doubt. The reason why Obito was able to avoid the damage of open black lens bracket Amaterasu close black lens bracket is because he just used the forbidden technique of open black lens bracket Uchiha family close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Izanagi close black lens bracket. The function is to record the state of the caster with Sharingan at the moment of its activation. Then within the effective time of the spell, the effective time of each person is different. Any damage suffered by the operator, even the death of the operator, can be physically restored to the state recorded by Sharingan, but the operator-consumed chakra will not be restored. The price is that the eye that uses Izanagi loses its light permanently and is therefore listed as a forbidden technique. To be more precise, this is a kind of ultimate demonic illusion. Exclamation mark. This technique converts all unfavorable factors, including death, to a dream in a very short period of time. At the same time, all things that are beneficial to the person, such as the attack of the caster, are real, and it is an art that can freely switch between dreams and reality. Therefore, Izanagi is a kind of demonic illusion. This demonic illusion is somewhat similar to the mirror flowers and moon of demonic illusion type world. It's a way of connecting dreams with reality. At this moment, Obito's right eye also crossed and felt distressed. Because this move wasted one of his Sharingan, but it was also helpless. If not, he would be dead now. Open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. Although precious, it is far less precious than life. Moreover, this Sharingan still has stocks. These stocks were collected secretly from the Uchiha family when they were destroyed, and the purpose was to save their lives. Unsurprisingly, this technique was also taught to him by Uchiha Madara. Although Obito's strength has grown quite fast, he also has a powerful space pupil technique such as Kamui. But the world is unpredictable, and occasionally there will be some force majeure accidents. Just like now. In fact, Obito could have escaped with open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket, but he remembered that his right arm was blown into nothingness in the space of open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket, so he gave up the idea. Therefore, he could only take the second place and choose Izanagi, the forbidden technique. At this time, the eyes of Sasuke, who Obito looked at again, began to change. Some doubts about the information that Sasuke killed Orochimaru. After all, he still had some understanding of Orochimaru's strength. Otherwise, Sasori and Deidara won't get nothing if they hunt the former for so long. And Sasuke just stayed under Orochimaru's hands more than 2 years, and even if he grew, he was very killable. Furthermore, according to the absolutely information collected, it is said that when Orochimaru fell, a team from Konoha also found its lair. But now, he doesn't have the slightest doubt. Sasuke, who awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, does have the ability to kill Orochimaru. But what Obito didn't expect was that he still thought crooked. Orochimaru was not killed by Sasuke, and even the latter's Mangekyo Sharingan was awakened after Orochimaru's death. And all of this was done by Shiyu alone. 3 things in reading. Chapter 493_totally misunderstood. The culprit. For this matter, Obito can be forgiven for not knowing the truth. After all, when Shia helped Sasuke awaken Mangekyo Sharingan, it was done in an illusion. Also, he avoided Naruto and Karen. So, only the 2 of them knew about it. But at this time, after knowing that Sasuke had awakened open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket, he had a new guess about the mutation that happened in the previous open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket space. Since Sasuke Mangekyo has awakened to the same ability as Itachi, naturally the same pupil technique as him may appear. Therefore, he felt that the explosion of his right arm might have been caused by Sasuke. However, this speculation was quickly rejected by him. Because Sasuke has not shown the ability of open black lens bracket Mangekyo close black lens bracket before, plus Sasuke was fighting with him in close quarters, it is impossible to do things in the space of open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket at the same time. As for the power of Sasuke's right eye, he doesn't know, and he doesn't plan to find out now. Because at this moment he no longer wants to continue fighting. First, he has a rough idea of Sasuke's strength. Second, now that his right arm has been destroyed, Sharingan has also used one. Battle continues, it will only be more unfavorable to him. If the situation just now occurs, he may not be able to use his own Sharingan. This result is unacceptable to him. But even if Obito wants to break the sky, he will never imagine that the culprit who made him the way he is now will be Tokiyu. If it wasn't for the latter to blow up Deidara in the space, Obito wouldn't be so embarrassed. There won't be this follow-up butterfly effect. I don't know what kind of expression you would have on his face when he knew about this, and Sasuke is still there at the moment. shocked at how Obito escaped him. Open black lens bracket Amaterasu close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Izanagi. This is. It's that demonic illusion doesn't feel like demonic illusion, which makes him feel extremely familiar. Immediately after. Sasuke's next sentence also made Obito look startled. Demonic illusion that connects reality and dreams. Although Sasuke did not directly say that the ninjutsu performed by Obito is Izanagi, he immediately saw the true meaning of this technique. That's why Obito was shocked. Because outsiders basically don't know about this technique, not even in the Uchiha clan. Forbidden technique by the ancestors of the Uchiha clan since a long time ago, only a few clansmen in power know it in each era. If Itachi saw the true meaning of this technique, Obito could understand it. Because the latter is a monster in demonic illusion's accomplishments. Among the ninjas he knows, apart from Uchiha Shisui, who can be compared with him, it is estimated that there is no second person to be found. But Obito never imagined that Sasuke was able to see the true meaning of Izanagi at a glance, and it was entirely Tokyu's credit. Because his open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket is Shiyu's awakening with open black lens bracket demonic illusion type Kekkei Genkei, close black lens bracket, these two spells have different effects, but the essence is the same. Obito also spoke up after being slightly startled. I didn't expect your demonic illusion skills to be low. Obito doesn't know the reason, and can only blame it on Sasuke and demonic illusion. Sasuke and Itachi are brothers. It is completely understandable that the two have similar talents. While Obito was talking, he was already secretly testing whether the Kamui space was still different. Because you want to slip away in the assistant, using open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket is undoubtedly the fastest and best way. Chapter 494 The battle is over. Kakashi takes the pot. I didn't expect your demonic illusion skills to be low. Sasuke is not proud of Obito's praise because he has self-knowledge. His demonic illusion is basically derived from Sharingan, so it is stronger than the average person's. But it is far less exaggerated than Itachi, which he is well aware of. After all, that open black lens bracket Tsukuyomi close black lens bracket he has experienced firsthand. Moreover, it is entirely Tokiha's credit for him to be able to recognize at a glance that Obito is performing open black lens bracket Izanagi close black lens bracket. So, he has nothing to be complacent about. Besides, he is now preoccupied with figuring out Obito's true identity and killing him. Why his cold voice sounded slowly. Who the hell are you? If you want to know my identity, you can ask Itachi. Fell, and the space around Obito suddenly distorted. Immediately after. The latter disappeared instantly under Sasuke's gaze, and Sasuke was also helpless about this. With this ninjutsu, there is really no way for him to deal with time and space ninjutsu. The most common one is to use enchantment ninjutsu. And with Sasuke's current strength, he still can't perform the enchantment ninjutsu that can block the space, or in other words, he didn't learn it at all. Moreover, those powerful enchantment ninjutsu needs to be performed by multiple people, and it is basically impossible to perform it by one person. Unless the strength reaches a certain level, it is like the later, 6 paths Obito. He used his own power to display 2 extremely powerful spirit formation ninjutsu, open black lens bracket Uchiha flame formation close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket 6 red sun formation close black lens bracket. Especially the latter, which requires 6 cage level powerhouses to cast. But Obito is a black stick, created by Kudodama truth-seeking ball. For the 6 feet, successfully cast it out. Looking at the direction in which Obito disappeared, his head wrinkled slightly. Although he wanted to find out the identity of Obito, and even killed the traitor who destroyed their Uchiha family. But the problem is, he can't keep Obito of master open black lens bracket space ninjutsu close black lens bracket. After staring for a while, Sasuke had no choice but to turn around and leave, the direction that Tokyo and Deidara were fighting in. From the beginning, there has been no fluctuation there. That Tokyo and Deidara's battle is over. As for the outcome, although Sasuke didn't see it with his own eyes, he believed that the winner would definitely be Tokyo. This, he never doubted. At the same time, open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket in the different space. Obito noticed that there was a strong aura left over from Earth attribute chakra and frowned. Coupled with the fact that his arm was blown into nothingness here before, an idea could not help but arise in Obito's mind. Could it be that Deidara caused the explosion just now? This, Obito's heart also trembled slightly. Because if this is the case, then Deidara must have fallen. He had also noticed that the battle between Deidara and Tokyo had stopped, and even chakra had disappeared. Apparently, someone died. With the addition of the anomaly in this Kamui space, Obito locked the whole person as Deidara. So the question is, it was Tokyo who fought Deidara, who sent the self-destructed Deidara into this Kamui space. Could it be that one of the three who came from behind was Kakashi? Although Suzuki, Karen, and Jugo were the three who rushed to the Tokyo and Deidara battlefield behind, Obito obviously didn't know. Therefore, Kakashi can only bear the blame for the time being. Chapter 495 Everyone has a plan. Gone Bomberman. Could it be that one of the three who came from behind was Kakashi? At this time, Obito can only produce such a guess, otherwise, he can't think of a second reasonable explanation. In his master's information. Today's world, there should be only three Uchiha people left. In addition to him, it is the two brothers Itachi and Sasuke. Itachi's two Mangekyo abilities are clear to him. As for Sasuke, who is fighting with him, it is absolutely impossible to appear on Deidara's side. 4 people left on Chiyu's side. 3 people who came behind is Kakashi, then the other 2 must be Konoha's ninjas. In this way, it makes sense that the 4 of them can use the 4 purple flame formation and 4 red sun formation. This, Obito basically pinned the culprit in the incident just now on Kakashi. Kakashi, we'll meet soon. With these words coming out of his mouth, Obito's figure also slowly disappeared into the Kamui space. However, what Obito never imagined was that he was wrong again. However, this is understandable. After all, the number of people in the ninja world who knew that Tokyo had Sharingan would not exceed the number of hands. And among the rare people, including the 2 members of the open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket organization, Itachi and Oni, who visited Konoha 2 years ago. Of course, the 2 of them also had a brief confrontation with Tokyo. At that time, because they were afraid of Jiraiya, they did not have a head-to-head battle with Tokyo. However, Itachi and Tokyo had another confrontation at the time of Aikyo Shukaku in Kingdom of the River not long ago. In this battle, the latter has a good understanding of Chiyu's strength. Even though Itachi was only an elephant Chuan at that time, he could only use his body, 30% of his strength, but his strength was comparable to some Jonin. Plus he's good at demonic illusion. Original force has to be raised to a higher level. But even so, he still couldn't last a few rounds in Chiyu's hands. Moreover, he could feel that Chiyu obviously didn't use all his strength. Because he is elephant turning body, he does not have enough chakra to use Mangekyo Sharingan and powerful ninjutsu. But the same is true of Tokyo. From beginning to end, he completely defeated Itachi's collision body with his excellent strength. And why Itachi didn't tell Obito about this was obviously intentional. In his opinion, Chiyu might be able to be the key person who stop Obito's plan. Besides, Tokyo is not the target they need to hunt, and he will only share this information when necessary. As for the ghost shark, it is estimated that I agree with the idea of Itachi. Since Tokyo has a Sharingan that can be switched on and off at will, the latter must be related to the Uchiha clan. And Itachi also spoke, and he naturally didn't want to meddle in his own business. This led to Akatsuki not paying attention to Tokyo at all, and the information about the latter was also pitiful. If it wasn't for the last time Tokiha participated in the fight to kill open black lens bracket Sasori close black lens bracket, Obito and Deidara may not know that Konoha and Takagawa Tokiha. Such a number 1 battle between Sasuke and Obito came to an end. Suzuki, Karen and Shigego on the other side stared at Tokiha, who came out of another dimension with a look of astonishment. They know that Master Shiyu has the Hiraishin technique, but the trick just now is obviously not. However, they didn't care about it. Deidara, who just started blowing up. After being taken there by Shiyu, why was there no trace of him in the area of nearly 1,000 miles? Shueyu was the first to speak. Time Feather. The incompetent and furious bomber just got you there. Chapter 496 Weird Mystery. Shadow of Kimimaro. Time Feather. The incompetent and furious bomber just got you there. In response to Shueyu's question, Shiyu said lightly, I was taken to another space by me. Tokyo's simple sentence fell, but it surprised Suzuki, Karen and Shigego. Another space. After being ninjas for so many years, they naturally know what another space means. Undoubtedly, what Shiyu just performed was a high-level time-space ninjutsu. This technique is not just as simple as space jumping. He can directly hide people in a different space that is not inferior to this world. It can be said that this is the most perfect escape method. Because no matter how you look for it, even if you search the entire continent, you can't find it. This is the power of this high-level time and space ninjutsu. Even in the ninja world, some of those ninjas who were good at time and space ninjutsu disappeared inexplicably. And some later rushed to appear in the sight of the world, and the world also knew what was behind this strange mystery. It turns out that these ninjas accidentally fell into the cracks in the different space when they were studying time and space ninjutsu, which is undoubtedly a brand new world for them. There is no life in it, and it is impossible for normal people to survive in it. If they can't understand this ninjutsu, they can't come out of it. The final result is to die of old age. And the people who can come out are naturally famous, and even the existence of the entire ninja world will choose to hide it in order to prevent other ninja villages from knowing the high level of time and space ninjutsu as master. Reason is very simple, it is other ninjas. Advanced time and space ninjutsu is extremely rare in the ninja world, so every existence is extremely important. And later existences also learned this method, which led to the loss of many advanced space-time ninjutsu. No way. Among 800 ninjas, there are no more than one hand who can understand the profound meaning of time and space ninjutsu. This is the reason why Konoha has the art of Hiraishin, but so far only 2 people can master it. In Konoha, as long as you are promoted to Jonin, and then approved by the high-level Konoha, you are eligible to learn various advanced ninjutsu preserved by Konoha. Master Yamato's powerful Mokuten wood-style secret art was learned. This is the reason why Suzuki, Karen and Shigego are so shocked at this moment. After all, this kind of ninjutsu is too rare. However, I was relieved when I thought that Shiyu created a kind of open black lens bracket sage mode close black lens bracket by himself. Relatively speaking, it doesn't seem like much. As for what happened in the Kamui space, they obviously don't know. Because even Toshio himself doesn't know. After some surprise, Chongo, who has always been reluctant to speak, will also be puzzled. What about Sasuke? Why Shigego is the key to Sasuke is because the latter has it at the same time as him. Secondly, it is also because of Kimimaro's relationship. When I went to snatch Sasuke, I said goodbye to Shigego, saying that Sasuke is his shadow and will inherit his will. And Kimimaro said this for 2 reasons. First, he hoped that someone could be his shadow and continue to suppress Shigego, and Sasuke was undoubtedly the best candidate. Because the latter is Orochimaru's favorite container. Second, if nothing else, Sasuke in the future will be Orochimaru himself. Just as Shigego's doubts settled, before Tokiha could answer, Karen on the side was the one who spoke first. Sasuke seems to be fighting with others just now, in that direction. Between the words, Karen pointed to the direction of the battlefield where Sasuke and Obito were, and then continued. However, their battle seems to be over. Sasuke is coming towards us now. Chapter 497_Confluence. Ninjutsu that escapes into space. Sasuke is coming towards us now. Hearing Karen's words, Shigego and Suzuki have no doubts. After getting along the way, they already knew Karen's abilities. The latter has a strong perception. Moreover, as long as she is familiar with people, within the range of her perception, she can determine their identity. It was also because of this that they knew why Sasuke was looking for a woman who was not very strong to be his teammate. Sure enough. Shortly after Karen's words fell, a figure shot from the direction she had pointed earlier. Distance, everyone can already determine the identity of the latter. With the slight sound of footsteps falling, a familiar figure appeared in front of Shiyu's four people. It's Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke, Shueyu couldn't help but ask. Sasuke, was it Itachi who fought you just now? Suzuki heard from Karen just now that Sasuke was fighting with people just like Tokiyu, and the person who fought Tokiyu just now was a member of the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, they came to find Itachi this time. With the combination of the two, it is natural to have this suspicion. No. Sasuke shook his head, and then said, however, it's not nothing. At least through this fight, I've made sure of one thing. Hearing Sasuke's words, Shueyu and the three of them were also quite curious, but two alone knew it. With Sasuke's current strength, if Obito doesn't deliberately avoid the fight, the Sharingan will definitely be exposed in the fight. What's the matter? Suzuki, who was the most curious, was the first to ask, and Karen and Shigego, who heard the words, also locked their eyes on Sasuke. The masked man who fought with me just now also has eyes. As soon as Sasuke said this, the three of Suzuki were shocked at 3 o'clock. In their memory, the Uchiha clan was wiped out 16 years ago. Now there are people who own Sharingan. In addition to Sasuke and Itachi, the two Uchiha tribesmen, they know that they also have open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. The person is Kakashi. After some simple speculation, Karen asked. Sasuke, that person's Sharingan was also transplanted. No, he's also Uchiha. Hearing that Karen's Trio 3 was shocked again, they obviously didn't expect to get such an answer. While the three of them were shocked, Sasuke's voice sounded again. This person is the accomplice who killed the Uchiha clan with Itachi, and is also on my kill list. Between the words, there was a coldness on Sasuke's face, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and a strong killing intent radiated from his body. For those who make Uchiha dead, he will definitely not let go. This is his obsession, the obsession to live. If he wants to change this obsession, there is only the truth of extermination. Seeing Sasuke like this, Shueyu and others did not ask for the first time, but only after Sasuke's killing intent faded away. Sasuke, that is the accomplice dead. Sasuke also returned safely, so the battle between the two should have only two results. Either the other party ran away or the other party died, but from the faint killing intent left in Sasuke at this time, the speculation in everyone's hearts was more inclined to the former. And the truth is as they guessed. Run. That guy awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, master has a ninjutsu that can escape into space. Hearing this, Suzuki, Karen, and Shigego murmured in their hearts, as if they had thought of something. Ninjutsu into space. The three of them didn't know, but Shiyu knew it. That Sasuke speaks of to escape into space is the Kamui he used before. That's why the three Karen three were thoughtful. However, Sasuke's next sentence made everyone startled, even Tokiyu. It seems that there was an accident when the guy performed this technique, and he directly broke an arm. Quote quote. Quote quote. Chapter 498 Entrance to the Stronghold. Invisible Reason. It seems that there was an accident when the guy performed this technique, and he directly broke an arm. As soon as Sasuke said this, Shiyu and the four of them were all shocked. Immediately after being stunned for a short time, Shiyu suddenly realized. Sasuke 4 doesn't know why Obito's ninjutsu has such a change, but he is clear about it. Because Deidara was dragged into the Kamui different space by him. At this time, Tokyu couldn't help but smile to himself. He didn't expect such a coincidence. Dragged Deidara into the Kamui space and blew himself up, but he didn't want the latter's explosion to affect Karen's Trio 3. What I didn't expect was this unexpected joy. At this moment, Tokyu also knew why Sasuke was able to beat Obito so quickly. It turns out that all of this has something to do with him. If it wasn't for that, Sasuke's Susanoo would probably have nothing to do with the latter. Obito's Mangekyo is too much, it's blurry, and ordinary people are not his opponents at all. Perhaps, Sasuke can use open black lens bracket Amaterasu close black lens bracket to threaten Obito's life once without his knowledge. But only once. However, the point is that Obito Master has the ultimate demonic illusion of open black lens bracket Izanagi close black lens bracket. Therefore, one life threat is obviously not enough for him. And when Shiyu was immersed in his thoughts, Karen thought of something first, and his eyes couldn't help falling on Shiyu. What Karen thought was that Tokyu just said that he dragged Deidara into a different space, and Sasuke said that the masked man had the ability to escape into space, plus the latter's arm disappeared strangely. So, he wondered if the space they both escaped into was the same. But in the end she shook her head. Obviously, she felt that her idea was too far-fetched. Just when the atmosphere was slightly silent, the sound also sounded slowly. Sasuke, what do you have next? Plan. Since there are members of Akatsuki in this stronghold, maybe Itachi may be among them. I want to investigate further. Hearing Sasuke's words, Tokyu replied. Then hurry up. Since the masked man you are fighting against is Itachi's accomplice, maybe he will inform the latter. Sasuke nodded, so the group of 5 of them set foot again to find the entrance to the stronghold. After a previous search, this time they didn't spend. Soon they found the stronghold established by the Akatsuki organization here, and at this moment, they finally knew why they couldn't sense the chakra fluctuations here. It turned out that this stronghold was enchanted by subordinates, and if nothing else, it should be preventing others from perception. If not, when they first came here, Tokyu and Karen should be able to quickly perceive any chakra that exists in this barren mountain. Especially Tokyu, his open black lens bracket God forbidden mind close black lens bracket is stronger than Karen's open black lens bracket Kagura mind close black lens bracket. But even he didn't sense it, which can only explain a few problems. Either this stronghold is empty, or there is no stronghold here at all, or there are other reasons, and the enchantment in front of me is undoubtedly one of them. Open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket The organization's base is not like Orochimaru's base with managers, test subjects, etc. The former only has a dozen or so people. Moreover, it also includes a few people who have died. Open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket The stronghold is not like other organizations that are guarded and taken care of all the year round. It has only one function. That is used to seal the tailed beasts. Therefore, the strongholds they choose are remote places that are extremely hidden and will not be easily disturbed by people. And at this time, the barrier that you and the others are seeing now, was set up to play this role. Chapter 499 The soldiers are divided into 3 ways. Another stronghold. Although this enchantment is exquisite, it is not worth mentioning in front of Shiyu. I saw Shiyu stretched out his fingers, and there seemed to be this lightning flashing on them. Immediately after, Shiyu made a slight swipe towards the light blue barrier in front of him, and the barrier immediately broke open. Next moment, Barrier shattered directly in the eyes of Sasuke 5-5, and turned into strands of energy that dissipated with the wind. After doing all this, Shiyu's voice also sounded slowly. Let's go. Sasuke, Karen and the others nodded, and then a group of 5 directly stepped into the cave in the mountain. Stepping into the cave, an icy feeling hits instantly. Full of life and blood like Orochimaru's base, there is only endless cold here. At this moment, Yu and 5 stopped, because 3 branches appeared in front of them. Sasuke looked at Karen and asked directly. How can you feel that there are chakra fluctuations in here? Hearing the words, Karen closed her eyes, Kagura heart eyes opened, and began to scan the entire cave. After a while, when Karen opened his eyes, he frowned slightly. There seems to be something special embedded in the wall here, which can hinder chakra's perception. Things that hinder perception. Sasuke muttered, a look of sadness on his face. If even Karen can't perceive it, then he may have to explore separately again. And in fact, as Karen said, the walls of this stronghold are embedded with some dark gray stones. Even Shiyu, who has God-forbidden mind, has a limited range of knowledge. It can be seen that this thing has a strong interference effect on chakra. After thinking for a while, Shiyu said. This should be the means of Akatsuki, outsider's detection. The previous barrier outside the cave was probably powered by these stones. I have to say, open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket there are still many ways to organize. Each base is arranged with quite powerful enchantments are used as protection to prevent outside interference from them. Sealing-tailed beasts can be an extremely exhausting task, and it is no wonder that they go to great lengths to arrange the enchantment. Well, let's divide our troops into 3 ways. If Itachi stood here, the probability of finding him would be higher, and he wouldn't have a chance to slip away. Itachi's strength is extraordinary, we call it bombing the wall. No objection to Shiyu's proposal. Although the cave is not big, there is more than one entrance and exit. As Shiyu said, if Itachi stands at this stronghold, the chances of them working together to find it will be greatly reduced. Moreover, it is possible to give Itachi a chance to escape. As for the notification signal, it is understandable. Because the cave is not big, they can obviously hear the first thing when there is a strong movement. After there was no objection, Shiyu and his party of 5 also began to divide the labor. Tokyu's suggestion was that he, Sasuke, and Suzuki each went to the entrance of the passage, and Karen and Shigego responded outside. Karen is good at perception, she can always sense if she stays outside. Open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket other members of the organization have returned. Advance notice so they can be prepared. And Chongo, of course, stayed to protect the former. Although Karen's perception ability is strong, his combat power is really weak. No superfluous nonsense. After all arrangements were made, Tokyu, Sasuke, and Suzuki 3 entered a passage respectively. And not long after the 3 Tokiwa 3 started their action, in another Akatsuki organization stronghold thousands of miles away. Here, basically the Akatsuki members are there. It seems that because the 4 tails just finished sealing, they did not disperse. Next second. Absolutely. The figure suddenly appeared from the ground, and the opening was an explosive news. Quote quote. Quote quote. Chapter 500 _ a name that caught the attention of Akatsuki. Deidara is dead. That I brought back after searching the battlefield, and it is undoubtedly explosive for the other members of open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket. The ghost shark who heard the words did not have the slightest sadness, but instead joked. Ah, there are fewer members. I think he's pretty strong, why was he killed? When I went to recruit Deidara to join the team, in addition to Itachi, there were Oni and Sasori. Coupled with so many years of understanding, he also understands Deidara's ability. Otherwise, the latter will not be able to catch Gaara and the wild open black lens bracket 3 tails close black lens bracket. Although there is a hint of pity in the tone of the ghost shark, there is not much ripple on his face. Desperados like them have long put their life and death aside. You don't necessarily care about your own life, let alone someone else's. To mention Deidara, even if Itachi died, there would not be much turbulence in the heart of the ghost shark. Itachi's eyes narrowed and he asked slowly. Killed by that side. QB, Nine Tails, Kid or Sasuke? It's Sasuke's Eagle Squad, but... When the words came to this point, he was hesitant to speak, obviously thinking of something. Seeing this, the ghost shark asked. But what? However, there is a little devil among them. There is obviously not much information about Master Shiyuju. After all, the latter is not their target. Therefore, there is no in-depth investigation of Shiyu. Furthermore, it has only been 3 years since Shiyu became a ninja, and there is no claim to fame. We're basically killed after the battle with him. And in order to hide the powerful bottom of Tokiha, it is naturally impossible for Konoha to fool this information and get it easily for others. This is for what few people know that Orochimaru was killed by Tokyo. Now the situation in the ninja world is turbulent, the clouds are turbulent, and the Akatsuki organization is secretly eyeing. Konoha had to keep a hand, just in case. Once the Akatsuki comes to attack Konoha, they can come and catch the turtle in the urn and make them go back and forth. Have to say, Tsunade is indeed a piece of Hokage material, but his thoughts are far-reaching. Although Itachi knows Tokiha's extraordinary, but he has his own plans. A last resort, he will not easily disclose the latter's information. One more. Itachi murmured, and a face flashed in his mind. The owner of this face is none other than Shiyu. This is his subconscious reaction. In that simple confrontation more than 2 years ago, Shiyu left a deep impression on him. Not long ago, he and Shiyu had a conversation when they fought. Although he had only been in contact with him twice, Itachi felt that Tokyo was not simple, and he couldn't see through it anyway. However, he is not sure yet because according to their master's information, Sasuke has defected from Konoha. And now Tokiha is still a member of Konoha, so how could the latter be with Sasuke? Seeing the doubts on Itachi, Oni Shark and others, he never concealed it. That kid was also a member of Kakashi's squad, the last of a 3-person squad of 3 made up of Uchiha Sasuke and Kyuubi, Nine Tails Kid Uzumaki Naruto. It's called Takagawa Tokiha. As Ju's words fell, Heavenly Path Pain and Xiaonan's expressions did not show any ripples. Because they are very unfamiliar with this name. They don't know, but the expressions of Itachi and Oni at the moment are stagnant. Who has met Tokyo twice, because the former always gives him an unfathomable look. Chapter 501 Shiyu's name. Mangekyo's secret. Takagawa Tokiha. Ghost Shark muttered, and then asked, that kid is also there. Ju nodded and continued, when I arrived at the scene, the battle was over. Apart from Sasuke and the 3 teammates he recruited at the time, the last person was Natakigawa Takiwa. If it weren't for the fact that Sasori was killed by him and Chiyo together, I wouldn't have noticed this little guy. It's that kid. The ghost shark was startled, and couldn't help but think of a possibility. He was there both times when members of our organization were killed, but I don't know if Hidan and Koku's death had anything to do with him. Others don't know how powerful Shiyu is, but Ghost Shark at least has a certain understanding, because he was hit by Shiyu's demonic illusion more than 2 years ago and almost got into a fight with Itachi. Therefore, he was very impressed with Shiyu. Especially the latter also has a pair of Sharingan. As soon as the Ghost Shark said this, it immediately attracted the attention of several other people. If the fall of Hidan and Koku really has something to do with Tokyo, then they have to pay attention to the latter. Heavenly Path Pain's eyes narrowed slightly. Ghost Shark, you know that kid? The Ghost Shark nodded, then said, I saw this little devil when I went to Konoha with Itachi to hunt Kyuubi, 9 tails 2 years ago. But that's not the point. The point is that this kid actually has Sharingan. And, it doesn't seem like the transplanted kind. As soon as the ghost shark said this, all the people present except Itachi, were all startled. They obviously didn't think that apart from the few people they knew, there are still people in the world who have Sharingan. The most crucial last piece of information, like a transplant. If it is transplanted, they can still understand. After all, there is such a precedent in the West. If it wasn't for the transplant, the thought of how a foreigner could have Sharingan pain in the other's eyes instantly locked on Itachi. Seeing this, Itachi knew that everything about Shiyu could not be hidden. That's right, that. The kid named Takagawa Tokiha does have the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. But I'm not sure if it was a transplant or not. However, what is certain is that he can use the ability of Sharingan at will. Also, he awakened Mangekyo just like me. As soon as Itachi's words came out, a flash of consternation flashed in the eyes of Pain and the others. From the information they know, the awakening open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket is only Itachi and Obito. And Obito is Uchiha Madara in Pain's cognition. But some time ago they learned the latest information, that is, Kakashi has also awakened Mangekyo. This made them a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Kakashi, who did not have the blood of the Uchiha family, could open the second stage of Sharingan, which was beyond their expectations. Itachi was also slightly surprised when he learned this information at the time. When he went to Konoha to use open black lens bracket Tsukuyomi close black lens bracket on Kakashi, in addition to deterring the high-level officials of Konoha, he actually had a purpose. That is to let Kakashi know the existence of open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket. But as for Kakashi to be able to master this second stage open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket, he also has no idea. He just did it with the mentality of trying it out. But the final result undoubtedly surprised him. Although it was 2 years later, he was satisfied with the answer he got. But the problem is they all got it wrong. Kakashi's open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket was awakened when open black lens bracket Nohara Rin close black lens bracket died more than 10 years ago. But as to whether it was because of Obito's awakening Mangekyo that resonance caused Kakashi's Sharingan to evolve, this is a bit far-fetched. After all, the eyes are on Kakashi. Maybe because Kakashi was also stimulated by the same, it is not impossible to wake up open black lens bracket Mangekyo close black lens bracket. Therefore, there is no definite conclusion whether people without the blood of the Uchiha family can awaken Mangekyo. Not to mention that no one has tried it. It is estimated that few people know how Mangekyo Sharingan awakened, even the people of the Uchiha family. Please download the Filu novel. Chapter 502_Life and Death Do Not Know. Nagato's suspicion. Heavenly Path Pain and the others finally began to pay attention to the name Tokyo after hearing the words of Oni Shark and Itachi. Absolutely. Gather some information about this Takagawa Tokiha as much as possible, and don't let him become an obstacle to our capture of Kyuubi, 9 tails. Got it. Ju nodded, and he also had a certain interest in Shiyu in his heart. If Shiyu is just a genius boy, he has absolutely no information, but the problem is that the latter has open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. Moreover, it has already awakened to the level of open black lens bracket Mangekyo close black lens bracket. After this topic was over, the ghost shark seemed to have thought of something, and the lazy voice sounded again. Ah, there seems to be one less person. That guy Afei found that I didn't find her, and I don't know if she hung up or hid. Absolutely responded. Afei, the escape king should be able to escape, right? In Gui Shark's eyes, Afei is just a weak candidate. If it wasn't for Sasori's death, he wouldn't be able to take the latter's place. But as for Afei's true identity, he was the only one present in the dark. Pain However, apparently did not intend to reveal the latter's identity. It doesn't matter. There are as many guys as you want, it's just a pity Didera. Hey. Ghost Shark smiled and then said, Afe is also an amazing guy who can ease the gloomy atmosphere in the organization. But in fact, the Ghost Shark at this moment has some doubts about Afe's identity, so he will say these words. Later, he directly asked Afe's true identity, and Obito took off his mask directly. This is also the reason why Gui Sha would rather die than reveal the information later. Okay, it's all gone. Voice fell, and Pain's voice also disappeared. At the same time, in a hall in a Megakure village, a scrawny Yuhi hairpin with dozens of black sticks stuck all over his body. There was a gleam in the young man's eyes. Takagawa Takiwa, is that you? This Yuhifa youth is none other than Nagato, who has lost his ability to act. A year ago, once had a fight with Nagato when he was passing by a Megakure village. Although it was only a brief confrontation, Nagato could sense the strength of the latter. Pain 6 paths close black lens bracket alone, you can deal with it calmly, although Shiyu retreated in the end. Latter retreated because he lost the match or because he didn't want to entangle with him. One open black lens bracket Keke Jinke close black lens bracket. Of the mysterious man made him feel a little hidden danger. Will the appearance of the latter affect his plans? So, in the next year or so, using Jiden magnet style as his entry point, he began to collect all the information about the mysterious man. But this mysterious man seemed to have evaporated from the world, and he couldn't gather any information about the latter at all. As for Master Jiden magnet style's ninjas, he has collected a lot, but after some scrutiny, he has ruled them all out. Among them is the Jiden magnet style boy who has just risen in Konoha, Takagawa Tokiha. But in his eyes, Shiyu was just a kid who had just become a genin for more than a year, and it was impossible for him to possess such amazing strength. Not to mention him, as long as he is a normal person, he will think so. But now, Takagawa Tokiha. The name appeared in front of his eyes again, so he had to look again. Because according to Itachi and Oni Shark, Tokiyu had awakened Mangekyo Sharingan 2 years ago. Such a person, how can it be ordinary? A person who is not from the Uchiha family can not only use Sharingan at will, but also become the apprentice of Tsunade and Jiraiya at the same time. Mixed with Sasuke, the Konoha missing nin. Everything has put a mysterious veil on Tokiha, which makes him have to doubt Tokiha. Chapter 503 Geto Mazo, Demonic Statue of the Outer Path. Returning Acquaintance. After the members of Open Black Lens bracket Akatsuki Close Black Lens bracket disbanded in this stronghold, Tokiyu and the others also went deep into the cave. After some searching, Tokiyu, Sasuke, and Suzuki arrived at the center of this stronghold, but unfortunately there was no one here. However, Shiyu discovered that there were signs of collapse on the ground, and the area was several tens of feet wide. According to Tokiyu's inference, this should be left by Open Black Lens bracket Geto Mazo, Demonic Statue of the Outer Path, Close Black Lens bracket. In other words, Open Black Lens bracket Akatsuki Close Black Lens bracket Organization once sealed Open Black Lens bracket Tailed Beast Close Black Lens bracket here. After some exploration, Shui Yu was the first to speak. Looks like Itachi is not here. Sasuke Kiba, who heard the words, took a bite, and a look of unwillingness appeared on his face. They managed to get some clues about Open Black Lens bracket Akatsuki Close Black Lens bracket, but in the end they were all in vain. Seeing this, Shiyu said, Sasuke, don't worry. Although we didn't find Itachi here, I guess he should be in another stronghold now. Another stronghold. Sasuke was shocked, and then said, we don't know where the other stronghold is. Even if we find it, Itachi may have already left. A few days ago, they learned from Kaku, two subordinates, that this country has 2 strongholds of the Akatsuki organization, but they also know this. As for the other, they have only heard of it. I know the location. When Shiyu said this, Sasuke and Shueyu were both startled. the former's answer was obviously unexpected to them. Seeing the two staring at Shiyu with astonished expressions on their faces, they started talking nonsense in earnest again. After I defeated Deidara earlier, I got information on Akatsuki from him. This is pure nonsense, Tokyo. To know the location of the other stronghold is entirely because of watching the anime. He knows the direction of the world like the back of his hand, let alone this. Some little information. According to Tokyo's inference, Itachi should rectify and rush to their location after getting the news from Sasuke. Sasuke has grown up, and Itachi is about to execute his final plan. Hearing Tokyo's words, Sasuke's eyes lit up. Shiyu, what you said is true. When did I lie to you? Hearing Tokyo's answer, Sasuke's face suddenly filled with a strong look of joy. In his opinion, Shiyu did not lie to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the amazing strength he has now. In fact, Shiyu really lied. But the problem is that he does know the location of another stronghold, which is the most annoying. In fact, Shiyu had basically predicted this ending before he came in. If there is no change in the plot, Itachi is already still in the territory of Rain Land. But Shiyu naturally couldn't make it clear, because he wasn't sure whether this stronghold would change in some way because of his appearance. Now it seems that everything is still business as usual. This is also the reason why Shiyu only said it now, and it just fits the current occasion. Moreover, Itachi's life and death are related to his fourth mission. As for the battle between Itachi and Sasuke, he doesn't want to stop it, because it is also designed into his follow-up plan. Only through this battle will Itachi believe that he has this ability. And when Takiwa and his party of 3 left this stronghold, the Megakure village, thousands of miles away, it was still raining heavily. In the heavy rain, there were 2 figures. One is Heavenly Path Pain, the other is Xiaonan. The space in front of the two suddenly distorted, and then a masked figure slowly entered their eyes. They are not surprised by this. They are not used to seeing this scene, and this figure is also a person they are familiar with. Chapter 504 Heavenly Path Pain. Jiden, Magnet Style Kid. This masked man is none other than Obito. That, S.Y. Pain and Xiaonan didn't have the slightest surprise on their faces when they saw the latter. Although they have not played against Obito, they still affirm the latter's strength. Although they have doubts about Obito's self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara information, they cannot deny the latter's power. Ability to travel back and forth in space. Also control, Kyuubi, 9 tails. From their point of view, how could such an existence die in the hands of Sasuke and his entourage? At this time, Obito's broken arm has been restored to its original shape, which is obviously due to the fusion of white Zetsu and Hashirama cells. Moreover, the left eye that was blinded by the use of open black lens bracket Izanagi close black lens bracket has also been transplanted with a new open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. This kind of life-saving trump card, Obito will naturally not neglect. Seeing Obito appearing, Pain also asked straight to the point. How about Sasuke? Needless to say, Obito also knew when he went to touch Sasuke's bottom Pain. It feels good. He has brought out the power of Sharingan perfectly, and maybe he will become a better user of Sharingan than Itachi in the future. Obito's words are full of deep meaning. He does not mean that Sasuke's talent is better than Itachi's. But Sasuke's natural control over open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket seems to be very strong, which is what he felt in the battle with Sasuke. But it's just a feeling, so he can't be sure. In fact, he's feeling pretty good. Reason why Sasuke has more control over open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket than them is because he is Indra reincarnated. This chakra hidden in the body can make the control of Sharingan an ultimate. Just like Uchiha Madara at the beginning. Hearing Obito's answer, Pain and Xiaonan were slightly taken aback, but they didn't think about Sasuke's comment. They probably know about Itachi's strength, the latter being the top combat power among Akatsuki. Especially the latter's demonic illusion, it's amazing. If Obito and Pain hadn't been able to ignore Sharingan's pupil technique, they would be even more afraid of Itachi. At this moment, Pain and Xiaonan can fully understand why Orochimaru died in the assistant. But unfortunately, they also think wrong. Although the current Sasuke does have the capital to defeat Orochimaru, the latter did not die at his hands. They are still in the dark about the truth of the matter. Oh, yes. Sasuke you found with Deidara, did he ever meet one of them named Toki Takagawa? Takagawa Tokiha. Obito muttered, then said, it's that Jiden magnet-style kid. Not bad. Seeing that Pain actually asked Shiyu himself, Obito was also a little puzzled. Why did you ask this kid all of a sudden? When we discussed earlier, the information we got was that this kid is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Pain replied and continued, if Itachi and Oni Shark didn't lie, the latter also has Sharingan. Also, it has reached the level of open black lens bracket Mangekyo close black lens bracket. As soon as Pain said these words, the expression under Obito's mask suddenly froze. Undoubtedly, this news completely exceeded his expectations. He had seen Shiyu's eyes with his own eyes, and they were definitely a pair of normal eyes. If the latter really has open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket, then he can obviously control this open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei close black lens bracket at will. But if this is the case, then the contradiction will come. Shiyu is neither like Kakashi nor from their Uchiha clan, so how did the latter do this? Is Shiyu a scattered clan of their family? Moment. Countless thoughts flashed in Obito's mind, but he still couldn't be sure which kind of Shiyu belonged to. Chapter 505 A Megakure Village. Hunt Kyuubi, 9 Tails. But when Obito learned that Shiyu had open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket and had awakened open black lens bracket Mangekyo close black lens bracket, he thought of a possibility. That's why his Kamui space exploded. If it was caused by Kakashi, it would be too coincidental. But if this is Tokyu, everything is logical. Because Tokyu was fighting against Deidara at the time, and the latter's methods were all explosions. It's really you, Toki Takagawa. Obito secretly said in his heart, and a dignified look flashed in his eyes. If all this is true, then this Takagawa Tokiha is undoubtedly the next Uchiha Itachi. And, it's even trickier than the latter. Because of this, the Kamui space is no longer his own. If it is against Shiyu, this method of his will be useless. And this is just his judgment based on the current master's information, as for Shiyu's true strength is still unknown. No way. There are too many secrets in Shiyu's body, so he can't guess, see through. It seems that I have to find a time to meet this brat for a while. After an idea flashed through my mind. Obito's expression became serious again, facing Pain in front of him. The time is ripe. That guy should be mentally prepared, because his day is coming. What about Kyuubi, 9 Tails? Pain Road. Go get arrested. As a leader, you can only succeed, not fail. As for the guy in Obito's mouth, it was Itachi. He knew that the latter was seriously ill and his time was running out. Although he had a promise with him, do not move Sasuke. But as long as he dies, this promise will cease to exist. And Obito is very slippery. He did not do it himself, but let Pain do it. While Obito and Pain were discussing the detailed plan, Itachi and Oni were on their way to leave the village of Megakure. The ghost shark looked at the dripping water droplets in front of him and murmured softly. It's still raining. Itachi, who heard the words, looked up at the sky and responded, it's really rare that it will rain like this in this season. But in fact these rains except a Megakure village. Addition to its special position, part of the reason is that Pain is secretly manipulating it. The latter can sense whether there is an enemy invasion through these. It looks like rain, but it actually becomes a means of guarding. Before the administration of Pain, a Megakure village actually had 2 ninja villages, namely open black lens bracket a megacre of rain country close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket a megacre of river country close black lens bracket. After the reign of pain, the megacre, which divided the world into two parts, was unified, and the unified rain country was located at the junction of the three regions of earth country, fire country, and sand country. A megacre village. The buildings are mainly made of steel, and there are also a considerable part of stone, inside and outside. Are erected by many large and small steel pipes, forming a unique landscape. This is also closely related to the rainfall in the village of a megacre, so there are so many large pipes and sewers. The top of the tower in a megacre village is generally uninhabited except for Nagato and Conan in the tower. The top of the tower is generally used to store the dead bodies, and the crowd may live in a lower place. Seeing Itachi stopped in the rain and didn't move, the ghost shark also smiled lightly. Raining is not good for your health. His tone was both a reminder and a joke. Having teamed up with Itachi for so long, he naturally knew about Itachi's physical problems. Overall, the relationship between the two of them is quite good. Seeing that Itachi was silent, the ghost shark said it again. I don't know what a cold-hearted person like you is thinking now. Itachi didn't answer the ghost shark's question, and let the rain drip down his face like tears. After a while, heavy rain gradually disappeared, and Itachi's voice followed. The rain has stopped, we should go. Itachi, who had finished speaking, had no unnecessary nonsense and walked straight ahead. That direction is another stronghold of open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket organized in open black lens bracket Kuni of river close black lens bracket. Please download Filu novel to see the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 506 The Secret of the Rain Country. Jiraiya's decision. While Itachi and Oni leave a megacre village, Obito and Pain's discussion has come to an end. Uzumaki Naruto, he is no longer the kid he used to be. In addition to the one I just said, Takagawa Tokyu, now he has many powerful companions by his side. To be honest, hunting him isn't that easy anymore. Hearing Obito's words, before Pain could answer, Xiaonan on the side was the first to speak. It is in vain to say that you are too ambitious to destroy your own prestige, because Pain has never been defeated. Hey, that's true. Obito chuckled lightly, agreeing with Xiaonan's point of view. In his opinion, Nagato with Rinnegan has basically stood at the top of the ninja world. Today's world, it is difficult to find an opponent who can compete with it. After such thoughts flashed in his mind, Obito said again. Stop talking, let the others hurry up and get the rest Jinchuriki column force. Understood. Pain's face between the words, only the endless indifference and coldness. After explaining things, Obito murmured to himself as he looked at the sky, which was already completely raining. It's coming soon, we are only one step away from our goal. By then, everything will be back to normal. Shiyu and his party of 5 were on their way to the next stronghold, except after Obito and Pain made the plan. Konoha's intelligence has also made new progress. Jiraiya, back. At this time, in Hokage's office. Standing in front of Tsunade and Shizune, Jiraiya said with a proud face. Hey, I have already arrived at the location of the leader of the Akatsuki organization. What? Really? This, Tsunade and Shizune were shocked at the same time, their faces full of excitement. Tell me in detail, maybe we can formulate a corresponding raid operation plan based on your intelligence. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then said, don't be so anxious. It's not a sequel to your novel, how can you be so leisurely? It's not a good thing to be so anxious. Jiraiya said slowly, and then. Du said, in this way, let's go and have a drink first, and then I will talk to you in detail. Having said that, in fact, Jiraiya has already made a decision in her heart. This wine is undoubtedly a practice, because he has decided to personally investigate the true face of the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Clap. Tsunade, who heard the words, slapped the table, stood up and cursed. Idiot, I'm Hokage. It's working time now, and what kind of wine do you drink in the daytime, so it's worthy of those who are still ninjas on missions. Half an hour later, Konoha Wine House. Tsunade drank the bowl of wine in his hand and spit out a long voice. Aha! Looking at the really fragrant side in front of her, Jiraiya's face was speechless. Tsunade. You'd better take responsibility for what you say, you, Ria Hokage anyway. Tsunade, who heard the words, did not pay attention to Jiraiya's words, but asked directly. According to what you just said, the leader of that Akatsuki organization should be in a Megakure village. As far as I know, the current Land of Rain requires entry screening for those who enter and leave their country. Also, you will be closely monitored during your stay. It was also extremely difficult to go through the formalities for the joint Chunin exam in the first few times. It was an extremely self-isolating village. Normally, this kind of village shouldn't make waves. For Tsunade's remarks, Jiraiya has a different view. You said it was only superficial, but in the dark no one knows. This extremely closed approach is very likely to prevent other countries from knowing the real situation of their country and shinobi village, or to cover up some unknown secrets. Secret! Tsunade exclaimed. Jiraiya nodded and continued. You may not know it, the Land of Rain was in a continuous civil war a long time ago, and even the village at that time was divided into two. According to the information I have collected, the leader of one of these villages is the current leader of the Akatsuki organization. Quote, quote. Quote, quote. Chapter 507 Risk Your Life. Dragon Travel. Hearing what Jiraiya said, Tsunade said. Rain country. This country is surrounded by fire country, wind country, and earth country. It used to be a battlefield between great powers. Therefore, the internal affairs are unstable and the number of refugees is increasing day by day. Jiraiya nodded, and then said, That's why I want to confirm whether the information I have inquired is true. You mean? I want to dive in and investigate first. As for your so-called battle plan, I'll talk about it when I get back. It's too dangerous to be alone. There was a hint of concern in Tsunade's tone, clearly not wanting Jiraiya to be alone. Don't worry, I'm Konoha's Sannin anyway. But, despite what Jiraiya said, Tsunade was still a little worried. Akatsuki organization are all terrifyingly powerful, so the strength of the leader of Akatsuki is absolutely impossible to underestimate. I'm sorry, I always let you do such a dangerous thing. Jiraiya couldn't help laughing, obviously trying to ease Tsunade's emotions at this time. Ha ha ha, I'm not used to you for a while. You should have been the one who became Hokage. 3 generations always wanted to pass on Hokage's position to you. I'm not that material, my character is too free and reckless. You regret not being able to stop Orochimaru's mutiny that year, so you have been there, investigate him outside. Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya fell into deep thought. Apparently, Tsunade got it right. That's why Jiraiya came back to Konoha early 2 years ago when Orochimaru attacked Konoha. He should have known that the latter would make a move during that time. A long silence, Jiraiya's tone also rose. There's no need to do this now, and now the sequel to the novel can be released. To be honest, compared to you write a novel, what I didn't even think about was that the guy died. The guy Tsunade was talking about was Orochimaru, although she hated the latter's alleged actions. But after all, the 3 of them used to be teammates, and even more comrades in arms. How high-spirited they were when they were awarded the title of Sannin. But now that the years have changed, everything has changed. The 3 of us used to be together with the teacher, and that time is really nostalgic. Yes. Jiraiya responded lightly and said slowly, the princess typing in the past is now a giant Hokage, and the times are constantly improving. And our mission now is to set an example for the next generation and give them the help they need. For these, I can risk my life with a smile. Maybe this is the so-called demeanor of the elderly. Tsunade had a long chat behind the wine table. Jiraiya also left Konoha in the evening of the day. Travels, life and death are on the line. On the way from Jiraiya to Omegakure village, Shiyu and his group of 5 have arrived at another stronghold. This stronghold also has the function of shielding chakra perception. Moreover, the location of its entrance is even more hidden than the first one. After entering the cave, the scene that catches your eye is like a retreat from the previous stronghold, and there are still three channels. In this regard, Shiyu still followed the previous method. He, Sasuke and Suzuki entered a passage each, while Shigego and Karen stayed outside. And shortly after Tokyo split up, 2 Yuhi dots appeared in front of the passage where Tokyo was. Take a closer look, it's a pair of eyes. With Shiyu's insight, you can see the origin of these eyes at a glance. That's a pair of open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. And the owner of these eyes is none other than the Uchiha Itachi they were looking for on this trip. Obviously, Itachi is already here waiting for Sasuke. What Tokyo didn't expect was that the latter would choose to meet him first to see the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 508 The Truth of the Dead. Brothers and Teammates. Seeing Shiyu, Itachi was the first to speak. I didn't expect you to be able to find this place in such a short period of time, which is beyond my expectations. To know that this base is far away from another base, it will take 2 days to keep on the road. Moreover, it is still necessary to know the clear location. But now Shiyu and the others not only did it, but also in the case of a day earlier, couldn't this shock him? The reason why Shiyu and the others were able to get here quickly is naturally relying on that hand-open black lens bracket Doden, Earth-style, super lightweight rock technique close black lens bracket. It is undoubtedly the fastest to travel by flying. However, Itachi obviously does not know this. To Itachi's surprise, Shiyu did not answer, but instead said, "It seems that you have been waiting for us here for a long time. It just surprised me that the first person you chose to meet was me, not Sasuke." To be honest, Shiyu didn't really think of this. "I just don't understand some questions, and I want answers from you." Itachi's idea is very simple. He just wants to clear some confusion in his heart before using his life to complete Sasuke. "It looks like you didn't come to fight me. To be honest, I don't want to fight you unless it's necessary." "Oh, why is that?" Itachi was also a little stunned in the words, obviously did not expect Shiyu to say such a thing. "It's simple. Because you are Sasuke's brother and I am his teammate." Ah. Itachi, who heard the words, was stunned again, and then said, "That first-level relationship exists. My current identity is Missing Nin of Konoha, and I am a member of the Akatsuki organization. If you didn't care about this heavy brotherhood, you would have killed him on the night of Uchiha's genocide 10 years ago." "Don't follow. I said it was because he was too much, you didn't want to kill him. If that's the case, why are the other old and weak women and children in the clan being chased and killed?" Hearing Shiyu's words, Itachi frowned. He obviously didn't expect Shiyu to be so young, yet his considerations are so sophisticated that he is not inferior to any experienced adult. Seeing Itachi was silent, Tokyo spoke again. "If I didn't guess correctly, there must be something hidden behind the destruction of the Uchiha family." Itachi showed admiring eyes, which was also in disguise to admit that what Tokyo said was true. However, he naturally couldn't tell Shiyu. Because he didn't want Sasuke to know about it, otherwise, the latter would definitely hate Konoha. Since he chose to protect Konoha at the beginning, he would not let his younger brother become the one who destroyed Konoha. "Shiyu, you must be very smart. However, I didn't come to you today to talk about this." Before Itachi could say the following, Shiyu spoke first. "You want to know that Sasuke has clearly left the village, why am I still with him?" Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression was a little moved. He knew that Shiyu's strength was very strong, but he didn't expect that the latter's IQ was also almost enchanting. He immediately guessed why he was looking for him. Seeing Itachi's expression, Shiyu smiled slightly and continued. Would you believe it if I told you now that Sasuke never left Konoha from beginning to end? When Tokiha said this, Itachi was completely moved. If Sasuke didn't voluntarily leave Konoha, then Konoha sent him to Orochimaru on purpose. If this is the case, you will be very scared.